Chapter 1423. Senior. Xiao Hua gazed at the Foundation establishment old man standing not too far away. In his heart, he was very reluctant to part with the robin in his bosom. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior's words are unreasonable. Since Senior knows that Junior's cultivation is shallow, you should know that Junior obtained this robin with great difficulty. Junior's future cultivation will be entrusted to this robin. Senior, won't you go look at the other 2 robin birds? You're too long-winded. Since I took a fancy to this robin bird, then I'll take this one. What right do you have to be long-winded?" That young cultivator was somewhat impatient. He looked at the sky and said, "It's almost noon. Do you think I still have time?" The Foundation establishment old man's face turned cold. In a flash, he released his spiritual pressure, firmly suppressing Xiao Hua. The flow of true qi in his entire body was slightly sluggish, not to mention the circulation of his magic power. Alas, qi refining and Foundation establishment are really too far apart. This isn't a disparity in magic power, but an essential difference in realms. Previously, Xiao Hua still wanted to rely on his flying speed to waste time with the Foundation establishment old man and wait for the arrival of the Rinsing Flower sect disciples. However, as soon as the Foundation establishment old man released his spiritual pressure, Xiao Hua knew that as long as he couldn't compare with the old man in terms of spiritual pressure, he would never be able to escape the old man's pursuit. Cultivation is the eternal theme. Xiao Hua sighed. He took out the robin and sneered, "Senior, Junior can't escape. However, Senior's spiritual pressure can't stop Junior's thoughts of fighting to the death. Junior only needs to pinch this robin to death. Presumably, Senior can't stop me, right?" Just now, this fellow Taoist also clearly said that Senior already doesn't have time to look for other robin birds. This fellow Taoist's chance to pass the selection. I'm afraid there's no chance, right? Ha ha ha. The Foundation establishment old man raised his head and laughed heartily. He said, "Junior, you actually have some backbone. However, did you forget why the Rinsing Flower sect set the selection criteria at the 4th level of qi refining?" Huh? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. In a flash, the bottom of his heart became clear. So it turned out that the Huanhua sect had chosen disciples, for another reason. Just as Xiao Hua was in a daze, the Foundation establishment old man's figure suddenly moved. Several afterimages flashed by, and he was already in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his transcendence energy to dodge, but under the old man's pressure, the transcendence energy in his body was far from as smooth as before. Xiao Hua was helpless. He finally activated the yellow transmission talisman in his left hand when he saw the Foundation establishment old man. At the same time, his right hand exerted strength, wanting to crush the robin to death. However, the situation had long gone beyond Xiao Hua's control. Before his right hand could exert strength, he only felt a cool breeze blow past, and his hand was empty. That mockingbird had already been snatched away from Xiao Hua's hand by the approaching Foundation establishment old man using magic. Fortunately, just as the old man was making hand seals to attack Xiao Hua, the yellow teleportation talisman had already been activated. Xiao Hua's figure disappeared on the spot. Humph, a little 4th-layer qi condensation cultivator actually wants to play tricks with this old man. The Foundation establishment old man coldly snorted. He waved his hand, and that mockingbird flew into the young cultivator's hand. At this moment, a thunderclap rang out, and the voice of a Huanhua sect disciple was heard. "Noon has arrived. Which fellow Taoist has obtained a mockingbird? Please show yourself." "All right, Tong, Although it's already been arranged, this old man still needs to hide first. You can go." The Foundation establishment old man waved his hand, and his figure sank into the ground and disappeared. "Thank you, granduncle." That young cultivator bowed in salute, and immediately flew into the air. As for Xiao Hua, there was a slight dizziness in front of his eyes. By the time he looked again, his feet had already landed on the ground. He was inside a rather large palace hall. "Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, you also came back? I thought noon had already arrived, but fellow Taoist Xiao still hadn't returned." Presumably. Kai Zhuxia's voice rang in Xiao Hua's ear with great astonishment. Xiao Hua's complexion was ashen. He looked at Kai Zhuxia, who was walking over from not too far away, and he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. "What's wrong?" "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression wasn't right, Kai Zhuxia comforted him. Victory and defeat are common in war. Besides, fellow Taoist being able to escape with his life is already pretty good. I came early, and I heard from the fellow Taoist who came back earlier that there were a lot of casualties in the back mountain. Xiaohua thought about the danger just now, and he really had a lingering fear. That was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and he actually dared to threaten him. He really had been confused by the Huanhua sect's painting. Soon after, Xiaohua looked all around. This palace hall was extremely large, but there were very few cultivators standing in it. With a rough look, there were only about 20 people. Kai Yusha wasn't among them. Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, why don't I see the two disciples from Qin Yang's Kai family?" They. Kai Zhuoxia's expression was strange, and she said in a low voice, "I heard from the fellow Taoist who came out earlier that only Kai Yusha came out. Moreover, as soon as she came out, she immediately left in a hurry and didn't say anything." Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression was strange as soon as he came out and was looking everywhere, Kai Zhuoxia suddenly came to a realization and said in alarm, "Could it be?" Xiaohua knew what Kai Zhuoxia knew, so he nodded and said, "Kai Yingxia was indeed killed by I." This. Kai Zhuoxia sucked in a breath of cold air, and a trace of helplessness flashed through her eyes. Fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua was just about to explain the course of events to Kai Zhuoxia when he heard a sound coming from the palace hall's entrance in the distance. When he raised his eyes to look, he saw that the Huanhua sect's disciples were leading a group of cultivators to participate in the selection, and they were entering in a line. "We'll talk about this later," Xiaohua said in a low voice. "I was also forced to take action because I had no other choice. Alas, I believe in fellow Taoist Xiao." Kai Zhuoxia had followed Xiaohua all the way here, and she still believed in Xiaohua's character. But this time, the target of Xiaohua's attack was unexpectedly Qin Yang's Kai family, which really made things difficult for Kai Zhuoxia. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he raised his eyes and looked over. In the center of the palace hall, the male and female disciples of the Huanhua sect were walking in front, while Yun Jicheng, Mo Yang, and that young cultivator were following behind them. The remaining 40 to 50 cultivators were hanging their heads, dejectedly following behind them. Needless to say, Yun Jicheng, Mo Yang, and that young cultivator should have passed this selection. Sure enough, at the head of the palace hall, on a high platform, a middle-aged late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was already sitting cross-legged at an unknown time. When the Huanhua sect's disciples led the three people to the front of the platform, that Foundation establishment cultivator said in a low voice, "Ijie, are these the three disciples who passed this time's selection?" Reporting to Martial Uncle, Yun Jicheng, Mo Yang, and Yu Tong are the three disciples who passed this time's selection. That male disciple, Ijie, cupped his hands and saluted. "And good. Have you verified that there's no mistake?" This disciple personally checked the robin birds. They were released by this disciple. Moreover, these three robin birds are also alive. Ijie said with a smile, "This disciple has done this countless times, so it shouldn't be wrong." "Good. Then take these three disciples to the Jade Archive Hall to register." The Foundation establishment cultivator waved his hand and said. At this moment, a voice sounded from below the platform. "Senior, this junior doesn't know if it's appropriate to ask. Who's making a ruckus?" Ijie frowned. As he spoke, he turned his head to look, only to see Xiaohua stepping out from the crowd and cupping his hands. That Yu Tong naturally also saw him, but his expression didn't change. He just looked on indifferently. "Who are you? What do you want to ask?" The Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense swept over and asked very indifferently. "This junior is a loose cultivator, Xiaohua. There's something that I don't understand." Xiaohua bowed again and asked, "When this junior was participating in the selection, I met a Foundation establishment senior. This senior snatched the robin birds that this junior had already obtained." There was such a thing. That Foundation establishment cultivator glanced at Ijie, then turned his head and asked Xiaohua again, "Then what about the Foundation establishment cultivator?" This junior doesn't know. I still need to ask fellow Taoist Yu Tong." Xiaohua pointed at Yu Tong and said. Reporting to senior. Yu Tong stepped forward and said with a smile, "This Xiaohua is purely talking nonsense." I snatched the robin birds from his hands. Because I was merciful, I didn't take his life. He came here first and slandered me, wanting to make trouble without reason. "And Xiaohua, I ask you, how did you catch this robin bird? The Foundation establishment cultivator asked. This junior snatched it from the hands of Cheng Ming and Le Chongqi. Xiaohua said truthfully. Apart from you and Yutong, the other cultivators are all at the 5th level of qi refining and above. What ability do you have to be able to snatch the robin birds from their hands? I don't believe your words. The Foundation establishment cultivator said coldly. Even if Cheng Ming and Le Chongqi perished together, and you took advantage of them, Yutong is also at the 4th level of qi refining like you. Yutong is at the late stage of the 4th level of qi refining, so it's normal for him to be able to snatch the robin birds from your hands. What's more? At the side, Yijie said coldly, my Huanhua sect's disciple selection only restricts the participation of cultivators at the 4th level of qi refining and above. It doesn't say that Foundation establishment cultivators can't participate. If fellow Daoist Xiao wants to climb up to others, he should first think it over clearly. Xiao Hua's pupils constricted slightly as he gritted his teeth slightly, and he stared at Yutong as he spoke word by word. Since fellow Daoist Yu was able to seize the robin from Junior's hands, then his cultivation is surely higher than Junior's. Junior wants to compete with fellow Daoist Yu once more to see whose methods are more formidable. Absurd. The Foundation establishment cultivator slapped the jade table beside him and scolded. Do you think my Huanhua sect's disciple selection is child's play? If it's as you say, then all the cultivators in the main hall can make up excuses to compete with Yutong. They're all at the 5th level of qi refining and above, so how can Yutong be their match? Then what was my Huanhua sect's previous disciple selection? This junior. Xiaohua was anxious, but he didn't know what to do. AI, forget it. The Foundation establishment cultivator sighed deeply and sat down. He said, seeing that you're eager to pursue the Tao, you're also very clever. I still lack a servant boy to tend the fire. If you're willing, I will be lenient and treat it as the selection for next year's disciple selection in advance. You can do that? The eyes of the several dozen children of aristocratic families next to him were filled with envy. This servant boy to tend the fire was admittedly an errand boy, but after all, he could approach the art of pill concocting and medicinal pills. In the future, his fated chances would also be extremely great. He could be considered a top-notch opportunity among the errand boys recruited by the Huanhua sect. Chapter 1424. A fire burner? Xiaohua's heart stirred. Wasn't this the chance he wanted? Still not agreeing? The female disciple who hadn't spoken until now sneered. It's rare for martial uncle to be so merciful. Still not kowtowing and thanking him? However, just as everyone was somewhat jealous and Kai Zhuoxia was secretly happy for Xiaohua sneered. Junior came to the rinsing flower sect to seek fairness. Junior relied on my own ability, risked my life, and obtained the robin according to your honorable sect's request. But, unexpectedly, in your honorable sect's back mountain, in front of everyone's eyes, the big bullied the small, using your honorable sect's reputation as the gambling stake. This is something I find shameful. I was robbed of my identity as a cultivation-imparting disciple, not an insignificant fire burner. Since Senior can't uphold justice for Junior and give I a chance to pass the selection, then Junior doesn't need to be a fire burner. Junior was rude. Junior will take his leave first. Xiaohua bowed and saluted, turning around and leaving the main hall. He left behind several dozen children of influential families standing in the main hall. All of them looked at each other, their eyes brimming with amazement and confusion. Everyone had the same thought. Is this still a 4th-level qi condensation loose cultivator? Looking at the other jade token, which was also a 4th-level qi condensation cultivator, everyone had an unimaginable feeling in their hearts. Could it be, today, is an auspicious day for 4th-level qi condensation cultivators? Rude child. The female disciple flew into a rage and pointed her finger. How can my rinsing flower sect's fairness be decided by your words alone? My rinsing flower sect is actually something you can come and go as you please? On the platform, the foundation building cultivator's face was also gloomy, causing Kai Zhuoxia's heart to be raised high as she watched from the side. She clearly understood in her heart that to Xiaohua, what he lacked was an opportunity to become a disciple of a famous sect. As long as he had this opportunity, Xiaohua could definitely soar to the heavens. Even if a shameful scene really did happen in the rinsing flower sect's back mountain just now, this fire burner, was still a disciple of the Rinsing Flower sect, after all, so Xiaohua should have the opportunity to distinguish himself. Kai Zhuxia didn't know why Xiaohua was making such an excuse. The foundation-building cultivator slammed his hand on the jade table next to him and stood up from the futon. He pointed his finger and said, "That brat you," seeing that the foundation establishment cultivator was about to get angry. A young disciple quickly ran into the hall. He was holding something in his hand and had a strange expression on his face. As he ran, he shouted, "Martial Uncle Lu, Martial Uncle Lu. The good fate token has appeared. The 99th good fate token has appeared." The foundation-building cultivator originally stood up in anger, wanting to vent his anger on Xiaohua. However, when he saw the young disciple rushing in and heard the disciples shout, the anger on his face had long disappeared. In an instant, it turned into astonishment and joy. As he flew down from the platform, he said in disbelief, "Yiming, really, has a good fate tablet? Good fate card?" At this moment, Xiaohua had already walked to the entrance of the hall. He saw the young disciple brushing past him and heard the disciples shout. He slightly stopped and immediately saw that the foundation establishment cultivator's attention was focused on the so-called good fate token. His heart immediately relaxed and his feet didn't seem to stop. He quickly walked out of the hall. When the young disciple of the Huanhua sect, who was holding something, saw the foundation establishment cultivator fly down, he also stopped and pushed the thing in his hand forward. He had a smile on his face as he said, "Martial Uncle Lu, this disciple has examined it several times. If it wasn't for this disciple usually dabbling in all kinds of things in the library, it would absolutely be impossible for this disciple to be the first to see that this is the long-lost good fate token." That young disciple was standing not far from Kai Zhuxia. When Kai Zhuxia saw the thing in the disciple's hand clearly, a buzzing sound suddenly rang in her mind. Her mind immediately went blank. Her entire body was like a clay figurine, unable to move even a little bit. Good fate token. Good fate token. This is the legendary good fate token. Only a voice continuously shouted in Kai Zhuxia's heart, I actually also have a good fate token from the Huanhua sect." The thing in the young disciple's hand was a palm-sized token. On the token, there were several clusters of bamboo that were vivid and lifelike, as if they were about to dance on the token. It was exactly the same as the token that Xiaohua gave to Kai Zhuxia in Qing Fengmin's storage pouch. "Let me see." The foundation establishment cultivator landed in front of the young disciple and reached out his hand to take the token. He used his divine sense to scan it several times, and then used his eyes to look at it again and again. He slightly nodded. "This is indeed the legendary good fate token." "That's right, Yiming. Who is the one holding the good fate token? What is his request?" "Martial Uncle Lu, the one holding the good fate token, is a boy about 10 years old. His request isn't high. He just wants to enter our Huanhua sect and worship a grandmaster above the gold core stage as his master." Yiming smiled and said, "However, this boy's cultivation is around the 3rd layer of the qi refining stage. It seems his foundation isn't bad. All right, you go and bring him here. I will bring him to see the sect master." The foundation establishment cultivator waved his hand and said, "The remaining 2 good fate tokens are a thorn in the sect master's heart. He's afraid that the holder of the good fate tokens will make a difficult request. After hearing this news today, he'll definitely be very happy." "Yes, I'll go out now." Yiming cupped his hands and walked down. Martial Uncle Lu, Yi Jie, who was next to him, interrupted at this time and asked, "That little itinerant cultivator just now." Martial Uncle Lu was in a good mood at this time. Looking at the cultivators around him, he waved his hand and said, "This kind of uncultured person really doesn't know etiquette. He's only fit to be an itinerant cultivator for the rest of his life. Why should we lower ourselves to his level?" "But," Yi Jie opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. Who dares to believe the words of an itinerant cultivator? Even if he said it, who would dare to listen? Besides, does he dare to say it? Martial Uncle Lu knew what Yi Jie wanted to say. He sneered and looked at the cultivators in the main hall again, saying, "On the contrary, these disciples of aristocratic families need to be reminded. Don't spread the nonsense of others blindly." "Yes, I understand." Yi Jie nodded and said, "All right, you can bring these disciples of aristocratic families who didn't pass the selection down. I'll wait for Yiming to bring that boy here. Then, I'll bring him and Yutong to the inner hall together." Martial Uncle Lu waved his hand and said, When Ijia turned around, Martial Uncle Lu transmitted his voice again. Send a disciple out to take a look. If that itinerant cultivator hasn't gone far. Ijia nodded slightly and asked the disciples of aristocratic families to leave the main hall. Kai Zhuoxiao walked at the back in a daze. She walked and stopped, as if her heart was full of hesitation. It wasn't until she was almost out of the main hall that she turned her head. Her eyes showed a trace of determination. She quickened her pace and caught up with the cultivator in front of her. Xiaohua walked out of the main hall. He cried out in his heart that he was lucky. Soon after, he asked the boy outside the hall and hurriedly went to the guest pavilion. Inside the guest pavilion, there were 2 cultivators standing there. One was an old man with white hair and beard. Like Xiaohua, his cultivation was at the 4th layer of qi refining. Next to him was a boy with bright eyes and white teeth. He looked very delicate and pretty. When the boy and the old man heard the footsteps, their faces showed joy. But when they saw Xiaohua's age and cultivation, they couldn't help but be stunned. Xiaohua knew these 2 were the cultivators who took out the good fate card. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing the vigilance in their eyes, Xiaohua didn't go up and ask for trouble. He hurriedly walked past them and left the guest pavilion. He urged his transcendence energy and flew into the air. Looking at the direction, he first slowed down. After flying for a while, he pushed his transcendence energy to the limit. After flying for about 10 li, he changed directions again and flew in the direction he and Kai Zhuoxia came from. He found a mountain peak and a cave, then went in. Sure enough, not long after, several disciples around the 8th layer of qi refining flew out of the guest pavilion and chased after Xiaohua. Several hours later, when the sky was dark, dozens of aristocratic family disciples came out of the guest pavilion under the lead of Ijie and another female disciple. The dozens of disciples' faces were filled with disappointment and joy. They all cupped their hands and saluted the Huanhua sect disciples, then flew in different directions. Kai Zhuoxia was among them. There were also several female cultivators beside Kai Zhuoxia. After flying for several li, Kai Zhuoxia bid farewell to those female cultivators and flew in another direction. Then, she landed on the foothills of a mountain and waited for a long time. Seeing that no one was following them, she found a cave and began to meditate. The night gradually deepened. Xiaohua sat cross-legged inside the cave. Moonstones were embedded all around the cave. In front of him, there were 2 identical bells, and there was also that black iron needle floating in the air. Xiaohua frowned. While looking at the small book in his hand, he formed different hand seals and sent them towards the black iron needle in the air. The black iron needle was originally quietly floating, but as Xiaohua sent out the hand seals, the black iron needle suddenly trembled. It violently shook up and down. It didn't listen to Xiaohua's hand seals at all. Why is this? Xiaohua looked at the small book and muttered to himself in astonishment. This hand seal isn't bad. Moreover, this black iron needle seems to be controlled by Foundation Establishment cultivators or peak qi refinement cultivators with divine sense. Lu Chongqi is in the 5th layer of qi refinement. How can he use it freely? I'm afraid there are some tricks. As Xiaohua thought about it, he flipped through the entire booklet, but didn't find anything else. Then, with a wave of his hand, he put the booklet into the space and took out Lu Chongqi's storage pouch. Xiaohua only took out the booklet from the storage pouch. He didn't touch anything else. I didn't expect that a loose cultivator like Lu Chongqi would have a lot of medicinal pills and spirit stones. There's even a Qing-Yi pill. The heavens are really helping me. Xiaohua was very happy and put all these things into his space. Finally, Xiaohua took out a dark red book from his storage pouch. This book was smaller and thinner than the small book from before. Could it be some kind of cultivation technique? Xiaohua opened the booklet as he thought about it. When he finished reading the contents, he couldn't help but feel enlightened. No wonder. Lu Chongqi can move the black iron needles without relying on his spiritual sense, so the secret lies here. Chapter 1425. After reading the contents of the booklet, Xiaohua sighed and said, I'm really ignorant. I always thought that dripping blood to recognize a master was a method used by cultivators above the Foundation Establishment stage to use magic treasures. I didn't think that someone could actually open up a new path and create such a technique to use on magic treasures. Moreover, after successfully practicing this technique, one can actually freely control magic treasures like black iron needles. No wonder. Lu Chongqi, a loose cultivator, dared to cooperate with Cheng Ming. This move of his is really powerful. Hee. Although I didn't become a disciple of the Huanhua sect this time, I was able to obtain such a strange technique. There's also the Cheng family's soul-absorbing bell. This trip was not in vain. Xiaohua thought. He put the booklet in his hand into the space and closed his eyes to meditate for a moment. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a drop of blood was forced out from his fingertip and floated in the air. Xiaohua's eyes were not open. He stretched out both hands and activated all the magic power in his body. Different techniques were sent into the drop of blood one after another. That drop of blood gradually boiled. In the end, it was actually elongated. Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the drop of blood flew forward and landed on the black iron needle in the air, wrapping around the black iron needle. The black iron needle seemed to have a mind of its own as it violently trembled in the air. Xiaohua did not mind at all. His hands moved again and hit the black iron needle. Along with the dripping of sweat from Xiaohua's forehead, the blood gradually seeped into the black iron needle. The black iron needle also slowly calmed down. After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua shouted in a low voice, "Quick!" The black iron needle shook again, and another layer of black blood seeped out from inside. Xiaohua knew that this was the drop of blood that Lu Chongqi used to refine the black iron needle. He opened his mouth and blew. The black blood condensed into a drop and dripped down from the black iron needle. It fell to the ground and disappeared. Soon after, Xiaohua used the technique to control the black iron needle. The black iron needle was no longer the least bit cryptic. Following the technique in Xiaohua's hands, it nimbly shuttled back and forth in the cave like a fish. "Go!" Xiaohua shouted. The black iron needle quickly rushed into the stone wall, as if it was piercing tofu. It went straight several feet deep. Soon after, Xiaohua hooked his finger and the black iron needle flew back. My goodness, this thing is really not an ordinary kind of powerful. Xiaohua smiled until his eyes curved into a thin crescent moon. I don't know if I can control the black iron needles with my blurry senses that are similar to divine thoughts. It's a pity that I don't have a way to use my divine sense. Otherwise, I could give it a try. Xiaohua thought of his perception of his surroundings. After familiarizing himself with the black iron needle, Xiaohua puts it into his space. Looking at the soul-absorbing bell on the ground, he smiles. I wonder if Cheng Ming's storage pouch has a soul-absorbing talisman. If it does, it can be used together with the soul-absorbing bell. It's a very difficult weapon to guard against. Thinking of this, Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and put the soul-absorbing bell into his space. Then, he took out Cheng Ming's storage pouch. Cheng Ming's storage pouch was obviously richer than Lu Chongqi's. Not only were there marrow-cleansing pills and other medicinal pills, but there were also several pieces of top-grade spirit stones. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that there was also a large pile of strange-looking yellow talismans and a few booklets. Could it be that there's a basic cultivation method? Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly flipped through the booklets. Unfortunately, these booklets were all related to something called soul incantation, and it was far from the cultivation technique he was cultivating. AI, why is it so difficult to find a cultivation method? Xiaohua muttered. He threw all these things into his space, leaving only one booklet for him to read carefully. This. Why is the Cheng family's magic so strange? There are actually soul-refining, soul-capturing, and soul-scattering techniques in the booklet. This soul incantation seems to be. The talisman in the booklet is somewhat similar? Xiaohua had already read a lot of the booklets in Jinghua City. He had a simple understanding of the so-called talisman. Now that he saw the soul incantation, he couldn't help but compare the two. After looking at the booklet for a long time, it was already late at night. Xiaohua took out a clear ripple pill and swallowed it, cultivating the basic cultivation method of raising fire to burn the heavens. The next morning, Xiaohua came out of the cave. He took out Kai Zhuoxia's summoning talisman and urged it with his magic power. The summoning talisman turned into a scarlet light and flew out. Xiaohua looked in the direction it came from and saw that it wasn't the direction of the Huanhua sect. He was relieved. In less than an hour, Kai Zhuoxia flew over. When she saw Xiaohua, she didn't cup her hands to greet him. She only gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Fellow Taoist Xiao. You have great courage and spirit." When Xiaohua heard this, he smiled wryly and waved his hand repeatedly. "Please excuse me, fellow Taoist Kai. If it wasn't for yesterday, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to walk out of the Huanhua sect. Kai Zhuoxiao was stunned. She then heard Xiaohua explain, My cultivation is still not deep enough. My shrewdness is too shallow. I shouldn't have told the Huanhua sect disciples that a foundation-building cultivator appeared in the mountain behind the Huanhua sect. Fellow Taoist Xiao means? Kai Zhuoxiao suddenly realized and asked. Exactly. Xiaohua nodded. That young cultivator called Yutong said at the back of the mountain why the Huanhua sect set the qualifications to cultivate at the 4th layer of the aura refining realm and above. It's because he's at the 4th layer of the aura refining realm. So that's how it is. Kai Zhuoxiao looked pensive, but she soon became somewhat puzzled. The Huanhua sect accepting disciples is their own business. It doesn't matter who they accept. Why make it so complicated? Xiaohua spread his hands and smiled wryly. I also don't know about this. However, looking at that martial Uncle Lu's appearance, he seems to know about this matter. If I hadn't pretended to be angry and left the main hall, I'm afraid I would have been their servant for the rest of my life. Fellow Taoist Xiao, aren't you afraid of that foundation building senior? I'm afraid, but I thought that since there are so many children of influential families in the main hall, he shouldn't make a move too obviously. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean there's something fishy going on inside? Xiaohua smiled and said, but it seems that if some good fate card hadn't appeared, I's good or bad luck would have been hard to predict. Oh, right, what's a good fate card? What's its use? Kai Zhuoxiao's expression was strange. She stared at Xiaohua for a long time and asked, Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't know? Me? Should I know? Xiaohua asked very strangely. Oh, since fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know, I will tell fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuoxiao hurriedly put away her gaff and explained, Legend has it that several large cultivation sects in the country received the favor of some seniors when they were building their sections. In order to express their gratitude and repay these seniors, these sects created some good fate cards and gave them to these seniors. They also swore in the name of their sects that as long as these seniors or their descendants came to the sect with a good fate card, these sects would agree to a request that wasn't too excessive. Ah, that good. Xiaohua was dumbstruck. He smacked his lips and said, if I had such a good fate card, wouldn't I be able to directly enter the Huanhua sect as a disciple? Oh, this request isn't too excessive, right? Kai Zhuoxiao pursed her lips and said, it's not excessive. Yesterday, that boy requested to enter the Huanhua sect with a gold core stage cultivator as his master. Gold core stage? Isn't that excessive? Xiaohua said with great admiration. It's just an apprenticeship. What's there to be excessive about? Kai Zhuoxiao said with a smile. I remember that several hundred years ago, there was a cultivator who held a good fate card and asked Xuanyan's school to help him destroy a sect. Ah, this really happened? And of course. However, that sect wasn't too big. Moreover, that cultivator's entire sect was wiped out. That cultivator saw that he had no hope of revenge, so he asked Xuanyan's school for help. When Xiaohua heard this, his heart burned with passion. If he had a good fate card, maybe he could ask Huanhua sect to destroy 100 Herbs Gate. He just didn't know if 100 Herbs Gate was considered a large sect in the eyes of Huanhua sect. Also, why did that foundation establishment cultivator's expression change so much when he saw the good fate card? He didn't even care about I anymore? Xiaohua asked again. This good fate card is only a legend. Because the seniors that each sect wanted to thank were different, the number of good fate cards they sent out was also different. For example, Xuanyan School and Chiqiao sect only sent out a dozen or so they took them back long ago. As for Huanhua sect, it's said that they sent out a total of 100 good fate cards. It's said that they've already taken back 98 good fate cards. Yesterday's good fate card was the 99th good fate card. Once that heavenly child enters Huanhua sect, they'll only be left with the last one. Oh, I understand. If this thing isn't taken back, their sect leader will probably be worried all day long. If by any chance an extremely difficult request is made, they'll probably be helpless, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. That's exactly the case. Afterwards, Kai Zhuoxiao didn't seem to want to talk about the good fate card anymore. She asked again, Fellow Taoist Xiao, Kai Yuxia, what's going on? Can you tell I now? And it's simple. Xiaohua nodded and told her everything that happened. He said with a smile, Kai Yuxia and the others must have misunderstood and wanted to kill I to destroy your Liang Kai family's strength, right? Alas, that's exactly the case. Kai Zhuoxia nodded with a gloomy expression. In order to maintain their Kai family's orthodoxy, Qingyang Kai family has always used methods of suppressing branch bloodlines like mine. If I entered Huanhua sect, it would definitely have a huge impact on Qingyang Kai family. That's why they were so ruthless. I knew this, that's why I deliberately avoided them. I've implicated fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua shook his head. I's fine, but yesterday's matter should have affected Liang Kai family, right? It shouldn't be. After all, fellow Taoist Xiao has nothing to do with my Kai family. Kai Zhuoxia shook her head. And that's good, Xiaohua said with a smile. Then he asked again, fellow Taoist Kai, where are you going to travel next? Kai Zhuoxia said with a smile, the opportunity to enter Huanhua sect is gone, and there's still more than half a year to wait for Xuanyan's embryonic breathing pill. I've been away from home for a long time, so I want to take advantage of this free time to go back and take a look. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you have time to return to Liang with I? Hearing Kai Zhuoxia say that she wanted to return to Liang Kai family, Xiaohua was stunned. He scratched his head and said, I followed fellow Taoist Kai to 1,000 Feet Peak and Qiming Mountain Range and gained many benefits. I originally wanted to repay fellow Taoist Kai by asking fellow Taoist to come with me to a place where I can obtain fire essence flame crystals. Since that's the case, I can only go by myself. Chapter 1426. Fire Essence Flame Crystal? Kai Zhuoxia's face lit up when she heard this. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't even know what a fire essence flame crystal is? How do you know where to find such a precious spirit stone? Haha, the name I know isn't fire essence flame crystal, but fire essence. Only after hearing fellow Taoist Kai's description did I know that it was fire essence flame crystal. Xiaohua said, in that case, the place fellow Taoist Xiao knows. I'm afraid it's extremely hidden? Exactly. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and roughly described the location of that place. Kai Zhuoxia frowned and shook her head. The place fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned seems to be Flame Forest Swamp. But Flame Forest Swamp doesn't have a place like the one fellow Taoist described, and it doesn't have the name fellow Taoist mentioned. Xiaohua smiled. Of course, even the name of the fire essence flame crystal is different, so the location is naturally different. However, since fellow Taoist Kai doesn't want to go, then just tell I the location of Flame Forest Swamp in detail. When I get the fire essence flame crystal, I'll go to Liang's Kai family to find fellow Taoist, and then we'll go to Xuanyan school together. Then, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuoxia said embarrassedly. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I can only let fellow Taoist Xiao go alone. No matter, I also want to see Fairy Hongxia. When I return from Flame Forest Swamp, I'll go pay a visit to Sister Hongxia. Xiaohua smiled. Then I and my sister will wait for you at home. Kai Zhuoxia cupped her hands and smiled, clearly explaining the location of the Flame Forest Marsh and how to get there. After Xiaohua memorized it, she reminded him, fellow Taoist Xiao, the Flame Forest Marsh is no small matter. It's a place even more dangerous than the Sobbing Meng Mountains. We haven't even entered the Sobbing Meng Mountains, and we've only been in the periphery, yet we've already encountered a lot of trouble. There's no need to even mention the Flame Forest Marsh. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. But if we don't go, where will we get the fire essence flame crystal? If we can't get it, then we can't get it. Let's get the foundation breathing pill first. I am still somewhat different from fellow Taoist Kai. Fellow Taoist Kai has his family's cultivation method to practice, but I don't have any cultivation method. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. According to that Zhuoqing Yuan's meaning, if we have enough fire essence flame crystals, the Xuanyan Church will give I a pleasant surprise. To I, what is a pleasant surprise? That was a cultivation method. Even if it was a 6th or 7th layer or a refining cultivation method, it wouldn't be much to Xuanyan school, but I was precisely lacking it. This Flame Forest Swamp. I must go and take a look. Kai Zhuoxia was speechless. She sighed and cupped her hands. Then, I wish fellow Taoist Xiao a smooth trip. I await fellow Taoist Zhao's arrival in Liang. All right, fellow Taoist Kai, farewell. Xiaohua cupped his hands and bid farewell to Kai Zhuoxia, then flew up into the air. He activated the flight talisman and flew in the direction of the Flame Forest Swamp. However, just as Xiaohua flew up, he saw Kai Zhuoxia hesitating behind him. She immediately urged her magic power to chase after him and shouted, fellow Taoist Xiao. Eh? Fellow Taoist Kai, is there anything else? Xiaohua had already flown quite far in an instant. When he heard Kai Zhuoxia's shout, he was very flabbergasted and stopped. He looked at the smile on Kai Zhuoxia's face and asked in amazement. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao has accompanied I to 2 places. This flame forest swamp is the first time fellow Taoist Xiao has mentioned going. How can I refuse fellow Taoists' kind intentions? I will risk my life to accompany fellow Taoists this once. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he heard this. He laughed and said, We're only going to look for fire essence flame crystals. How could we be risking our lives? Fellow Taoist Kai said that I was scared in my heart. Let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuoxia pursed her lips and smiled. She led Xiaohua and flew in another direction. Fellow Taoist Kai, isn't this direction wrong? Xiaohua was somewhat confused. Kai Zhuoxia shook her head and said, The direction I told fellow Taoist Xiao before is to fly directly. I'm afraid it'll take more than 2 months. It's really a delay. The closest city to here is Yenyuan City. There's a teleportation formation there that directly passes through Shihuang Town. Shihuang Town is only 10 days away from Flame Forest Swamp. I also need 10 days to reach Yenyuan City. I also need to go to Yenyuan City to return to Luyang. This calculation can be considered convenient. Why don't I accompany fellow Taoist Xiao to Flame Forest Swamp? After returning from Flame Forest Swamp, it won't be too late for I to return to Luyang. Xiaohua scratched his head and said very awkwardly, Many thanks for fellow Taoist Kai's guidance. I haven't used a teleportation formation yet, so I didn't even think in that direction. If it weren't for fellow Taoist Kai, I would have to fly these 2 months. I was also careless. Kai Zhuoxia covered her mouth and said, When fellow Taoist Xiao was asking for directions, he also didn't hesitate to tell me the direct route. If I hadn't suddenly thought of it before flying, I would have really troubled fellow Taoist Xiao. With that, Kai Zhuoxia led Xiaohua in the direction of Yenyuan City. They flew for more than 10 days. During this time, Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia were not in a hurry. During the day, they flew slowly with the speed of a 5th-level qi refining cultivator. At night, Xiaohua was still diligently cultivating. Xiaohua obtained a lot of medicinal pills from Cheng Ming and Le Chongqi. In these 10 days, he consumed a lot of them. Kai Zhuoxia saw Xiaohua's cultivation increase little by little. When they arrived near Yenyuan City, Kai Zhuoxia couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao. I want to ask, what kind of cultivation technique is fellow Taoist cultivating? It actually allowed fellow Taoist to increase his cultivation from the early 4th layer qi refining stage by quite a bit in just 10 days. Then she felt that it was inappropriate and explained, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't think too much. I just feel that the growth of cultivation is based on the understanding of the realm. If you blindly focus on increasing your magic power, I'm afraid you're neglecting the fundamentals and seeking the end of the road. It's not good for fellow Taoist Xiao's future development. Xiaohua smiled and took out the cultivation technique, raising fire to the heavens, and said, This poor Taoist currently only has this cultivation technique, and only the first 5 layers. This poor Taoist can't see what's so special about this cultivation technique. Fellow Taoist Kai, if you're interested, there's no harm in picking it up and taking a look. Kai Zhuoxia didn't expect Xiaohua to take out the cultivation technique so quickly. She was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, she took it and said, No matter what, I have seen my Kai clan's 10th layer qi refining cultivation technique. Let's compare it and see if there's anything strange about it. As she spoke, she generously flipped through the cultivation technique. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Kai Zhuoxia finished reading it and handed it back to Xiaohua. Then she lowered her head and pondered. After a while, she raised her head and said, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. This cultivation technique is very crude. Its profoundness is far inferior to my Kai clan's cultivation technique. This poor Taoist knows this. Even this cultivation technique was obtained with great difficulty by this poor Taoist. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Fellow Taoist Kai, just tell me if there's anything wrong with it. It's not that there's anything wrong with it. This cultivation technique is very simple and ordinary. I can't see anything wrong with it. Kai Zhuoxia shook her head and said, however, from the perspective of this cultivation technique, it's impossible for fellow Taoist Xiao to improve so much every day. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't say anything. Fellow Taoist, Xiao used such an inferior cultivation technique to advance so quickly. I'm afraid you've lost your steady path. If your magic power suddenly increases without reaching your realm, I'm afraid you'll suffer a backlash from your magic power, and your Tao foundation will be damaged. Moreover, Senior, Li actually said that every layer of the 12th layer of qi refining has a bottleneck. Ordinary cultivators are afraid of this bottleneck, but in the eyes of the true disciples of famous sects, this bottleneck is instead a process of checking and perfecting this layer of cultivation. It's absolutely impossible to force a breakthrough. The longer you stay at this bottleneck, the more perfected this layer of cultivation will be. Only when this bottleneck is naturally passed and you enter the next layer of cultivation will you be able to go further in the future. Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you see Senior Li? He was tempted by the temptation of entering the foundation-building realm and only suppressed his cultivation at the peak of the qi refining realm. If it weren't for the matter of 1,000 feet peak, I'm afraid Senior Li would have stayed there for a long time, right? Check. Perfected? When Xiaohua heard this explanation, his brows furrowed tightly. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Xiao, from the first layer of qi refining to the early 4th layer of qi refining now, it seems you broke through the bottleneck by force. Especially the bottleneck from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of qi refining. You broke through it right in front of I. To tell the truth, I was really shocked. This kind of speed, even my younger sister can't catch up to you. Seeing Xiaohua frown, Kaizhuxia hurriedly explained, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that fellow Taoist Zhao's aptitude isn't good enough. Alas, it's also not that fellow Taoist Zhao's aptitude isn't good enough. Kaizhuxia didn't know how to explain and only said, I also had the same idea as fellow Taoist Xiao at that time. I only wanted to quickly advance my cultivation and practice my Kai clan's cultivation technique to the highest level. But after hearing Senior Li's words, I realized that compared to a cultivation sect, not only cultivation techniques, even the details are far inferior. Therefore, seeing fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation advancing so quickly, I was afraid that fellow Taoist Xiao would repeat I's mistakes, so I said it. After saying this, Kaizhuxia let out a long breath. Xiaohua scratched his head and cupped his hands, saying, Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Kai. To tell the truth, fellow Taoist doesn't know about this, and I also don't know. I heard about the bottleneck from the previous sect master, but when I was in Shang Huaming, not to mention the bottleneck, even my cultivation didn't increase at all. Now that I'm cultivating between each layer, it seems like there aren't any bottlenecks. When I cultivate, it's just like normal. As for what Senior Li said about understanding a lot during the bottleneck, I'm afraid that I will also have to be like Senior Li and use talismans to suppress it. How could Kaizhuxia believe him? She could only say in a low voice, the 4th layer of qi refining is the transition between the low and middle stages of qi refining. Fellow Taoist Xiao should be careful. Saying this, Kaizhuxia pointed with her finger and said, About 2 hours in front of us is Yenyuan City. We'll rest in Yenyuan City for a day, see if there's anything like that, buy some yellow talismans and medicinal pills, and then go to the legendary place. I'll listen to fellow Taoist Kai's instructions. Xiaohua didn't explain and cupped his hands. Chapter 1427. Inside Yenyuan City, people of all walks of life stood shoulder to shoulder. The streets were bustling with activity, and it was extremely lively. On both sides of the wide street, there were various shops with flags waving in the wind. Cultivators of different cultivation levels came and went like flowing water. Xiaohua looked at the completely different style of Jingbua City and couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought that Jingbua City was already extremely lively, but compared to Yenyuan City, it's still lacking by quite a bit. Kaizhuxia pursed her lips and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao is wrong. Jingbua City and Yenyuan City both have their own unique characteristics. Both are places that cultivators like us often visit. It's just that Jingbua City separates the high-level cultivators from the low-level cultivators. Fellow Taoist Xiao has only been to the west of the city and has never seen the bustle of the north of Jingbua City. Could it be that there are more high-level cultivators than low-level cultivators? Xiaohua asked curiously. I have also never been to the north of the city. Kaizhuxia shook her head and said, However, it's said that the 7 major cities of the country of Xi each have their own unique characteristics. None of them can be compared to other cities. Eh, 7 major cities? Jinghua City, Yenyuan City. What other cities are there? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to ask, he saw on the street not far away 3 tall horse-like spirit beasts stepping on faint clouds. Behind them, they were pulling a carriage carved with countless gorgeous runes. They were flying extremely quickly from afar. What are these things? Xiaohua looked at the carriage and the spirit beasts, then looked at the people on the street who were all avoiding them. He couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is a flying feather beast. It's a first-grade spirit beast with a strength around the 5th level of qi refinement. Kai Zhuoxia smiled and explained, this flying feather beast has the most docile temperament. Furthermore, it has great strength and can fly. Many cultivators have captured them and used them as carriages or mounts. I heard that some sects, such as the spirit husbandry sect, even raise these spirit beasts and sell them to the outside world. What an eye-opener, Xiaohua muttered. The flying feather beast simply flew past his eyes. Its 4 hooves didn't touch the ground at all. Every time it moved, faint lotus-like clouds would emerge from its hooves. The carriage pulled by the flying feather beast also didn't have any common wheels. It only had a frame that flickered with a faint light. Aside from the driver, a cultivator in the 7th layer of qi refining, there were 2 other cultivators sitting behind the carriage. One was a man and the other was a woman. Xiaohua couldn't see through the man's cultivation base, but the woman was in the 10th layer of qi refining. The female cultivator wasn't wearing a common Taoist robe. Instead, she was wearing a very flirtatious outfit. Her snow-white belly button and soft breasts were all exposed. Looking at the female cultivator's face, she was exceptionally beautiful. There was a myriad of flirtatious expressions between her brows. When her eyes wandered, it caused many male cultivators to salivate. The flying car flew past Xiaohua's eyes, and there was actually a faint fragrance left in the air. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuoxia's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ears. Oh, fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua suddenly woke up. He retracted his gaze from the flying car that was far away, and his face was slightly hot as he replied. Fellow Taoist Xiao, looking very envious? Kai Zhuoxia pursed her lips and smiled. Fellow Taoist Kai, please don't tease me. I have never seen a female cultivator dressed like this before. Xiaohua was actually quite honest and spoke the truth. Is that so? Kai Zhuoxia blinked her eyes and asked with some disbelief. I thought fellow Taoist was looking at that gold core cultivator. Xiaohua was at a loss for words. Of course, didn't Kai Zhuoxia ask the same question? Right, fellow Taoist Kai, this female cultivator seems different from ordinary female cultivators? Of course she's different. The corners of Kai Zhuoxia's mouth revealed an expression that was unknown whether it was a bitter smile or a mocking one. She said, this female cultivator is that gold core cultivator's concubine. Although her cultivation is profound, this cultivation was exchanged for being a cultivation furnace for that gold core cultivator. Concubine? Xiaohua was stunned, but soon understood. He said with a smile, so they were originally dual cultivation partners? Kai Zhuoxia slightly shook her head. Fellow Taoist Xiao is wrong. A concubine is a concubine. It's different from dual cultivation partners. Huh? Is there a difference? Xiaohua was greatly surprised and asked very casually. Kai Zhuoxia's face turned red, and she said in a low voice, this kind of thing. Seeing Kai Zhuoxia's shyness, Xiaohua came to a realization. His face immediately became hot, and he looked away. After a while, he heard Kai Zhuoxia say in a low voice, fellow Taoist Xiao, dual cultivation only exists when the difference in cultivation between male and female cultivators isn't big. If the difference in cultivation between the two is big, it's impossible to dual cultivate. Female cultivators can only be the male cultivator's concubine, or even a cultivation furnace for the male cultivator to increase his cultivation. When Xiaohua heard this, he suddenly thought of the matter between Kai Zhuoxia and Li Zongbao. He looked at Kai Zhuoxia again. At this time, the blush on her face had completely disappeared, and there was only hidden bitterness in her eyes. After becoming a male cultivator's concubine, admittedly, she can break through the bottleneck for a while and even set foot into the foundation-building realm, but her cultivation in this life can only stop here. Even after she grows old and her beauty declines, there will be even more pain. Xiaohua nodded silently and followed Kai Zhuoxia slowly walking on the side of the road. Of course, there are also many female cultivators who become concubines just for this period of pleasure. There are even some small cultivation groups that specialize in recruiting female cultivators and teaching them the Tao of charming dance and the art of the boudoir. They specialize in currying favor with female cultivators with profound cultivation bases. Kai Zhuoxia sighed for a long time, then said, "The female cultivator that fellow Taoist Xiao saw just now, if nothing unexpected happened, should be a disciple from the immortal beauty school." There's such a school? Xiaohua was greatly surprised. Of course. The world is so big that nothing is too strange. Cultivation techniques are hard to find. Cultivators without cultivation techniques, regardless of whether they're male or female, will try their best to find one. This is nothing. Kai Zhuoxia smiled bitterly. As the two of them walked, they arrived in front of an inn. Kai Zhuoxia took a look, then said with a smile, "There's no harm in us resting here today. Tomorrow, we'll go look for that EG place. How about it?" Xiaohua naturally didn't have any objections. Thereupon, the two of them paid the spirit stones and each found a room to stay in. Xiaohua stayed in the room for a while. He felt it was still early, so he got up and looked for Kai Zhuoxia, wanting to invite her to go out and take a look together. Kai Zhuoxia was currently in a melancholic mood, so how could she be in the mood to stroll around? Xiaohua had no choice but to leave the inn by himself. He asked the waiter for the direction of EG, and went there by himself. After Xiaohua left the inn, he walked along the street. Just as he walked a few steps, he saw a shop selling medicinal pills on the side of the road. Xiaohua's heart was moved, and he turned around to go inside. A shop assistant saw him coming in and greeted him with a smile. He asked, "Senior, what kind of medicinal pills do you want to buy?" Xiaohua looked left and right. This was a rather large shop. There were many flashes of brilliance on the surrounding walls. Under the wall, there was also a row of jade tables. There were many jade bottles placed on top of the tables. They were probably used to store medicinal pills. There were already 4 or 5 refinement cultivators in the shop, and each of them had a shop assistant accompanying them. "I want to see if there are any medicinal pills that can increase magic power, such as clear fragrance pills and the like. I wonder if your shop sells them." Xiaohua said straightforwardly. "Clear fragrance pills?" The shop assistant was slightly stunned. Then he immediately put on a smile and said, "Senior's eyes are indeed good. Yesterday, my humble shop just received a batch of cultivation increasing medicinal pills. Among them, there are clear fragrance pills. I wonder how many does Senior need?" "Huh, you really have them?" Xiaohua was overjoyed and quickly asked, "How many clear fragrance pills does your shop have?" "This. I wonder how many does Senior need?" The shop assistant asked with a smile. "The more the better, the more the better." Xiaohua rubbed his hands and smiled. He didn't expect that he would actually find clear fragrance pills in this unremarkable shop. "Great." The shop assistant clapped his hands, then bowed and said, "Senior, please follow I to the second floor. I will ask my shopkeeper to personally come." Following the shop assistant's direction, sure enough, in the corner of the shop, there was a staircase that led to the second floor. "Assistant, when did your shop have clear fragrance pills? Why didn't you tell I?" Just when Xiaohua was about to take a step, a sharp voice rang out. Xiaohua turned his head to look. It was a young female cultivator with curved eyebrows, slender eyes, and beautiful black clouds in her hair looking over here. She said very reproachfully, "Senior Xue, it's not that I don't want to say, it's that Senior didn't ask at all." The shop assistant turned his head and said. He seemed to be very familiar with this female cultivator. The female cultivator quickly walked over. Xiaohua calmly looked at her. That female cultivator wasn't wearing an ordinary Taoist robe, but rather a gorgeous dress. The light yellow robe was loosely covering her body, and her snow-white skin was dazzling under the contrast of the light yellow robe. Her chest was somewhat protruding, and as she walked, it slightly rippled. "I am Xue Xue. Fellow Taoist, you look very unfamiliar. I'm afraid you're not a cultivator from Yenyuan City, right?" The female cultivator walked in front of Xiaohua, cupped her hands in greeting, and asked very politely, "I am Xiaohua. I was passing by Yenyuan City and just happened to walk into this shop. Hee meeting his fate. Also, I am also looking for clear fragrance pills. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, I also want to go up and take a look." Xue Xue pursed her lips and smiled. Her red and moist lips were slightly curved, very tasteful. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Clear fragrance pills are from other people's shops. If fellow Taoist wants to take a look, then please take a look. However, clear fragrance pills. I'm afraid for fellow Taoist Xue, who is at the 8th level of qi refinement, won't have much effect?" Xue raised her eyebrows and said, "That's not necessarily true. If I buy the clear fragrance pills in a while, fellow Taoist mustn't say that I am bullying the weak." Xue's skin was like snow, and her features were like a painting. For a moment, Xiaohua really couldn't tell whether she was older or younger than him. He could only bitterly smile and said, "If it's just based on cultivation, I can call fellow Taoist senior. However, fellow Taoist, are you willing to call fellow Taoist old like I?" Hee. Xue pursed her lips and giggled. She said, "I didn't expect that. Fellow Taoist Xue looks so honest, but you're so glib-tongued. This penniless Taoist can't bear to snatch the qingyi pill from your hands." Chapter 1428. The second floor of this shop looked a little empty, but there were some scrolls on the walls and some spirit herbs everywhere. These decorations seemed to have taken a lot of effort. Although Xiaohua didn't understand, he could still see a trace of elegance. It was much more comfortable than the first floor that was purely selling things. After the shop assistant served some spirit fruits, he asked Xiaohua and Xue to sit on the few chairs on the second floor. He went straight up the stairs to the third floor. Xiaohua picked up a spirit fruit and put it in his mouth. He gently bit into it, and a juice full of the taste of wine flowed down his throat. Then, a kind of drunken feeling rushed into his mind. Xiaohua had never liked the taste of wine, and even more so, the feeling of drunkenness. He didn't expect this spirit fruit to be like this. He couldn't help but frown. He immediately mobilized his true qi, wanting to expel this disgusting feeling. Xue looked at him with interest. She also took this kind of spirit fruit, but she didn't put it in her mouth. Seeing Xiaohua frown and a trace of redness on his face, she said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is a heart intoxication fruit. It's the favorite of male cultivators. Fellow Taoist shouldn't use true qi to regulate his breathing. Otherwise, the feeling of drunkenness will be greatly reduced." The feeling of drunkenness. Xiaohua felt waves of faint in his mind. He bitterly smiled in his heart and said, "This feeling, what's so good about it?" However, this dizziness was also very light. It didn't seem to affect the circulation of true qi in Xiaohua's mind, and it wouldn't put him in a dangerous situation. A moment later, the dizziness suddenly disappeared, and an unprecedented comfort came from his brain. That comfort was like a tide that flowed down from the top of his head and quickly spread throughout his body. "Ah!" An instinctive groan came out from Xiaohua's mouth. As soon as this sound came out, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. But then, another seductive sound came from Xue's mouth. Xue's eyes were slightly closed, and her face was flushed. Her cherry-red lips were also slightly closed. She was obviously enjoying it. There's no mistake. When Xiaohua saw this, his little heart couldn't help but slightly jump. Even his mouth was a little dry. He smacked his lips and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, how do you feel?" Xue opened her somewhat blurred eyes. Her voice carried a moan as she asked faintly. Very good." Xiaohua trembled and hurriedly replied. "Fellow Taoist, you don't want to enjoy another one?" Xue asked again. Xiaohua was in a slightly sorry state. His conditioned reflex was to wave his hand, but just as he raised his hand, he saw a trace of craftiness in Xue's eyes. His heart stirred. He stretched out his hand, picked up a heart intoxication fruit, and said with a smile, "I am risking my life to accompany a beauty. If fellow Taoist Xue wants to eat, then I will also eat one." "Beauty?" Xue's eyes regained their clarity. She covered her mouth and laughed. "No one has called me that for many years. Fellow Taoist Xiao is truly different from the rest." "Really? I feel that it is precisely because fellow Taoist Xue is different that I am different." Xiaohua looked at the heart intoxication fruit in his hand and said with a smile. Ha. Xue laughed very straightforwardly and said, "Eating one heart intoxication fruit every day is the most suitable. If you eat too many, it will be detrimental to your Tao heart. I won't eat it. Fellow Taoist Xiao also doesn't need to risk his life." Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Xue." Xiaohua smiled and also put the heart intoxication fruit into the jade plate. Fellow Taoists, I've been waiting for a long time. At this moment, a somewhat aged voice came from the stairs. An old man about 50 years old, about the 10th level of qi refinement, walked down the stairs and cupped his hands in greeting. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue both stood up. Xue Xue returned the greeting and said, "Greetings, shopkeeper Lu. I came to the store several times, but I didn't see your figure." Hee. I am indebted to fellow Taoist Xue. I's body can't compare to fellow Taoists, but it's still all right. These past few days, there were some unforeseen events in the sect, so I left for a period of time. Shopkeeper Lu replied with a smile and turned to look at Xiao Hua, fellow Taoist Xiao. Thank you for patronizing my store. Could it be that your sect had a big unforeseen event? Otherwise, how could Shopkeeper Lu be gone for so long? Xue Xue asked casually. Hee, it's nothing much. It's just that one of the sect's alchemists was killed by a cultivator, and his storage bag was taken away. We lost some pills, that's all. Shopkeeper Lu obviously didn't want to say too much and only said, however, I also brought some pills that can increase one's cultivation when I return this time. Fellow Taoists, it just so happens that I will let you two fellow Taoists choose first. The rest will be sent to the auction the day after tomorrow. The auction? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised and thought to himself, there's also an auction in Yen Abyss City. Sure enough, when Xue Xue heard this, her eyes lit up and she smiled. That's the best. What kind of pills did Shopkeeper Lu bring back? If they're suitable, I can get some first. If Shopkeeper Lu sends them to the auction, the price will be hard to say. Hee, the key is that when it comes to the auction, these pills will be sold in batches and can't be sold separately. Fellow Taoist Xue and fellow Taoist Xiao will find it troublesome. As Shopkeeper Lu spoke, he clapped his hands and took out 4 jade bottles from his storage bag. He placed them on the jade table and smiled. These are the Peiyuan pill, marrow cleansing pill, clear ripple pill, and clean lotus pill. There are quite a few of them. Fellow Taoists, please take a look at them first. Fellow Taoist Xiao, or I first. Xue Xue glanced at Xiao Hua and smiled. Naturally, fellow Taoist Xue first? Xiao Hua smiled and said, in front of a beauty, I don't dare to be rude. Hee. Xue Xue seemed to like Xiao Hua's words very much. Her eyes moved and she said, then I won't be polite. Fellow Taoist, please. Xiao Hua raised his hand and said. Xue Xue looked at the quality first, so she naturally bid first. She also chose and bought the pills first. However, did Xiao Hua care about this? Of course not, because Xue Xue raised her hand and picked up the jade bottle containing the Peiyuan pill. Xue Xue poured out a Peiyuan pill. She carefully looked at it in front of her eyes, then put it to the tip of her nose and sniffed it. She then passed it to Xiao Hua and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, you should also take a look. Xiao Hua took it and carefully looked at it. This Peiyuan pill was one size bigger than the one Xiao Yuehong refined. It was very smooth and slightly greasy in his hand. Moreover, before he could put the Peiyuan pill to the tip of his nose, a strong medicinal fragrance assailed his nostrils. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly in his heart. Xiao Yuehong refined the Peiyuan pill before. Moreover, it was when Xiao Hua was guarding the furnace that Xiao Yuehong refined 24 Peiyuan pills in one furnace. Those Peiyuan pills were not very smooth. In fact, there were slight bumps and depressions that couldn't be seen clearly. If one looked at it forcefully, there seemed to be some dense talismans hidden within. Not only that Peiyuan pill had a faint medicinal fragrance, but that was only faint and not as strong as this Peiyuan pill. After comparing the two, Xiao Hua knew that the quality of this Peiyuan pill was far inferior to the one he took. Sure enough, in just a moment, Xue Xue had already looked at all 4 types of pills. She turned her head and asked with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you think of this Peiyuan pill? Does fellow Taoist like it? Xiao Hua smiled and put the Peiyuan pill into the jade bottle. He said, fellow Taoist Xue checked it first. Naturally, fellow Taoist Xue asked first. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is so polite, I won't be polite. Xue Xue nodded and then asked Shopkeeper Lu, may I know the price of this Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill? Fellow Taoist Xue is a frequent customer of my store. I won't deceive fellow Taoist. This Peiyuan pill costs 1 high-grade spirit stone. Hiss. Xiao Hua didn't wait for Shopkeeper Lu to finish and unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. What, does fellow Taoist Xiao think it's too expensive? Shopkeeper Lu noticed and turned his head with a smile. This cultivation increasing pill is not common in my humble store. Generally, it is used by my sect's disciples. The pills that fellow Taoists saw were taken out by my sect as a last resort. This one high-grade spirit stone is only because you two fellow Taoists were fated to come across it. If it was the auction the day after tomorrow, you definitely wouldn't know the price. Shopkeeper Lu, what about the marrow cleansing pill? Shue's expression didn't change as she pointed her finger and asked. Oh, the marrow cleansing pill is naturally cheaper. 20 mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. Xiaohua was speechless. He had bought this baptizing marrow dan in Jinghua City's e-market, and he had also bought it at the Wind Station's e-market. However, he had only bought it for 5 or 10 spirit stones. Here, the price had doubled. And, although the price is a bit expensive, it is still a cultivation increasing pill after all. It is understandable. Shui didn't ask about the price of the clear fragrance pill and clean lotus pill. She lowered her head and pondered for a while before saying, however, Shopkeeper Lu's pills are still lacking in quality. It seems that the main ingredients for refining the pills are not too old. Fellow Taoist Shui is right. Nowadays, it is really difficult to find old ingredients. Although there is a price on the e-market, there is no supply. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice, let alone refine pills. Shopkeeper Lu smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. 60 mid-grade spirit stones. I will buy 10 Peiyuan pill. Shui narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, if possible, I will also buy 20 marrow cleansing pills. This fellow Taoist Shui is really making things difficult for me. 60 mid-grade spirit stones is a bit too little. If fellow Taoist Shui offers 80 mid-grade spirit stones, I will also reduce the price of the marrow cleansing pill to 12 mid-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Shopkeeper Lu said unhurriedly. And great. Shui clapped her hands and said with a smile, I will do as Shopkeeper Lu says. Then he took out 11 high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them over. He smiled and said, don't bother looking for the 60 mid-grade spirit stones. Just give me a foundation elixir, and I'll take it. Ah! Xiaohua was stunned. He began to calculate the relationship between the spirit stones and the pill in his mind. Who would have thought that Shopkeeper Lu had already laughed and said, fellow Taoist Shui is really interesting. I already knew about fellow Taoist Shui's habit. Even if I didn't say it, I would have given fellow Taoist Shui an extra Peiyuan pill. Chapter 1429. There's such a thing. Xiaohua looked at the two of them handing over spirit stones in one hand and taking pills in the other. He felt a bit awkward in his heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao, it's your turn. See which pills are suitable for you? Shui asked with a smile after putting away the pills. My cultivation is shallow. I'm afraid I won't be able to use the Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. What's the price of the Qingyi pill and clean lotus pill? Xiaohua's gaze didn't even look at the Peiyuan dan. He only picked up the bottle of Qingyi dan and poured one out. When he saw the Qingyi dan, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This Qingyi dan was exactly the same as the Qingyi dan he had taken in the beginning. No matter if it was the size or shape, or the rich medicinal fragrance, it was all the same. Could it be? Xiaohua's heart moved, as if he thought of something. What? Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao thinks the quality of this Qingyi pill isn't good? Shopkeeper Lu saw Xiaohua's expression and slightly frowned. My humble sect's Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. As fellow Taoist Shui said, the quality is indeed a bit lacking due to the age of the main ingredients. But this Qingyi pill is different. The age of the main ingredients is just right. Xiaohua came back to his senses and shook his head. I was thinking, such a good pill is probably several mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. I'm afraid I can't buy much. Ha. Shopkeeper Lu didn't say anything, but Shui laughed first. She pointed at Xiaohua and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, is really cute. Shopkeeper Lu, you must lower the price, otherwise. I'll be anxious with you first. Shui almost bent over with laughter. Cute. Xiaohua touched his nose and thought gloomily. This is the first time I've heard someone say this. Indeed. Fellow Taoist Xiao came to my humble store for the first time. I'll consider it as forming a good karma. As for the Qingyi pill, 5 mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. Shopkeeper Lu squinted his eyes and said with a smile. Then, what about the clean lotus pill? Xiaohua immediately asked. Clean lotus pill? Shopkeeper Lu was slightly startled, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "The effect of the clean lotus pill is not as good as the clear breeze pill. As for the price, 2 mid-grade spirit stones for 1 pill. Then, do you have Gui Ji Dan or something like that?" Xiaohua asked again. "That's strange, fellow Taoist Xiao." Shue said, "The effects of the marrow cleansing pill and the Peiyuan pill are extremely good. Even the Qingyi pill is not bad. Why does fellow Taoist keep looking for pills with poor effects? The spirit herbs used to refine those pills are all quite young." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I's cultivation is shallow, I don't dare to take those dawn. It's better to use some low-level dawn." Shue knew that this was definitely not the real reason, but since Xiaohua said so, Shue naturally couldn't ask further. Shopkeeper Lu twirled his beard, thought for a moment and said, "I did bring some Gui Ji Dan. If fellow Taoist Xiao needs it, I will pay 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 1 pill." "Io, Shopkeeper Lu, this is where you are wrong. Gui Ji Dan. I'm afraid the price is too expensive." Shue heard and immediately shouted, "Fellow Taoist Shue, this Gui Ji Dan is used by I's disciples. I also saw that fellow Taoist Xiao came here for the first time, so I had no choice but to take it out a bit more expensive." Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. "So it's like that." Shopkeeper Lu's reason was very good, so Shue didn't have the nerve to say any more. "Then how many Gui Ji Dan, clean lotus pill, and clear breeze pill are there?" Xiaohua asked while holding his chin. Shopkeeper Lu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Shue, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you want to buy all of them? Or, are you here to inquire about the situation?" Hiss. Shue sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned slightly. She also moved slightly to the side. "This." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. "Shopkeeper Lu is thinking too much. This is my first time in Yenyuan City. How could I have other thoughts?" Shopkeeper Lu stared at Xiaohua for a long time. Seeing that there was nothing strange, he said coldly, "This time, my humble store has 300 clear breeze pills, 800 clean lotus pills, and 100 Gui Ji Dan. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao wants to buy all of them?" "Ah, Shopkeeper Lu." Shue exclaimed from the side, "This time, your sect. How could—" "Fellow Taoist Shue, don't speak first. I will explain this later." Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand and stopped her. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak first." On the side, Xiaohua's mind was spinning rapidly. This was definitely a rare opportunity. The 3 types of pills added together were only 3,200 mid-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 32 high-grade spirit stones. For the current Xiaohua, this was nothing, but seeing that Shopkeeper Lu was already suspicious, could he still buy them? Moreover, after he entered the 4th level of qi refining, the clear breeze pill no longer had the same effect as before. It would be a waste to buy it now. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua raised his head and said, "Shopkeeper Lu, I only have 30 high-grade spirit stones here. I'm afraid it's not enough to buy these pills. Would Shopkeeper Lu be willing to part with them?" Fellow Taoist Xiao, you really want to buy them?" This time it was Shue's turn to be flabbergasted. She advised, "No matter what kind of pill it is, as long as it's taken a few times, its effect will gradually weaken. Unless it's a pill like the Peiyuan pill, which has been used for a long time. Fellow Taoist, buying so many will be useless." "All right, deal." Shopkeeper Lu extended his hand and said. Xiaohua understood and also extended his hand. The two's palms hit each other as an agreement. "Sigh." Shue glanced at Xiaohua and shook her head. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, in 2 days. There are still many Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill up for auction. Fellow Taoists low-grade pills. I'm afraid they won't attract the attention of others." Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. As he spoke, Shopkeeper Lu took out a storage pouch from his sleeve and handed it over. Xiaohua opened it and took a look. He put the jade bottles inside into his own storage pouch, and then gave the 30 high-grade spirit stones to Shopkeeper Lu. On the side, Shue saw Xiaohua take out 30 high-grade spirit stones without even frowning. She could only sigh. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, as expected, you hid your strength well. You actually have so many high-grade spirit stones in your storage pouch. Could it be? You're not afraid that I will covet them?" Xiaohua put away the storage pouch and clapped his hands. "I was afraid a moment ago, but now I'm not. There are only some low-grade pills that fellow Taoist Shue doesn't care about." What's there to be afraid of? Ah, that's true. Xue Xue didn't expect Xiaohua to answer in such a way. Shopkeeper Lu's eyes were different from before. There was another meaning in the coldness, as if Xiaohua was his opponent in the auction. Io, Shopkeeper Lu, weren't you going to tell I why your sect took out so many pills? What's the reason? Xue Xue suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Actually it's nothing much. Our humble sect needs some spirit stones and also needs to use medicinal pills to exchange for some other things. Our humble sect can't compare to Xuanyan school, much less the Seven Skills sect, so we can only use medicinal pills to exchange. Ordinary medicinal pills aren't worth much spirit stones, so we can only use medicinal pills to increase our magic power. Shopkeeper Lu laughed. It's that simple? Xue Xue asked with wide eyes. It's that simple, Shopkeeper Lu said calmly. He then waved his hand and said with a smile, I still have some things to take care of, so I won't be accompanying you. If you two have time, you can rest for a while and try some of our specialty spirit fruits. Excuse me. After he finished speaking, Shopkeeper Lu cupped his hands and went up to the third floor. After Xiaohua and Xue Xue bowed, they looked at each other and said with a smile, Shopkeeper Lu, he's sending us off. Fellow Taoist Xue, let's go out. Please. After the two of them left the shop and walked on the street, Xue Xue couldn't help but say, Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're really lucky. There aren't many pills that can increase magic power in this world. Imperial Pill Sect must have gone through a great change, so they took out so many pills. Moreover, you actually ran into them. My brain, why couldn't I buy more? Xue Xue seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned around to walk back into the shop. Xiaohua laughed in his heart, but he shouted, Fellow Taoist Xue, you didn't take advantage of the opportunity just now. If you go back now, will they still sell it to you? AI, that's right. Xue Xue angrily slapped her forehead. Why didn't I think of that? Fellow Taoist Xiao, can you give some of your pills to I? Xue Xue blinked and asked Xiaohua with a smile. What? Fellow Taoist Xue has thought of the auction the day after tomorrow? Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao didn't take out so many pills for the auction the day after tomorrow? Xue Xue asked curiously. This is I's first time in Yenyuan City. How would I know about the auction the day after tomorrow? I only found out after hearing fellow Taoist Xue's words just now. Xiaohua replied. Moreover, the Imperial Pill Sect took out so many Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. This clear fragrance pill and other low-grade pills are simply not worth their attention. If they took them out to bid, they would only lower the price of their own Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. They might as well give it to I first, and then take out pills of better quality later. So fellow Taoist Xiao is still going to the auction? Xue Xue said with a smile. That's right, fellow Taoist Xue is right. I only said that I didn't know about the auction, but I didn't say that I wouldn't participate the day after tomorrow. Xiaohua said calmly. Then, does fellow Taoist Xiao have an invitation talisman for the auction? Xue Xue's eyes narrowed into slits. Invitation talisman? Xiaohua's eyes turned quickly and he shook his head. I really don't have one. Then I will make a deal with fellow Taoist Xiao. Xue Xue patted her storage bag, took out a red-yellow talisman, and said with a smile, I have an invitation talisman for the auction. If fellow Taoist gives half of the clear fragrance pill to I will give this invitation talisman to fellow Taoist. This, Xiaohua said with difficulty, 30 high-grade spirit stones is I's entire fortune. I'm using these pills to exchange for some spirit stones. Chapter 1430. I can give fellow Taoist Xiao more spirit stones. Xue Xue saw that Xiaohua's tone was slightly relaxed and immediately said, How much does fellow Taoist Xiao think is appropriate? How can fellow Taoist Xue say that I'm that unscrupulous? Xiaohua quickly waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to give I the same price as before. Really? Xue Xue was a bit in disbelief. Of course. Xiaohua smiled and extended his hand. Fellow Taoist Xue, give fellow Taoist I the spirit stones first. Okay. Xue Xue wasn't afraid that Xiaohua would go back on his word. She patted her storage pouch and took out the high-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua didn't hold back and put them all into his storage pouch with a flick of his sleeve. Then, he gave half of the Qingyi pill to Xue Xue. After putting the Qing pill into the storage pouch, Shue let out a sigh of relief. She handed over the auction invitation and her own communication talisman and said, "The auction will begin at noon the day after tomorrow. It will be held in Yenyuan City's treasure auction pavilion. If fellow Taoist can't find the place, you can send a message to me. I will come and find fellow Taoists to go together." Xiaohua took it and smiled. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Shui. However, I'll ask one more question. Can this invitation only allow one person to participate?" "Of course not." Shui blinked and said, "Each invitation can bring one person. Fellow Taoist Xiao can rest assured." That's good. I have a fellow Taoist with me. If I go alone, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate. Fellow Taoist? Shui's black eyes looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully and smiled. Could it be fellow Taoist Zhao's dual cultivation partner? Xiaohua's face was very awkward. After all, they weren't the only two people on the street. Xiaohua saw that there was no one around, so he gave the essence cleansing pill to Shui. At this time, there were already people passing by them. Shui's voice was also loud, so a few cultivators looked at Xiaohua curiously. "Fellow Taoist Shui, don't tease I." Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "With I's cultivation, who would be willing to dual cultivate with I?" You're right. Shui said proudly. "Do you want me to introduce you to a few fellow Taoists from the Immortal Beauty sect?" I still have some mundane matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Fellow Taoist Shui, I'll see you at the treasure auction pavilion the day after tomorrow." Xiaohua saw that Shui's words were somewhat unreliable. He didn't know Shui's background, so he didn't dare to pester her too much. He hurriedly cupped his hands and took his leave. Shui saw Xiaohua quickly leave, but because she didn't chase after him, she only thoughtfully looked at Xiaohua's back. When he disappeared, she pursed her lips into a smile and walked in another direction. Just as Shui turned around, her eyes nonchalantly looked at a nearby store that sold yellow talismans. Outside the store, there were several cultivators with their heads lowered as they chose yellow talismans. When Shui's figure also disappeared, the cultivators picked up the yellow talismans they had already chosen. One of them hurriedly walked towards the Elixir School's shop, while the others hurriedly chased after Xiaohua. So he really isn't on the same side as Shui. In the Elixir School's shop, shopkeeper Lu was listening to the report of the person who just returned. He said in a low voice, "Also, this guy actually gave half of the marrow cleansing pills to Shui. Could it be that he already knew Shui's background? Or perhaps this guy is here for Shui, and not related to our Elixir School's matter? If that's really the case, wouldn't these pills be a bit of a waste? If we can bring them to the auction, we should be able to get more spirit stones. You may leave. Let the disciples keep an eye on him for a while longer. It might be that guy's trick." Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand and dismissed the disciple. He sat down, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. His brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. He sighed and said, "This Xiaohua is also a loose cultivator. Could it be related to Marshal Uncle Bien's death? Sect Master took out so many pills. Is he trying to lure out the murderer? Or does he have other plans? Could it be those rumors are true? If so, won't the cultivation world undergo a great change?" I don't have much time left. Why should I think so much? This change, I'm afraid it will only happen after I die. Sect Master is thinking for the Elixir School, but I don't need to, right? Shopkeeper Lu said leisurely. He took out a heart-intoxicating fruit from the jade plate and put it into his mouth. In a moment, his face was flushed, and he squinted his eyes slightly. He seemed to be enjoying it very much. Xiaohua didn't know that he had really been targeted by the disciples of the Elixir School and had caused another trouble. He left in a hurry. When he was far away, he saw that Shui hadn't caught up with him. He couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead and muttered, "Why is there such a big difference between female cultivators? Kai Zhuoxia, Shui, and the disciples of the Immortal Beauty School. Why are they so different? If Kai Zhuoxia was as forthright as Shui, she would have chased him all the way to the Utopia faction, right?" Xiaohua thought as he strolled around Yenyuan City happily. This time, he was able to get so many Qingyi pills and clean lotus pills from the shop of the Elixir School. It was really beyond his expectations. Now that he thought about it, it was like a dream. Yes, the pills he had been looking for a long time were actually solved with only 32 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. It was even more convenient than the EG of the wind station. The heavens do as I wish. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said to himself, when did this poor Taoist's moral standing become so good? Could it be that the heavens just gave I a chance to enter the Huanhua sect? The streets of Yenyuan City were extremely wide. 10 flying carriages like the one pulled by the flying feather beasts could walk side by side. The shops on both sides of the street were also different from those in Jinghua City. There were many pavilions with more than 5 floors. Xiaohua walked around for a while and saw a shop in front of him with the words Fu Family's Talisman written on it. Thinking that the Earth Escape talisman in his space had long been used up, and the talisman paper and talisman ink for making yellow talismans had also been used up, Xiaohua lifted his leg and walked in. Not far behind him, the few disciples of the elixir school who had been tailing him passed by the entrance of the Fu Family's talisman as if nothing had happened. They didn't even look into the shop. After the disciples had left, Xiaohua's figure jumped out of the shop again. He looked around and thought to himself, Could it be that I was overthinking? It seems very normal. Then Xiaohua walked in again. Not far away, the disciples of the elixir school spread out again and watched the Fu Family's talisman closely. Xiaohua was just being cautious. How could he be a match for the specially trained disciples of the elixir school? The interior of the Fu Family shop was similar to that of the elixir school's shop. Behind the various restrictions on the walls, high-grade yellow talismans could be seen at a glance. At the bottom of the walls, mid-grade yellow talismans were arranged neatly according to the categories of defense and attack. On the left-hand side, there was a huge jade shelf. All kinds of talisman crafting materials were arranged neatly according to their categories. There weren't many shop assistants in the shop, but there were many cultivators who came to visit. Xiaohua first entered the shop, then left. When he entered the shop again, there really weren't any shop assistants who came to greet him. Xiaohua stood for a moment and was looking around. A shop assistant saw him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, please feel free to look around first. When I'm done, I'll come over to greet you." Haha, got it. I'll take a look around first. Xiaohua cupped his hands and walked around casually in the shop. After this period of cultivation, Xiaohua's talisman crafting technique had greatly improved. Not to mention fireball talismans, he could also successfully craft icicle talismans and confinement talismans. Of course, he didn't need to let others see his talisman crafting technique anymore. These yellow talismans weren't drawn with talisman brushes. What's this? Xiaohua walked to a corner of the wall and saw a silk cloth about a foot long casually tossed there. There were some words on it. Most of the words were covered, and only a few words were exposed. It read, Talisman crafting. Disciple. 3rd layer of aura refining. Could it be talisman crafting technique? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the shop assistant who greeted him just now walked over and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, have you picked a yellow talisman that you like? When Xiaohua heard this, he pointed at it and asked, What's this? This. The shop assistant looked at what Xiaohua was pointing at and said with a smile, This is a notice that our Fu family is recruiting talisman crafting disciples. A notice? Can I take a look? Xiaohua asked. Of course. Fellow Taoist, please. As the shop assistant spoke, he picked up the silk cloth and handed it to Xiaohua. He then said, This notice has been hanging outside my humble shop for a long time, but I couldn't find a suitable disciple. So, I stopped hanging it for the past few days and threw it here. Xiaohua took it and carefully looked at it. He saw the following words written on it. The Fu family, a talisman crafting clan, is recruiting talisman crafting disciples. Must have a cultivation level of at least the 3rd layer of aura refining and can craft simple low-grade yellow talismans. If you don't have a foundation in talisman crafting, you must have a cultivation level of at least the 5th layer of aura refining. If you have outstanding aptitude and can craft high-grade yellow talismans, you can join our Fu family and become a core disciple. You also have the opportunity to become a guest elder of the Fu family. Your Fu family. How did you recruit disciples from outside? Could it be that the Fu family doesn't have enough disciples? Xiaohua asked curiously. Fellow Taoist, do you know how to craft talismans? Do you also want to join our Fu family? The shop assistant looked at Xiaohua's cultivation level and didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, If fellow Taoist knows how to craft talismans and is also a loose cultivator, our Fu family would be the best choice. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, I might be a loose cultivator, but I'm afraid that it wouldn't be appropriate for me to join the Fu family for no reason. The shop assistant smiled and took the silk cloth out. It was obvious that he was going to hang the notice of recruiting talisman crafting disciples outside. Not long after, he returned and said, Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but crafting talismans is different from cultivating. Our Fu family's disciples with the surname Fu all know how to craft ordinary talismans. However, crafting high-grade yellow talismans requires talent and skill. Many disciples with the surname Fu are unable to master the crafting method of high-grade yellow talismans. Therefore, every few years, our Fu family will recruit some talented disciples from outside the family. These disciples can cultivate while crafting yellow talismans. Our Fu family will also select the most outstanding disciples from these disciples and recruit them as core disciples to cultivate our Fu family's inherited cultivation method. Chapter 1431. The shop assistant from the Fu clan told Xiao Hua about the recruitment of talisman crafting disciples and said with a smile, Even though my Fu clan can't be compared to a famous sect, we're still an aristocratic family that specializes in talisman crafting. We have talisman crafting techniques and cultivation techniques, so we're very attractive to rogue cultivators. Many rogue cultivators who know how to craft talismans have sought refuge in my Fu clan. Fellow Taoist, if you're interested, I'll ask the shopkeeper to come down and test your talisman crafting techniques. Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, I was just casually asking. I've never thought of learning talisman crafting techniques. The shop assistant glanced at Xiao Hua and said, If fellow Taoist is interested, you should hurry up. The standards for the recruitment of disciples this time are relatively high, so there might be some good treatment. For example, there might be some good talisman crafting techniques. When Xiao Hua heard the recruitment standards again, he immediately became anxious and said inwardly, This might be reserved for some disciple. Why would I feel uncomfortable? Thus he smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, does your Fu clan have any earth escape talismans? Oh, this way please. Seeing that Xiao Hua wanted to look at the earth escape talismans, the shop assistant didn't say anything about the recruitment of disciples. He led Xiao Hua to the side of the earth escape talismans and took out a yellow talisman for Xiao Hua to appraise. Xiao Hua looked at it and asked for the price. The price of this earth escape talisman was slightly more expensive than the ones Xiao Hua bought in the past. However, the earth escape talisman had saved Xiao Hua's life several times before. Therefore, Xiao Hua haggled a few times and bought a lot of earth escape talismans. Then, Xiao Hua bought a lot of talisman paper and talisman ink before preparing to leave. Fellow Taoist, my humble shop still has high-grade confinement talismans and high-grade iron cloak talismans. Does fellow Taoist not want to take a look? Seeing that Xiao Hua was very generous, the shop assistant couldn't help but recommend. These yellow talismans, I still have them for the time being. I don't intend to buy them. Xiao Hua smiled and suddenly thought of something and asked, That's right. Does your shop have a type of yellow talisman that can transmit messages further away? The distance of ordinary transmission talismans is too short. Fellow Taoist is right. The shop assistant pointed to the side and said, This is a 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman, a high-grade sound transmitting talisman. It can be sent to a fixed location, and it can also be transmitted to a cultivator from a very far distance after he injects his magic power. Not bad. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this. Although the 1,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman cost a lot of spirit stones, Xiao Hua still bought a few of them. Yes, I bought an invisibility talisman in Jinghua City last time. I wonder if your shop has it? Xiao Hua suddenly asked with a smile when he saw that there were many strange yellow talismans in the Fu clan's shop. Invisibility talisman? When the shop assistant heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fellow Taoist, you're really lucky. I've never heard of the Fu clan selling invisibility talismans. Those are top-grade yellow talismans. Oh no, it should be called a talisman. Spirit talisman? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Then, I'd like to ask fellow Taoist again. Does the Fu clan have a talisman that can suppress a cultivator's cultivation? The shop assistant scratched his head and said awkwardly, I've heard of it, but as for the specifics. Oh, if fellow Taoist really wants to buy it, I can ask the shopkeeper of my humble shop to explain it to fellow Taoist. The shop assistant looked at Xiao Hua's fourth layer aura refining cultivation and didn't think he would buy this kind of talisman. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua said, "Since that's the case, I'd like to ask the shopkeeper of your shop to come over for a chat." The shop assistant nodded helplessly and said, "Please follow I, fellow Taoist." After saying that, the shop assistant led Xiao Hua to the second floor. The layout of the second floor of the Fu clan's shop was different from the second floor of the Imperial Pill School's shop, but they were both spacious. A 40-something-year-old cultivator around the ninth layer of aura refining invited Xiao Hua to take a seat and offered him some fragrant tea. He said with a smile, "I'm Fuing Min. How should I address fellow Taoist?" Xiao Hua didn't dare to be impolite. He cupped his hands and said, "I'm Xiao Hua. Greetings, senior." There's no need. Fellow Taoist is our humble shop's breadwinner, so there's no need to be polite." Fuing Min waved his hand with a smile. "I heard from the shop assistant that fellow Taoist wants to buy a talisman that can suppress cultivation?" "Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking." Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and answered. "Fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation." Can you tell I why fellow Taoist wants a talisman that can suppress cultivation?" "This talisman isn't something fellow Taoist can use, right?" Fuing Min asked. "I have a fellow Taoist who sent a message to I saying that he needs this kind of talisman. However, it's inconvenient for him to come out since he's in closed-door meditation. When he saw that I came out to travel, he handed this matter to I. As for why he needs this kind of talisman, I don't know either." Xiao Hua explained, "Actually, I've never heard of this kind of talisman. Just now, I was just casually asking the shop assistant. I didn't expect to get a definite answer." So that's how it is." Fuing Min nodded and said with a smile, "Like I said, how could fellow Taoist know about this kind of talisman? I'm afraid the invisibility talisman was also purchased by that fellow Taoist, right?" Xiao Hua's mind spun rapidly. He knew that what Fuing Min said was definitely reasonable, so he nodded with a smile. Presumably fellow Taoist also doesn't know, right? The invisibility talisman. That's a talisman. The magic power required to make a talisman can't be underestimated. Those below the 6th level of qi refining can't use it. As for the talisman that fellow Taoist mentioned, it's the Qingyan talisman. Those below the 10th level of qi refining can't use it. So you're saying your sect has this kind of Qingyan talisman? Xiao Hua asked, overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Fuing Min shook her head and said, No. Then, Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. Alas, talismans are a talisman crafting technique that's even more profound than yellow talismans. My Fu clan's ancestors did have some talisman crafting techniques, but the Fu clan's descendants have limited aptitudes and can't completely inherit it. Many talismans, not only talismans, even some high-level yellow talismans, have been lost. Fuing Min sighed and said, "It's not just my Fu clan. In fact, many cultivation clans are also facing this kind of awkward situation. On one hand, they have cultivation techniques. On the other hand, they can't find suitable descendants. It's difficult to continue the bloodline." Hearing this, Xiao Hua's mind spun rapidly. He opened his mouth but closed it again. This kind of Fu clan matter should only be known by Fu clan descendants. I wonder, why did Fuing Min tell me this? Of course, Xiao Hua also believed that even if he didn't ask, Fuing Min would explain the reason. Sure enough, Fuing Min opened her mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, since my humble shop doesn't have this Qingyan talisman, why did I invite fellow Taoist to come up for a chat?" "Exactly, please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Fu." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you must be a loose cultivator, right?" Fuing Min probed. "I am indeed a loose cultivator." Xiao Hua looked straight at Fuing Min. He didn't evade her gaze and answered very decisively. "And fellow Taoist Xiao looks to be 17 or 18 years old, but is only in the 4th layer of qi refining. The possibility of you being a loose cultivator is really too high." Fuing Min had a look of understanding and explained, "Actually, as a disciple of a cultivation sect, fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation is a bit lacking. Even if you're a descendant of an aristocratic clan, it's still barely passable. Of course, if you're a loose cultivator, then it's a different matter. Fellow Taoist's cultivation is also not bad. However, as a loose cultivator, you lack a lot of things. cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, guidance, experience, and so on. Every one of these things will hinder fellow Taoist's progress. If fellow Taoist wants to make further progress, then you can only join a cultivation sect or aristocratic clan. Fellow Taoist Shao must also know that the disciples accepted by cultivation sects are either young or have a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refining. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid you won't be able to meet the requirements. I understand. Xiaohua suddenly understood. After saying so much, Fu Yingmin wanted him to join the Fu clan. It's good that fellow Taoist understands. I heard from Fu Yu that fellow Taoist knows some talisman crafting techniques. Fellow Taoist Xiao isn't very old, and his cultivation level isn't low. If you join my Fu clan, even if you don't have great achievements in cultivation, you might have some achievements in talisman crafting, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao, why not? Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded all of a sudden. Previously, he had racked his brains to join a cultivation sect and obtain cultivation techniques, but this cultivation aristocratic clan, he had never thought about joining. That was because he felt that they would definitely be the descendant of a direct descendant or a branch family, and he wouldn't have a chance. Now that this opportunity had suddenly appeared, Xiaohua didn't know how to choose. After a moment, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Senior Fu, please allow me to think about this matter a bit more. I'm afraid I can't give Senior a reply right now. And I naturally know this, and I didn't want fellow Taoist to make a decision right away. Fu Yingmin smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to carefully think about what I said and give me an answer within half a year. Half a year? My Fu clan will hold a selection in half a year. My Yen Abyss city will have a quota. If fellow Taoist Xiao is interested, you can come within the time limit. Xiaohua nodded and said, Many thanks for Senior's care. Junior will carefully think about it. After saying this, Fu Yingmin sent Xiaohua to the stairs and cupped her hands to bid farewell. Xiaohua walked out of the Fu clan's shop in a daze. He had never thought that he would encounter such a situation when he casually walked into a yellow talisman shop. Even when he returned to the inn, he still didn't know whether he should go or not. Hee, what am I thinking about? Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I'm so stupid. Isn't there just a disciple of an aristocratic clan in front of me? I only need to ask. Kai Zhuoxia's mood wasn't very high, and she was somewhat worried. However, she was a female cultivator after all. When she heard that Xiaohua had encountered such a thing, she also became interested. She looked at Xiaohua from head to toe and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, with your current cultivation level and age, you can be considered an outstanding individual among rogue cultivators. That shopkeeper of the Fu clan didn't see wrong. However, even if that's the case, he still made a mistake. Can fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation be based on what you see on the surface? Fellow Taoist Kai, I only want to ask, do you think I should enter the Fu clan? Xiaohua waved his hand and asked directly. Chapter 1432. I feel that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to join the Fu clan. Kai Zhuoxia said without hesitation, Shopkeeper Fu wants fellow Taoist to join the Fu clan because he wants fellow Taoist to learn the art of making talismans and become a talisman master of the Fu clan. Since fellow Taoist doesn't have the surname Fu, even if you join the Fu clan, you will only be able to make ordinary talismans. I'm afraid they won't let fellow Taoist practice making high-grade talismans. Besides, what fellow Taoist needs now is a cultivation technique. As long as you have the basic cultivation technique, the art of making talismans is just a trivial matter. Even if fellow Taoist's talisman-making skills are superb and you become a guest elder of the Fu clan in the future. But, in terms of cultivation techniques, they definitely won't teach you the complete set of cultivation techniques. You will still be a high-level talisman master of the Fu clan. Actually, to be honest, fellow Taoist, I have also considered whether fellow Taoist should join the Kai clan, but fellow Taoist Zhao's terrifying cultivation speed and other divine abilities. I feel that if fellow Taoist Xiao were to join the Kai clan, your talents would definitely be buried. So I didn't dare to ask. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to join the Fu clan, it would be better for fellow Taoist Xiao to join the Kai clan. At least in terms of cultivation techniques, fellow Taoist Xiao will not be treated unfairly. Hearing Kai Zhuoxia's honest words, Xiaohua suddenly understood. Kai Zhuoxia had always invited him to join the Kai clan, and before he left alone, she changed her mind. It seemed that there was a hidden meaning behind her words. Of course, if the Fu clan really has some talismans and fellow Taoist Xiao feels that, in terms of cultivation, fellow Taoist Xiao can't make any progress. It's not impossible for fellow Taoist Xiao to practice it. Finally, Kai Zhuoxia gave an ambiguous smile. All right, thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua smiled and told Kai Zhuoxia about the auction the day after tomorrow, asking for her opinion. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Kai Zhuoxia was very happy and said, "The auction is the most lively. There are often rare items that don't appear in the marketplace. Since there is such a good thing, we naturally have to go. It doesn't matter if we go a day or a day later." That's good. Fellow Taoist Kai, have a good rest. We'll participate in the auction together the day after tomorrow. Xiaohua prepared to leave. Don't be in such a hurry, fellow Taoist Xiao. This auction has always been controlled by the number of participants. Those who have nothing to do with it don't even know about it, let alone enter. Fellow Taoist, you just went out for a stroll and received an invitation talisman. This what's going on? There won't be any traps, right? Xiaohua originally wanted to avoid the important matters and dwell on the trivial matters, but he didn't expect Kai Zhuoxia to delve deeper into it. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he told her the whole story. Of course, he definitely wouldn't tell the truth about the number of medicinal pills, and only made up some nonsense. This Xue, who is she? I've never heard of a cultivator family with the surname Xue in the kingdom of Xi. Kai Zhuoxia frowned. But if he's from a cultivation sect, his age and cultivation level, it doesn't seem right. Who cares about her? Xiaohua said with a smile, we only received her invitation talisman, and this auction wasn't organized by her alone, so how could it be disadvantageous to us? Once the auction is over, we will leave Yenyuan City. What is there to be afraid of? Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are some things that we can't let our guard down. Most of the time, even the tiniest details can be life-threatening. Perhaps. Xiaohua shrugged. Thinking about the situation with Xue just now, she also couldn't think of any traps. The most important thing was that Xiaohua didn't tell her the truth about the invitation talisman. Leaving aside the fact that Xiaohua came out of Kai Zhuoxia's room and returned to his own room to cultivate, the disciples of the Imperial Pill sect saw Xiaohua return to the inn in a daze. They first asked the inn staff a few questions, then left a few disciples to guard the inn's entrance, and the rest returned to the Imperial Pill sect's shop. After listening to the disciples' report, shopkeeper Lu muttered in his heart, he's with a female cultivator who might be a descendant of an aristocratic family? Could it be that Xiaohua bought so many medicinal pills and brought them back to the clan? This could also be explained. But clear fragrance pills and the like are only low-level medicinal pills that can increase one's cultivation level. Which cultivator family would buy so many at once? It couldn't be that some other cultivator family also heard the rumors and wanted to stockpile spirit stones like my Imperial Pill sect, right? This matter seems to be only known by the Immortal Union. Right, my Imperial Pill sect master is old friends with someone from the Immortal Union, so he leaked a little bit of information. Moreover, he was also warned not to leak it. Other cultivator families, how could they know? Shopkeeper Lu thought for a while, then ordered his disciples to withdraw, leaving only one to watch Xiaohua's trail. 2 days passed by very quickly. Xiaohua had enough clear fragrance pills in his space. During this period of time, he didn't even leave his room, only quietly cultivating. Only when the 4 walls of his room flashed with brilliance did Xiaohua open his eyes and open the restriction on the door. Kai Zhuoxia was already standing at the door in high spirits, waiting to follow Xiaohua to the treasure auction pavilion. Kai Zhuoxia had been to Yenyuan City before, so she was very clear about the location of the treasure auction pavilion. Xiaohua followed her for an hour and arrived at a plaza in the center of the city. This plaza was rather large and oval in shape. On the plaza, there were dozens of towering pillars that pierced straight into the blue sky. On the pillars, there were many relief carvings of different shapes. On the carvings, there were faint runes that flickered in and out of existence under the noon sun. In front of each pillar, there was a tall cultivator dressed in armor. His hands were either holding a spear or a halberd or a sword. He stood majestically at the side. They should be the city guards of Yenyuan City. Many of the scattered cultivators in the plaza stayed far away from these armored city guards. The pillars in the plaza were very eye-catching, so Xiaohua's eyes were completely attracted to them before he could see anything else. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Kaizhuoxia said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you ask a few days ago about the difference between Xuanyan sect's defensive formation and Jinghua City's defensive formation? This is the defensive formation of Yenyuan City, the Yenyuan Limitless Formation. Yenyuan City got its name from this formation." Yenyuan Limitless Formation? Xiaohua muttered to himself. His eyes roamed over the pillars for a moment. Then he said in a low voice, "Compared to Jinghua City's defensive formation, which one is stronger?" Fellow Taoist Xiao is strange. Why do you always want to ask who is stronger? Kaizhuoxia pursed her lips and smiled. I don't know who is stronger. I only know that the Yenyuan Limitless Formation is the most suitable formation for Yenyuan City. These pillars can extract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the spirit veins under Yenyuan City. It can be used for both defense and attack. It is said that back in the day, several nascent soul cultivators joined forces to attack Yenyuan City, but they couldn't succeed. Instead, one of them was injured by this formation. Several nascent soul cultivators? Xiaohua was shocked. He looked at the pillars again in disbelief. This? Yenyuan Limitless Formation. Is this powerful? The Tao of formations is profound and unfathomable. Unfortunately, many of them have already been lost. Kaizhuoxia sighed. Even the profound Heaven sect, which is famous for its formations in Lian country, is rumored to have withered away. Formations. Xiaohua muttered. There, that's the treasure auction pavilion. Kaizhuoxia said as she pointed to a tall 6-story pavilion on the west side of the plaza. Xiaohua came back to his senses and looked over. The entire auction pavilion was overflowing with light and was emitting all kinds of brilliance. It was extremely dazzling under the sunlight. Fellow Taoist Xiao looked to the east. That pointy tower-shaped pavilion is the weaponry workshop. It's where Yenyuan City sells magic tools and treasures. However, it's only open to cultivators above the 11th level of Qi refining, so we can't enter for now. The round gourd-like pavilion on the north side is the herb gathering hall. It's where you buy spirit herbs and pills. The square pavilion on the south side is called the Jade Talisman House. It sells yellow talismans and spirit talismans. It's said that the legendary jade talismans can occasionally appear. I'm sure fellow Taoist Xiao knows which sect built these 3 pavilions? Of course. The weaponry workshop is the property of the Qiqiao sect. The herb gathering hall is the property of the Xuanyan school. As for the Jade Talisman House, it's definitely the property of the Splendid sect. Xiaohua glanced over and answered with a smile. Fellow Taoist is right. That's exactly the case. Kaizhuoxia looked at the 3 towering pavilions with envy. The 3 great cultivation sects of the country of Xi are indeed worthy of their reputation. Then what about the treasure auction pavilion? Which sect does it belong to? Xiaohua asked curiously. Kaizhuoxia laughed. Is there even a need to ask? When Xiaohua heard this, he was extremely regretful and said, This poor Taoist was wrong. This poor Taoist only looked at the cultivation sects and cultivation families and forgot about Yenyuan City. That's right. This treasure auction pavilion is the property of Yenyuan City. Kaizhuoxia smiled sweetly and said, Let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao. It's already late. Let's go in earlier. Xiaohua followed Kaizhuoxia to the front of the treasure auction pavilion. The entrance hall of the treasure auction pavilion was extremely large. A row of armored city guards stood at the entrance, inspecting the invitations of cultivators who wanted to enter the treasure auction pavilion. The rows of city guards gradually decreased from the middle to the sides according to their cultivation level. The cultivators who wanted to enter also wisely chose to pass in front of the city guards according to their cultivation level. After entering the treasure auction pavilion, the lighting inside was a bit dim. Even the area in front of them was dark, and they couldn't see anything clearly. Xiaohua looked around and didn't see any city guards coming to greet them. He unconsciously stopped. Why did fellow Taoist Xiao stop? Kaizhuoxia also stopped and asked curiously. Xiaohua pointed to the front and said in a low voice, Why is it so dark inside? It doesn't feel normal. Kaizhuoxia turned her head and looked. She pulled Xiaohua to the side and said in a low voice, Extremely rare items often appear during the auction. In order to protect the cultivators who are bidding, the auction will set up a restriction before entering the venue. This restriction cannot be passed through by divine sense. The cultivators who are bidding can put on a mask or use some kind of spell to hide their face or cultivation level. This dark area in front of us is precisely the restriction set up by the treasure auction pavilion. Chapter 1433. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua slightly nodded. Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's also go. However, since according to Ai's previous experience, everyone except those who didn't conceal their identity will appear alone in the auction. I'm afraid I can't travel with fellow Taoist Xiao. Kai Zhuxia hesitated for a moment before speaking. Okay, then we'll do as fellow Taoist Kai said. Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Kai Zhuxia had some top-grade spirit stones in her storage pouch. Presumably, she wanted to bid for some things in this auction and bring them back to Liang's Kai clan. These were all cultivators' privacy, so Xiaohua naturally knew to avoid them. Soon after, the two slowly followed the cultivators who came in from behind and entered the darkness. Xiaohua slowly walked and put on the camouflage cloth. He stopped at the side for a moment before walking out of the darkness. At this moment, several cultivators scattered around Xiaohua followed him out. Apart from a foundation establishment old man who didn't conceal his cultivation and identity, the others were all wearing different camouflage cloth. Xiaohua didn't know which one was Kai Zhuxia, or perhaps Kai Zhuxia had already come out. In front of Xiaohua was a rather large hall. A dozen or so boys wearing the same clothes stood in different places with smiles on their faces. In the hall, there were several jade tables with some flowering spirit herbs and some spirit fruits. Many cultivators were scattered around the hall. Some were whispering, some were standing alone, looking at the ink and brushes hanging on the walls of the hall. There were even some who were holding spirit fruits or tea in their hands and lightly tasting them. In the four corners of the hall, there were 4 stairs that led straight to the second floor. Xiaohua walked into the hall and met a boy in the second layer of qi refining. The boy had a clean face and red lips, looking very cute. The boy cupped his hands and smiled. Welcome, Senior, to my auction. There are still some hours before the auction starts. Senior can rest in the hall for a while, or you can go to the second floor first. Today's auction will be held on the second floor. Xiaohua slightly nodded and said, I'll go to the second floor. Senior, this way please. The boy raised his hand and invited Xiaohua to go to the nearest stairs. He said, if Senior has something to bid for in the auction, now is the right time. On the second floor, my auction house has a senior marshal brother to receive Senior. Okay, Xiaohua said and walked in the direction the boy pointed. The cultivator who was walking beside Xiaohua didn't talk to the boy. At this moment, Xiaohua walked in front of him. Xiaohua followed that cultivator to go to the second floor. The second floor was different from the first floor. There was a slightly larger platform in the middle, floating high in the air. The entire second floor was divided into 2 parts by the platform. On the side where Xiaohua was, there were a lot of chairs, all facing the platform. At this time, there were already some cultivators sitting on the chairs. On the other side of the platform, there were some small room-like lattices. Each lattice looked empty, but there was some empty brilliance that blocked Xiaohua's gaze outside. The cultivator in front of Xiaohua went to the second floor and walked straight to a row of young cultivators. These young cultivators were about 16 or 17 years old, and their cultivations were all in the 4th or 5th layer of qi refining. They were clothes similar to the boy downstairs. They should be the senior marshal brother of the boy downstairs. Senior, do you have something to bid for? Seeing the cultivator approaching, a Yenyuan city disciple cupped his hands and asked. Yes. The cultivator nodded and replied. Senior, please come this way. When the Yenyuan city disciple heard this, he raised his hand and invited the cultivator to a nearby entrance. Seeing the cultivator and the Yenyuan city disciple enter the entrance, Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. But after thinking about it, he couldn't bear to part with any of the items in the space. Without hesitation, he picked up a chair in the corner of the hall and quietly sat down. Xiaohua closed his eyes and did not speak. After about the time it took to finish a meal, the sound of footsteps gradually rang out around him. The chairs around him were all occupied. In the entire hall, other than the sound of footsteps and the welcoming words of the Yenyuan city disciples, everything else was quiet, and there was no noise at all. Pop, pop, pop. A burst of crisp sounds, as if some bamboos were being squashed, followed by a burst of ethereal music that echoed throughout the hall. Xiaohua knew that the auction had begun. When he opened his eyes, he saw that in the center of the stage, a milky white brilliance was gradually emitting from the tall platform. It was like a layer of clouds that slowly rolled upwards. When it covered the entire top of the stage, it suddenly dissipated in all directions along with the resounding music. When the milky white brilliance dissipated, a thin and tall old man wearing a Taoist robe appeared on the stage. The old man's cultivation was roughly at the early stage of the late stage. His face was thin and his long beard was a bit white. His 2 eyebrows drooped down from the corners of his eyes and seemed to be much longer than an ordinary person's. The green Taoist robe on his body was indescribably fitting. The old man's figure appeared on the high platform. He immediately smiled at the people below the stage and the independent seats across from Xiaohua. He clasped his hands and said, "I'm in Cheng Mo. I'm the ruler of today's auction. Welcome, fellow cultivators, to my treasure auction pavilion to participate in the auction." At this moment, the music had already faded. The entire hall became even quieter. Only the old man's voice echoed in the hall. As you all know, the auction of the treasure auction pavilion is held every month. Thank you for your generosity in sending your treasures to the treasure auction pavilion. This time, there will be many treasures that you have never thought of appearing in the auction pavilion. Of course, before the auction begins, on behalf of my treasure auction pavilion, I would like to thank the Utopia faction, the Qiqiao sect, and the Xuanyan school. I would like to thank everyone for coming. And Chengma mentioned the names of many sects and families. At the beginning, he slightly tilted his body. It was obvious that he was speaking to the individual seats. At the end, he spoke to Xiaohua and the other ordinary cultivators. Fellow cultivator N, let's start quickly. I can't wait any longer. A loud voice came from Xiaohua's side. This voice was very abrupt in the hall. Xiaohua turned his head and saw a fat cultivator sitting there lazily. He didn't hide his cultivation level. Ha ha ha, fellow cultivator Zhang. You are really impatient. Every time, you are the first to win. I just don't know, will you be able to get what you want today? And Cheng Mo didn't seem to be angry. He clapped his hands, and a beautiful woman appeared on the stage with a jade plate in her hands. The jade plate in the woman's hands was covered with a layer of silk, and no one could see what was on it. The woman walked in front of Chengma. The jade plate floated in the air. She took a few steps back and stood still. All right, said Chengma with a smile. Thanks to fellow Taoist Zhang's urging, I'm going to take out the first item for this auction. He waved his hand, causing the silk cloth to fly up into the air, revealing the item on the jade plate. There was a fist-sized stone in the jade plate. Under the moonlight in the hall, it was faintly transparent. It looked very strange. And Chengma picked up the stone and spun it a few times under the moonlight. He smiled and said, "This is the spatial stone. It is an extremely rare material for refining tools. It is said that when refining tools, the spatial stone can reduce the weight of the tool. It is as light as a feather. As for whether or not it has any other uses, I can't say. I'm sure that all the tool refiners here have their own opinions." Well, a fellow cultivator asked us to bid for this item. The starting price is 10 mid-grade spirit stones. And Chengma finished speaking and looked at the fat cultivator. Fellow cultivator Zhang, this is a material for refining tools. I'm sure you won't be interested in it. It's not that I'm not interested in it, fellow Taoistan. It's just that the materials used to refine tools usually cost 3 to 5 mid-grade spirit stones. This space-time stone is so much more expensive. I'm still reluctant to part with a mid-grade spirit stone. Zhang Daoist said with a smile. Ha ha ha, when the others heard this, they all laughed. The atmosphere in the hall became very lively. Since this is the first item of the auction, I will bid 10 mid-grade spirit stones. A cultivator on Xiaohua's left raised his hand and shouted. He didn't hide his identity. Good, as expected of a fellow cultivator who knows his stuff. And Chengma praised and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 1 mid-grade spirit stone each time." And Chengmo's words fell, but no one responded. Xiaohua had bought so many pills the day before yesterday, but he had only spent 30 or so mid-grade spirit stones. These things were only used for refining tools. Who would want to buy them? In the end, even after Chengma shouted twice, no one answered. Just as Chengma was about to say, "Since no one wants to bid, then," a low voice sounded, "I bid 11 mid-grade spirit stones." And Chengma looked up and saw a cultivator in a camouflage robe raise his hand. All right, this fellow Taoist has a discerning eye. He has offered 11 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? That fellow cultivator just now. Doesn't he want to bid another mid-grade spirit stone? The cultivator waved his hand and said, Fellow cultivator, I was just throwing a brick to attract more jade. Since a jade has been thrown out, I'd better get out of here. Ha ha. Another round of laughter, and Chungma was very satisfied. Although the spatial stone hadn't been auctioned many times, the atmosphere of the auction had been stirred up. It would be very beneficial for the auction later. Good, if no one else wants to bid, this spatial stone is yours. The hall fell silent, pa. And Chungma clapped his hands and shouted, Congratulations, fellow cultivator, this spatial stone is yours. After he said that, the woman standing next to him walked up and held the jade plate in her hand. This cultivator was none other than Xiao Hua, who was participating in the auction for the first time. Chapter 1434. The woman walked in front of Xiao Hua with the jade plate in her hand. She raised her hands, and the spatial stone appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. This was Xiao Hua's first time participating in an auction. Of course, it was his first time bidding. He just thought it was fun and wanted to try something new. He didn't expect to actually win this spatial stone. Seeing that the woman had brought the void meng stone over, he knew that she wanted him to pay the spirit stones. Thus, he patted his storage pouch and took out 11 mid-grade spirit stones. He placed them on a jade plate before holding the void meng stone in his hand. Sure enough, the spatial stone was very light, almost as if it was weightless. Through the spatial stone, Xiao Hua could almost see the woman nodding at him before walking away. On the high platform, and Chungma continued, the spatial stone has been sold. Next up is another material used for refining tools. This material is black gold. Following in Chungma's voice, another woman wearing the same clothes appeared on the high platform. She was also holding a jade plate covered in silk. Black gold is a common material used to refine tools. It can strengthen the tool. This piece of black gold is different from normal black gold. It is more delicate and harder. And Chungma gave a simple introduction of the black gold. Finally, he said, this piece of black gold is the same as the spatial stone. The bidding starts at 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Each bid will increase by 1 middle-grade spirit stone. Spatial stone was useless in refining many magic tools, but black gold was different. The harder a magic tool was, the more magic power it could contain, and the more power it could unleash. This was something that all magic tool refiners knew. Thus, as soon as Chungma finished speaking, a cultivator in camouflage robes shouted, I bid 12 mid-grade spirit stones. 13. 15. After a few bids, the price of the black gold had already reached 18 pieces. This black gold is so valuable? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He remembered that when he bought a piece of black gold, he only paid 3 middle-grade spirit stones. This piece of black gold was 6 times the price of his piece. When the price reached 18 pieces, no one else dared to bid any higher. And Chung Mo clapped his hands, indicating that the black gold belonged to the cultivator who had bid at the beginning. Soon after, there were all kinds of different refining materials, and there were also different prices and bids. The cultivators were all people who knew their stuff, and all the rare and commonly used materials had high prices. For example, some materials with very few uses like silk coiling gold and wild alfalfa stone had extremely low prices, and there were even some that no one bid at all. This made Xiao Hua extremely happy. This guy loved to be cheap the most, and he also had an indescribable hobby. He liked to collect these things that he didn't need for the time being, but might be useful in the future. Therefore, Xiao Hua took all the materials that no one cared about with a smile. This made Chungma of the treasure auction pavilion secretly happy. Usually, no one would bid for these materials, and they could only take them back in the end. But this time, there was a strange cultivator like Xiao Hua who bought them all. This made Chungma wonder if this guy was arranged by the city lord to be a front. After the bidding for refining materials, it was time to bid for spirit herbs. 100-year-old blackwood was offered for 1 middle-grade spirit stone, but because this blackwood was the main ingredient of the marrow cleansing pill, it was bid for 30 middle-grade spirit stones by the cultivators. Strange, I remember that this 100-year-old spirit herb was only sold for 1 middle-grade spirit stone in Jinghua City. How could it be sold for 30 middle-grade spirit stones in Yenyuan City? But soon, he saw the cultivator in front of him who'd won the black would very carefully put the spirit grass into his storage pouch. Xiaohua immediately came to a realization. The Centennial Life's main ingredient might be a middle-grade spirit stone, but it's always been rarely seen in E.G. I wandered around Jinghua City for a long time, and I only saw spirit herbs that were a few decades old. As for those that were older, they were all used to refine blood-replenishing pills and cleansing pills. Where have I seen spirit herbs that are used to refine marrow-cleansing pills? Oh, that's right, the price of one middle-grade spirit stone is the price of income, and is not the price of selling it to cultivators. A black wood, another black wood, and other ingredients. If a high-level alchemist can refine a cauldron of 36 marrow-cleansing pills. One marrow-cleansing pill costs 10 to 20 middle-grade spirit stones. Then 36 marrow-cleansing pills can be sold for at least 360 middle-grade spirit stones. The alchemist will definitely make a profit. According to the market price of E.G. City, 1,000-year-old spirit herb costs 100 upper-grade spirit stones. The exquisite grass and eyes space is probably 1,000-year-old. I wonder how many spirit stones it can be sold for if I take it out to bid. Xiaohua was a little proud. Afterwards, there were many more spiritual grasses. Some were 100 years old, some were 200 years old, and in the end, there was even a yellow nightmare grass that was 500 years old. All of them were bid at an astonishing price. Xiaohua was not interested in any of these spiritual grasses. Moreover, it was not his turn to bid for them. They were all fought over by other cultivators. All right, everyone, there is only one spirit herb left in this auction, and it will be over. And Chungma's face was flushed. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "This last spirit herb is a little strange. It is not a spirit herb that is commonly seen in the Xiaoyu continent. The alchemists of Yenyuan City have also searched through ancient records for a long time, but they could not find its origin. Therefore, I will take it out last." As he said this, a woman still brought up a jade plate. When Chungma removed the silk cloth from the jade plate, everyone was stunned. On the jade plate, there was a withered willow branch. On the willow branch, there were 9 willow leaves, all of which were withered and yellow. "Fellow, and isn't this a willow branch?" A cultivator broke the silence in the hall and asked curiously. "Fellow Taoist, good question." And Chungma clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you think my treasure auction pavilion will mistake a willow branch for something else?" That cultivator was speechless. "This spirit herb, because my treasure auction pavilion cannot provide a name, then according to this fellow Taoist, we will call it a willow branch." Boom, everyone laughed loudly. And Chungma shouted again, "This willow branch, the lowest bid is 50 high-grade spirit stones. Every increase is 10 high-grade spirit stones." 50 high-grade spirit stones? Everyone was shocked. After all, the 500-year-old yellow grass was only bid for 100 high-grade spirit stones. This unremarkable willow branch, which could even be said to be dying, was actually bid for 50 high-grade spirit stones. Only 50 high-grade spirit stones, which fellow Taoist is willing to pay. And Chungma was not nervous at all and only shouted loudly. Xiaohua looked from afar and did not frown. He also could not find any clues about this willow branch, but Chungma clearly said that this spirit herb did not seem to be from the Xiaoyu continent. Could it be an item from the Devil Realm? Xiaohua suddenly thought. But if it is an item from the Devil Realm, how can it survive on the Xiaoyu continent? Is it destined to wither and die? Maybe I can raise it in my space. In that case, I can see what this willow branch is. 50 high-grade spirit stones is not a small number. Why would I buy this thing for no reason? Xiaohua was hesitant again. At this moment, a voice rang out from one of the small houses that had been silent all this time. Shuanyan School offers 60 high-grade spirit stones. Shuanyan School? 60 high-grade spirit stones? Everyone was in an uproar. Many cultivators who did not hide their identity began to whisper. Good, the fellow Taoist from Shuanyan School bids 60 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who would like to bid higher? If not, this willow branch belongs to Shuanyan School. And Chungma immediately shouted. The room was silent. Everyone unconsciously turned their heads slightly, wanting to see if there was really someone who would bid higher spirit stones. Is there no one? If no one else bids, this willow branch will be given to. Without waiting for Chungma to finish, Xiaohua raised his hand. 70 high-grade spirit stones. 80, The disciple from Xuanyin's school coldly shouted without hesitation. Humph, Xiaohua secretly sneered in his heart. If it was someone else, since I don't know what this willow branch is, I will naturally bear with it. But if Xuanyin's school wants it, I also want it. Even if I can't win against you in the end, I will make you spend more spirit stones. Xiaohua seemed to remember the anger he received in front of the disciple from Xuanyin's school. 90. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, 100. The disciple from Xuanyin's school's tone was still cold. 110. Finally, Xiaohua continued to bid for the willow branch, 220 high-grade spirit stones. This round of inexplicable bidding not only stunned the crowd of cultivators, but even in Chengma, who was on the high platform, opened his eyes wide and was at a loss. This was obviously beyond his expectations. Haha, good. Since fellow Taoist likes this willow branch so much, I will let you have it. The disciple from Xuanyin's school suddenly laughed loudly. What? Xiaohua was stunned. He suddenly felt like he was being teased. Could it be? I tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it? Instead, I was schemed against. But as the disciple from Xuanyin's school withdrew, and Chengma immediately clapped his hands and said, This fellow Taoist is wise, to be able to bid such a high price for the willow branch. Congratulations. Haha. As in Chengma's voice fell, all the cultivators in the field also laughed loudly, making Xiaohua's face turn red. Fortunately, the mystic grass blocked him. Otherwise, he would have to find a hole and burrow into the ground. The woman gave the willow branch to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't even look at it and threw it into the space, casually inserting it into a place. Well, under the enthusiasm of fellow Taoists, the spirit herbs have been bid for. Next are some talismans and talisman crafting materials. And Chengma said with a smile, the first talisman is the guiding lightning talisman. As he spoke, he opened the jade plate that the woman sent over. Inside the jade plate was a shiny object, completely different from the ordinary yellow talismans. Looking at the appearance of the talisman, it was exactly the same as the Yunqing talisman on Li Zongbao's head. Chapter 1435. I believe that many fellow Taoists are familiar with the thunder palm technique. I don't think I need to explain how powerful it is. And Chengma smiled and said, the thunder summoning technique is able to attract the divine lightning from the horizon. That kind of heavenly power, TSK, just thinking about it makes I tremble with fear. Of course, this thunder summoning technique has always been a secret technique passed down by some sections. Only seniors with profound cultivation can use it, and when using it, they need to use extremely powerful magic treasures. The thunder summoning talisman is made by using the thunder summoning technique to refine the thunder summoning talisman. The minimum requirement to refine the thunder summoning talisman is a 4th grade thunder beast. As for the blood essence of the thunder summoning talisman, it also needs to be a 2nd grade flying crane. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Not to mention the talisman crafting technique used to refine the thunder summoning talisman. Just the blood essence of the spirit beast and the blood essence of the thunder summoning talisman were beyond Xiaohua's imagination. The price of this thunder summoning talisman was definitely not low. Sure enough, after Chengma explained, he reported the price of the thunder summoning talisman. Although this thunder summoning talisman can be used repeatedly, the conditions for using it are quite harsh. The user must be at the foundation establishment stage or above, so fellow Taoists in the qi condensation stage should not consider it for the time being. The price of this thunder summoning talisman is 10 high-grade spirit stones. 15. Before Chengma's voice fell, a voice rang out from the small room. 20 high-grade spirit stones. Right in front of Xiaohua, near the high platform, another cultivator added without hesitation. 25. It would appear that this lightning guiding talisman was very rare. Additionally, it was also very powerful. Many of the cultivators who had concealed their cultivation bases were bidding for it. In just a short moment, the price had risen to 60 high-grade spirit stones. At that moment, only 2 cultivators who were seated in separate rooms remained in the auction hall. One of them was dressed like a cultivator from the 7 Skills sect. He was at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. His hair and beard were all white, his body was large, and there was a hint of anger on his face. The other cultivator was dressed like a cultivator from the Splendid Flower sect. He was also at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. His hair and beard were all white, but he was skinny and had some strange black spots on his face. The cultivator from the Seven Skills sect looked at Chungma excitedly shouting at the other cultivators and frowned. He then looked at the restrictions on the walls and said, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, I have some other uses for this lightning summoning talisman. If fellow Taoist isn't in a hurry to use it, why don't you let me have it? If I have other things later, I'll let fellow Taoist have it. How about it?" When the cultivator from the Splendid Flower sect heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Okay, since fellow Taoist he has a use for it, then why not let fellow Taoist have it?" "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Jiang." Fellow Taoist, he from the Seven Skills sect said with a smile. "Ah, you can do that?" Xiaohua was stunned when he heard this from outside. And Chungma didn't find it strange. There were restrictions on the individual rooms. Even Golden Core cultivators couldn't privately communicate with each other. If they were to talk, they could only be heard by everyone in the room. "Okay, the lightning summoning talisman for 60 high-grade spirit stones goes to fellow Taoist, he from the Seven Skills sect." And Chungma clapped his hands, and a woman brought the lightning summoning talisman into the room of the Seven Skills sect. Then there were a few more rare talismans. Unfortunately, none of them were the invisibility talismans that Xiaohua wanted. In addition, those talismans required Foundation establishment cultivators to use. Therefore, most of the talismans were won by the cultivators in the individual rooms. There were also a few cultivators who hid their cultivation. "Okay, everyone, the next item to be auctioned is what everyone wants to see, and that is medicinal pills." And Chungma's face showed a trace of red light, and he said loudly, "Medicinal pills that can increase one's cultivation are rare in E-City and E-City. However, in the auction they are not rare. However, today, to be able to appear in large quantities, to be honest, even I have never seen such a thing." Wow! The cultivators who didn't hide their cultivation couldn't help but whisper in each other's ears. Even more cultivators stretched their necks to look at the stage. Clap, clap, and Chungma clapped his hands, and a woman brought out more than 10 jade bottles. And Chungma smiled and said, "Do you see this? Fellow Taoists, this is the famous Qing pill in the country of Xi. It is most useful for cultivators in the 3rd and 4th level of Qi refining. If any Foundation establishment cultivator has a junior in the lower level of Qi refining, you should consider it. After all, it is rare to see so many Qing pills. There are a total of 15 jade bottles here. Each bottle contains 10 Qing pills. Every time a jade bottle is bid, the price is 80 mid-grade spirit stones. Every time the price is increased by 10 mid-grade spirit stones, 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Similarly, without waiting for Chungma to finish speaking, a cultivator immediately raised his hand and shouted, 100 mid-grade spirit stones?" Xiaohua, who was at the end of the line, was stunned again. Of course, there were exactly 150 Qing pills. Needless to say, these were the pills that Xiaohua gave to Shui the day before yesterday. He paid 5 mid-grade spirit stones for each pill. This bottle of 10 Qing pills was only worth 50 mid-grade spirit stones. This cultivator had just started the auction, and he had already bid such a high price. Presumably, Shui, who was sitting somewhere, was already bursting with joy. Sure enough, the other cultivators were also stunned. After Chungma shouted a few times, no one bid. That cultivator contentedly put the bottle of Qing pills into his bag. After that, the other 9 bottles of Qing pills were also bid at a high price. The highest price was 150 mid-grade spirit stones, while the lowest was 110 mid-grade spirit stones. In comparison, the cultivator who made the first bid used the least amount of mid-grade spirit stones. So that's how it is." Xiaohua slowly saw through the situation and said, "That Qing pill originally had a market price of 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Shui asked the treasure auction pavilion to bid 8 mid-grade spirit stones, which was already a lot higher. Furthermore, this cultivator gave out 10 mid-grade spirit stones all at once. Other people would probably still hesitate, and there were still 9 bottles of pills after that. In the end, this cultivator got a bargain. Actually, the one who got the best end of the deal is Shui. She earned more than 800 mid-grade spirit stones in one go. It's more than what she paid me." That's not right. Shui is the biggest winner? The biggest winner is probably the Imperial Elixir School. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. The pills that the Imperial Elixir School is going to offer today are the soul-nurturing pills and marrow-cleansing pills. Their quality and effects are much better than the Clear Breeze pills. I finally understand now. The Imperial Elixir School gave me the Clear Breeze pills and Clean Lotus pills. It's impossible for these pills to earn too many spirit stones in the first place. If I sent these pills to the auction house like Shue Shue did, I could only push the price of the soul-nurturing pills and marrow-cleansing pills even higher. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, and Chengma gestured with his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't be anxious. These Qingyi pills are just appetizers. The next item is the real deal. Marrow-cleansing pill. 1,000 pills, which is also 10 pills per bottle. Each bottle costs 2 high-grade spirit stones. Every bid is 10 mid-grade spirit stones. 250 mid-grade spirit stones." A cultivator shouted. The marrow-cleansing pill could be used by cultivators from the 3rd to the 8th level of qi refinement. It was much better than the Qingyi pills. 280 mid-grade spirit stones. The atmosphere in the hall immediately livened up. Looking at the somewhat crazy cultivators around him, Xiaohua sat quietly on his chair and shook his head slightly. There are good things in this auction, but if you don't have enough spirit stones, there's really no need to come. In the time it took to eat a meal, 100 bottles of marrow-cleansing pills were won by 100 cultivators at an average price of 5 high-grade spirit stones per bottle. Good 500 high-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua secretly clicked his tongue. No wonder. Shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Pill School could easily sell low-grade medicinal pills to me. They really don't care. In a separate room, Shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Pill School was frowning. He turned his head and asked the disciple beside him, "Did you see Xiaohua come to the treasure auction pavilion with a female cultivator?" Yes, this disciple saw it with his own eyes. That female cultivator isn't Shue Shue. Definitely not. This disciple has long been familiar with Shue Shue's appearance. That's strange. Those 150 Qingyi pills must have been obtained by Shue Shue from Xiaohua. But where are Xiaohua's Qingyi pills? And there are so many Clean Lotus pills. Why didn't he take them out to bid? Could it be I misjudged him? There's something wrong with this Xiaohua after all? Reporting to shopkeeper, even if there's something wrong with this Xiaohua, what kind of storm can those Qingyi pills and Clean Lotus pills cause? At most, they'll just create more low-level cultivators, so that they won't have the chance to peak at the higher levels. What do you know? Shopkeeper Lu berated. Those are 800 Clean Lotus pills. If each cultivator takes 10 pills, there'll be 80 low-level cultivators who can break through their bottlenecks. Even if there are 80 third-level qi refining cultivators, they still can't be underestimated. Moreover, this guy Xiaohua seems to be a loose cultivator. A few years ago, the heaven-forsaken loose cultivator organization was like a rainbow. I heard that a few years ago, they lost a feather on the Thousand-Zhong Peak and many loose cultivators died. Now they have disappeared without a trace. But what if this Xiaohua is a loose cultivator abandoned by Heaven Forsaken? Doesn't that mean Heaven Forsaken can rise from the ashes again? Those loose cultivators are as hateful as locusts, but they can't be underestimated. Ah? The disciple was stunned. He bowed and said, "This disciple is stupid. This disciple didn't think so much." "Humph, of course you didn't think so much." Shopkeeper Lu snorted and said, "Go to the treasure auction pavilion and send some people to keep an eye on Xiaohua's whereabouts. Find out who he is. Those 800 Clean Lotus pills can't be eaten by himself like he's chewing beans." "Yes, this disciple will arrange it right away." The disciple bowed and left. What Shopkeeper Lu didn't know was that those 800 Clean Lotus pills, Xiaohua really did want to take them himself. In the past 2 days, he had been taking Clean Lotus pills in the inn. The effect was much better than the Qingyi pills. According to Xiaohua's estimation, from the beginning of the 4th level to the 5th level of qi refining, these 800 Clean Lotus pills should be enough. Seeing that the bidding for the marrow-cleansing pill was over, and Chengma clapped his hands again and shouted, "Fellow Taoists who are at the higher levels of qi refining must have been looking forward to it. The next item to be auctioned is exactly what fellow Taoists are looking forward to, the Peiyuan pill." Chapter 1436. Peiyuan pill? Immediately, some cultivators cried out in surprise. It wasn't that the Peiyuan pill hadn't appeared in the auction before, but, after seeing the number of marrow-cleansing pills, All the cultivators understood that the Peiyuan pill couldn't be less. The number was the only reason they cried out in surprise. Sure enough, and Chungma clapped his hands and laughed. I thought that everyone would be surprised. This time, the number of Peiyuan pill isn't small. I'm sure it will satisfy everyone's needs. As he spoke, several women brought up several jade plates. At this time, a few impatient cultivators stood up, wanting to see the number of jade bottles. This time, there are 800 Peiyuan pill divided into 160 jade bottles. There are 5 pills in each bottle, and each bottle is worth 4 high-grade spirit stones. Each increment is 50 mid-grade spirit stones. 5 high-grade spirit stones. A cultivator had already started to raise the price. Damn, they're all crazy. Seeing the cultivators start to raise the price, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth unconsciously twitched. However, he also knew that the Peiyuan pill was useful for cultivators at the 4th stage of qi refining. Didn't Zhang Qingxiao and the others break through after taking the Peiyuan pill? This kind of pill, it was worth it no matter how many spirit stones it cost. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua had expected, a bottle of 5 essence-nurturing pills, with an average price of 11 high-grade spirit stones, was successfully bid for all of them. Each Peiyuan pill was worth 2 high-grade spirit stones. Hee. In the small room, shopkeeper Liu of the Imperial Pill School was laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. This was almost 2 top-grade spirit stones. For a sect that wasn't very big, and the quality of the Peiyuan pills wasn't very good, it was definitely a very worthwhile transaction. In another small room, the old man who bid against Xiao Hua just now frowned. He turned to a disciple beside him and said, "Go ask the treasure auction pavilion. Which sect is this? How could they bid for so many Peiyuan pill? What are their intentions?" "This," a disciple next to him said awkwardly. "I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. This is the rule of the treasure auction pavilion. We never reveal these secrets. This is also the reason why the treasure auction pavilion is so famous." What secrets? In front of my Xuanyan school, Yenyuan City has no secrets. As long as there are enough benefits, there are no absolute secrets. Yes, disciple will. Before the disciple could bow and leave, and Cheng Mo's voice sounded again, causing the cultivators and disciples of Xuanyan school to be shocked and almost jumped out. And Cheng Ma shouted, "It's time for the auction to reach its climax. What's after the Peiyuan pill? Fellow Taoists, do you know about it?" "Foundation Establishment Pill." A cultivator stood up and shouted, "Haha, that's exactly the case. The next item to be auctioned is 20 Foundation Establishment Pills." It's really a Foundation Establishment Pill. The standing cultivator was stunned. The cultivators of Xuanyan School in the hut were also stunned. The cultivators from the 7 Skills sect and the Magnificent Flower sect were stunned. All the cultivators in the auction hall were stunned. 20 Foundation Establishment Pills. That means 20 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Usually, the treasure auction pavilion would only have 1 or 2 of them appear. There had never been so many of them. With a wung sound, the entire auction hall boiled over. Many people stood up without caring about etiquette. Go quickly, see which sect it is." The cultivators of Xuanyan School roared. This is simply not putting my Xuanyan School in their eyes. Of course, Xuanyan School's Foundation Establishment Pill is a famous pill in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. Most of the Foundation Establishment Pills that appear in the auction hall are controlled by Xuanyan School. With so many Foundation Establishment Pills appearing, not only will it affect Xuanyan School's reputation, but it will also affect the balance of power between the various sects. The cultivators of Xuanyan School seem to have already seen that after the auction, the 7 Skills sect and the Magnificent Flower sect would criticize Xuanyan School. Just 20 Foundation Establishment Pills, and you're already like this. Xiao Hua looked at everyone's appearance and only curled his lips. If you knew that the number of Foundation Establishment Pills in the eye space is more than this, what would you do? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought, that's right, why would Qing Fengmin want so many Foundation Establishment Pills? He himself is only at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining, and he's also a demon. He doesn't need Foundation Establishment Pills. That's not right, since he can cultivate to the 5th level of qi refining. He can also cultivate to the Foundation Establishment stage, and even form a golden core. These Foundation Establishment Pills are naturally useful, but how could he use so many of them? Could it be that Qing Fengmin's situation is the same as mine? But that's still not right. This guy is a demon. Although the blood shadow technique is powerful, it can't directly cultivate my cultivation world's techniques. AI, forget it. This guy has already been killed. Why should I care about him? While Xiaohua was thinking, the bidding for the Foundation establishment pills had already started. Sure enough, as everyone expected, the price of one Foundation establishment pill had already reached 10 top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there were still people slowly increasing the price. After all, this was a chance to enter the Foundation establishment stage. No one would easily give it up. Fellow Daoistan. At this time, someone stood up and asked, I don't have enough spirit stones, but in my storage bag, there are magic tools and spirit herbs that are comparable to top-grade spirit stones. Would it be possible to exchange them? Hearing this, and Chengma smiled and shook his head. Sorry, the cultivator who entrusted this auction to us said very clearly that they only want spirit stones and nothing else. Ah, why only spirit stones? Magic tools and spirit herbs. Aren't they all very good? The cultivator was unwilling to give up and asked. This? I don't know. And Chengma shook his head again. After that cultivator sat down, the first Foundation establishment pill was won by a disguised cultivator at the price of 12 top-grade spirit stones. What was even more surprising was that the Seven Skills sect, Shanghua sect, and Xuanyan school also joined in the bidding. Of course, Xuanyan school didn't lack Foundation establishment pills. What he wanted to do was to tell others that this Foundation establishment pill wasn't offered by his Xuanyan school. The result was even more puzzling. The three great sects didn't win any more Foundation establishment pills. Only 3 of the pills were taken by each of them, while the other 16 pills were taken by 10 rich and overbearing cultivators. One of the cultivators actually won 4 pills, and the remaining Foundation establishment pills were sold for an average of 15 top-grade spirit stones each. That cultivator actually took out 60 top-grade spirit stones. This was really shocking. However, these 10 cultivators were all hiding their cultivation, so no one knew who they were. Who would carry 60 top-grade spirit stones with them? Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. Based on the items that the treasure auction pavilion had just bid for and the performance of the cultivators present, Xiaohua understood that a top-grade spirit stone could be used to bid for a lot of things in the auction. It was precisely because of this that no one would bring too many top-grade spirit stones. Yet this cultivator actually... I know. Xiaohua suddenly realized. This cultivator is probably related to Xue Xue. But, since he's related, why would Xue Xue take out some clear breeze pills from me to bid for some mid-grade spirit stones? Xiaohua was puzzled. While Xiaohua was pondering, the auction was still proceeding in an orderly manner. Because they had just gone through the climax of the Foundation establishment pills, the following few magic tools, even low-grade magic tools, were unable to arouse the interest of the cultivators present. Several magic tools that seemed somewhat ordinary, unexpectedly, no one bid for them. And with Xiaohua's current cultivation, he didn't have any use for these things. Towards these magic tools that could easily be sold for top-grade spirit stones, he was even less interested. Thus, he didn't raise any hand. Time slowly passed by, and when a magical treasure was taken back by the auction pavilion, and Chengma clapped his hands, and a dozen women brought out some jade plates. He said, Fellow cultivators, before we bid for the last item of this auction, let's take out the items that we didn't bid for in the previous auctions. Let's see if anyone is interested. These items are priced at 10 mid-grade spirit stones each, and each increment is 1 mid-grade spirit stone. After he finished speaking, and Chengma waved his hand, and the silk on the jade plates were lifted, revealing the items inside. When Xiaohua heard that they were items that weren't sold in the previous auctions, his heart had already lost interest. Seeing the dozen jade plates casually rotating around the high platform, he didn't look carefully. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall began to gradually become lively. Many cultivators also stood up and came to the side of the high platform. When they saw something suitable, they took out spirit stones from their storage bags and began to exchange. The items inside these dozen jade plates were very complicated. There were strange yellow talismans, broken magic tools, and some inexplicable things. This is a soul-absorbing talisman? Xiaohua's eyes inadvertently swept over and saw a shabby yellow talisman that was very similar to the one used by Cheng Ming. Whoosh! Xiaohua stood up from his chair and wanted to take the soul-assimilating talisman. Unfortunately, just as he took 2 steps forward, a cultivator standing next to the high platform pointed his finger, and the soul-assimilating talisman immediately fell into his hand. The cultivator took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones and placed them on the jade plate. Then he turned around and left. Ai! Xiaohua stretched out his hand and opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to stop the cultivator. Although Chengma said that they could bid, the cultivators in front of him didn't have the intention to bid at all. When they saw something that they liked, they immediately took out their spirit stones and left. Why is that? Xiaohua habitually scratched his head and prepared to go back. Coincidentally, at this time, a jade plate flew to the place where the soul-absorbing talisman was. Xiaohua's eyes fell on it, and he couldn't help but feel happy. On the jade plate, there were 3 pieces of gold foil. It looked very similar to the gold foil in Xiaohua's space. Come on, this is it. I didn't come here in vain. Xiaohua smiled and quickly walked over. He stretched out his hand and put the jade plate into the jade plate, but when he took out the mid-grade spirit stones, a voice sounded next to him. Fellow Taoist, I also want this gold foil. Chapter 1437. Damn it, Xiaohua almost cursed it out loud. Just now there was a soul-absorbing talisman, but he didn't get it. Now, he saw the 3 gold sheets that no one wanted. He just got them in his hand, and before he could even warm them up, someone else also wanted them. Like this, wouldn't he have to bid again? Was it because his character was bad, or was it because the guy next to him didn't know what was good for him? Xiaohua raised his head and glanced at the cultivator who just spoke. That cultivator didn't hide his cultivation. He was only 15 or 16 years old, and his cultivation was also very good. He was already at the 6th level of qi refining. He must be a disciple of some sect. However, looking at his somewhat uneasy expression, it seemed like it was his first time leaving the mountain. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, an older cultivator next to the young cultivator raised his arm and poked the young cultivator's waist. He shouted in a low voice, "Shut up!" Then, he smiled at Xiaohua and nodded. He said, "Fellow Taoist, this junior brother of mine doesn't know the rules. Please don't blame him, please don't blame him. You can just put away the gold sheets, don't mind him." Xiaohua was delighted. He didn't answer and took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. He threw them into the jade plate, and then very nimbly put the gold sheets into his space. At this time, Xiaohua heard the young cultivator next to him ask in a low voice, "Senior brother, this gold sheet. I also want it. Didn't Senior say just now? If we both want it, we can bid. Why don't you let me bid?" "You don't know shit." The older cultivator also said in a low voice, "Didn't you hear Senior say that? These are all things that failed in bidding before. They are things that their treasure auction pavilion smashed into their hands. If you bid with others now, wouldn't it be letting the treasure auction pavilion take advantage of you? Letting others pay more spirit stones for nothing? But I'm also willing to pay more spirit stones." The young cultivator was very puzzled. You can't pay more spirit stones. All the fellow Taoists participating in the auction have a tacit understanding. As long as it's something that failed in bidding before, the treasure auction pavilion will take it out again. Whoever sees it first will get it, absolutely can't bid. The older cultivator raised his chin and said, "Look again, there are dozens of cultivators here. Which one of them is bidding against someone else? If you compete with others, not only will you embarrass our sect, but you will also offend many of our fellow cultivators. You can forget about traveling around Yenyuan City." The young cultivator looked left and right. It was just as his senior brother had said. No matter what it was, no matter how many cultivators were standing next to it, as long as a cultivator pointed his finger at the jade plate and caused it to stop, the people next to him would shift their gazes away and no longer look at the jade plate. "Yes, I understand," the young cultivator said in a low voice. "Hee, so there's actually such a rule." Xiaohua, who was at the side, heard everything clearly and secretly gave a thumbs up to this rule. Just as Xiaohua wanted to see what else was on the stage, his heart suddenly moved and he walked over to the 2 cultivators. Seeing Xiaohua coming over, the older cultivator frowned and quickly cupped his hands. "This fellow Taoist, just now my junior brother, didn't know the rules and offended you. Please forgive him." Xiaohua cupped his hands in return and smiled. "Fellow Taoist, don't think too much. I don't have any ill intentions, and I don't want to pursue your junior brother's rudeness. I just have something I want to ask. Oh, what is it? Fellow Taoist, please speak. The older cultivator didn't let down his guard and looked at the many jade plates on the stage and asked in a low voice. May I ask this fellow Taoist, why did you want these gold plates? Xiaohua turned his head and asked the young cultivator. When I was young, I occasionally obtained a gold plate that was similar to these gold plates. However, I couldn't figure out anything from that gold plate, so I wanted to put these gold plates together and see if I could comprehend something. The young cultivator's face reddened, and he said in a low voice, Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua nodded and said, I see. Fellow Taoist is also a person of fate. Then Xiaohua turned his head and said to the older cultivator, Fellow Taoist, I was the same as your junior brother. I also obtained a gold plate in my early years. However, after studying it for more than 10 years, I still didn't have any progress. Since your junior brother also has a gold plate, I won't beat around the bush. I wonder if your junior brother can exchange that gold plate for I? The older cultivator frowned and turned his head to ask, Junior brother, what do you think? Me? The young cultivator thought for a moment and said hesitantly, I think that gold plate is a bit strange, but I also pondered about it for nearly 10 years. When the older cultivator saw this, he turned his head and asked, Then, how many spirit stones is fellow Taoist prepared to use to exchange? This will depend on your junior brother's intentions. Xiaohua pushed the question back. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't take it and only smiled. I understand what my junior brother means. I must first see fellow Taoist's sincerity. At this moment, the young cultivator pulled the older cultivator's sleeve and said, Forget it, senior brother. We don't lack any spirit stones. I think the gold plate is a bit strange. I better keep it for myself. When Xiaohua heard this, he became somewhat anxious. He patted his hand and took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch. It was the bottle he obtained from Kai Yuxia's storage pouch. He handed it over and said, Fellow Taoist, I have no use for this thing. Take it for exchange. Fellow Taoist, please see if this thing is suitable. If it's not, then I can't do anything. What is it? The older cultivator took it curiously and opened the jade bottle to take a look. His expression changed, but he didn't reveal any surprise. Then he looked at Xiaohua and then at the jade bottle in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he whispered a few words into the young cultivator's ear. At first, the young cultivator was somewhat unwilling, but after listening for a while, he began to slightly nod his head. In the end, he took the jade bottle, looked at it again and again, smelled it again and again, then patted his storage pouch and took out a gold plate. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, Senior, please accept it. Xiaohua took it and looked it over. He smiled and said, Then this old man thanks you. After saying this, he slightly cupped his hands and walked back to his chair. 2 Peiyuan pills are equivalent to 4 high-grade spirit stones in this auction. 4 high-grade spirit stones for 1 gold plate. I don't know if I'm losing out or not. Xiaohua sat on the chair and thought with a smile, but if I only take 1 Peiyuan pill, then as a senior brother, he may not open his mouth to speak. After the time it took to eat a meal, the jade plates on the high platform changed several times, but none of them were what Xiaohua wanted. The number of cultivators coming forward to watch also decreased. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Fellow Taoistan, quickly take out the last item. I can't wait any longer. The things flying around here are all trash that other people don't want. Who would use spirit stones to exchange? It seems that fellow Taoists are impatient. And Chengma clapped his hands and the jade plates on the high platform slowly fell down. A dozen or so women came forward to take them. Immediately after, a woman with a revealing figure and wearing very little slowly walked up the high platform. She held a small jade plate in her hand. The woman's round face and red lips made people's hearts itch. But, at this time, all the cultivators' eyes fell on the jade plate in her hand. The woman's good looks were rarely noticed by anyone. Fellow Taoists, I have had the honor of being the manager of the Treasure Auction Pavilion for about 40 years. And Chengma said with a smile, In these 40 years, I don't know how many things I've bid for. Strange magical treasures, rare talismans, heaven-defying elixirs, I've bid for countless of them. Even if it's a rare basic cultivation technique, alchemy technique, artifact-making technique, and so on, this Taoist has seen them all before. But today's item is a little strange. And Chungma's words immediately aroused everyone's appetite. The laziness from before disappeared as everyone stretched their necks to look at the jade plate in the woman's hand. Unfortunately, both the silk and the jade plate had restrictions that isolated divine sense, so no one knew what was inside. However, looking at the appearance of the silk on the jade plate, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was a cultivation technique. As for what kind of cultivation technique it was, only Chungma could reveal it. Sure enough, Chungma waved his hand and took the silk off the jade plate. They heard him say, "To tell you the truth, this is a book of basic cultivation techniques." Ah? Cultivation techniques. Basic cultivation techniques? Everyone was shocked. Previously, our treasure auction pavilion also bid for books of basic cultivation techniques, and more than once. But those cultivation techniques were either incomplete or only had low levels. None of them could be used to directly cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. What? A basic cultivation technique that can be used to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage? And Chungma's words were like a huge rock that was thrown into the water, disrupting the tranquility of the hall. Almost everyone stood up, and the shock and surprise on their faces were even greater than when they saw the dozens of foundation establishment pills. Yes, it is a complete cultivation technique that can be used to cultivate from the first level of qi refining to the 12th level of qi refining, and then to break through to the foundation establishment stage. And it's a set of earth attribute cultivation techniques that are suitable for most cultivators. Buzz! The noise was so loud that it almost overturned the auction hall. In a small room, the cultivators of Xuanyan School, Qiqiao sect, and Shanghua sect all had gloomy expressions. They lowered their heads to discuss, presumably to obtain this cultivation technique at all costs. Shopkeeper Liu of the Imperial Pill sect was even more delighted. He knew very well what this complete set of cultivation techniques meant. Obtaining this set of cultivation techniques meant that they could use it to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. It also meant that they could establish their own sect. At the very least, they could establish a family of cultivators. Come to think of it, Kai Zhuoxia's Kai clan in Liang only had a cultivation technique that could allow one to cultivate up to the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. Whoever obtained this cultivation technique would be able to create a clan even more powerful than the Kai clan. At this moment, Xiaohua, who had been very calm until now, could no longer sit still. Chapter 1438. That's because Xiaohua didn't care about medicinal pills, talismans, magic tools, and magic treasures. However, Xiaohua couldn't not care about cultivation techniques. It had been almost 2 years since he left Yellowflower Ridge. Hadn't he been looking for cultivation techniques all this time? Now that an opportunity had appeared before him, how could he not be tempted? Fellow cultivator and everyone shouted, "Is this cultivation technique real? What's its base price?" Hee. I don't know if this cultivation method is real or not, but I've instructed a fellow Taoist to place a restriction on this book. Only when a fellow Taoist wins the bid will that fellow Taoist be able to remove the restriction on the book. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. As for the base price of this cultivation technique, even I don't know. And Chungma stretched out his hand and picked up a yellow talisman from the booklet. This was left behind by the owner of this booklet. The base price of this booklet is recorded on it. Fellow cultivator, and could you stop the auction for an hour? I don't have enough spirit stones here. A cultivator suddenly shouted. That's right, let's stop for a moment and go get some spirit stones. Everyone came to a realization. Fellow cultivators, I'm very sorry, but the owner of this booklet doesn't want to make it public. If he doesn't win the bid this time, he'll take this booklet and leave Yenyuan City. I don't know when he'll return. Sigh. Everyone sighed. Only shopkeeper Liu from the Imperial Pill sect was overjoyed. The Imperial Alchemy School had the most supreme grade spirit stones in this auction. Xiaohua, who was below the stage, felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Of course, he did have some top-grade spirit stones in his space, but they were far less than the dozens of top-grade spirit stones in the Imperial Elixir School. Although he had a lot of foundation-building pills, they were not top-grade spirit stones. Sigh, I'm afraid there's no chance. Xiaohua thought in annoyance. If I knew this would happen, I would have sold some foundation establishment pills and spirit herbs. Xiaohua wasn't the only one regretting. Almost all the cultivators in the auction were filled with regret. They were all regretting that they didn't bring enough top-grade spirit stones. All right, I'm ready to reveal the base price. As Chengma spoke, he activated his mana, and the yellow talisman in his hand began to burn. An old voice rang out, "Fellow cultivators, this is the heavenly law's embodiment of Earth. It is an advanced Earth element cultivation technique that I came across by chance. From the beginning of the first level of the Qi refining stage to the peak of the Qi refining stage, there is a corresponding cultivation technique. It is very complete. I don't lack spirit stones, so the base price of this technique is 100-year-old mother-child spirit fruit. Every increment of 10 years. Huh? When the old Chingma's voice disappeared, the entire auction hall was silent. Everyone was stunned by this strange method. In fact, it was not that there were no specific spiritual herbs or elixirs in this auction, but most of the time, it would be some centuries-old spiritual herbs or some extremely rare spiritual herbs. Of course, in most cases, if there were no spiritual herbs, a large number of spiritual stones would be enough. After all, spiritual stones could be used to exchange for what one wanted. But this old Qingma didn't want spirit stones, he only wanted the mother-child spirit fruit. In this world, the mother-child spirit fruit grew in groups. If one wasn't plucked, the other mother-child spirit fruits wouldn't mature. Even if someone came across a mother-child spirit fruit or planted a mother-child spirit fruit, they would pluck it as soon as it matured. After all, the age of the mother-child spirit fruit didn't have much to do with the effect of the embryonic breathing pill, who would wait for a ripe mother-child spirit fruit for 100 years. However, among the hundreds of cultivators in the auction hall, someone actually had a mother-child spirit fruit. A Qi refining level 8 cultivator jumped up and stammered, I have a mother-child spirit fruit." And Chengma saw this and laughed. "Fellow cultivator, you are really lucky. Is your mother-child spirit fruit 100-year-old? The cultivator's face was a little red. He scratched his head and said, "This mother-child spirit fruit was found by I 2 years ago. I plucked it as soon as it matured. I'm afraid, it's not even 100 years old." Haha, it's better than nothing. Fellow cultivator, please come up. Let's see if anyone else has a mother-child spirit fruit. This poor Taoist also has one here. As he spoke, the other cultivator also stood up and said, "Please, fellow cultivator, come up too. Let's see who has the oldest mother-child spirit fruit." Fellow cultivator and I have a 120-year-old mother-child spirit fruit. These fellow cultivators don't need to come up. A voice came from the small room of the Shanghua sect. "Ayo, it really is the Shanghua sect. You are really rich. Fellow cultivator Jiang, your sect even has such a rare thing. This is really beyond I's expectations." "Oh, it's just a coincidence." Jiang Daoyu from the Shanghua sect replied proudly. "Wait, I have a 300-year-old mother-child spirit fruit." A slightly arrogant voice also came from the small room. Hiss. Not only the people outside. Even Jiang Daoyu from the Shanghua sect sucked in a breath of cold air. 100-year-old mother-child spirit fruit was already rare. How could there be a 300-year-old one? "Fellow cultivator, you have no proof. Take it out and let us see?" Jiang Daoyu sneered. "Of course. I will bring it up now." "Fellow cultivator Jiang, are you going up as well?" "Of course." Jiang Daoyu retorted. Xiao Hua, who was sitting on a chair in the distance, was so happy that he went silly. When he heard the old man's voice from the yellow talisman, saying that he wanted a 100-year-old mother-child spirit fruit, his brain immediately buzzed. It was louder than the noise in the room. He was dumbfounded. There was only one thought in his mind. Damn it, I'm finally lucky. Oh my god, this is a complete Qi condensation cultivation method. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. When Xiaohua was just at the first level of Qi condensation, the spirit herbs in his space were as long as a year. After entering the second level of Qi condensation, it seemed that one day was as long as 2 years. Now that he was already at the fourth level of Qi condensation, one day was as long as a few years. He really didn't pay attention to it. However, he didn't need to think too much. The mother-child spirit fruit in his space was definitely more than 100 years old. After all, after he transplanted it into the space, he didn't care about those mother-child spirit fruits anymore. On the high platform, Jiang Daoyu from the Shanghua sect walked up with a somewhat gloomy expression. He held a jade box in his hand. Not far from him, a tall cultivator in camouflage also held a jade box. "Fellow cultivators, you can open the jade box." Presumably, after comparing with each other, you will know which cultivator's mother-child spirit fruit is older. And Chungma said with a smile, "Fellow cultivator, please." Jiang Dayu sneered. "Hee, then I will go first." With that, the tall cultivator waved his hand, opened the jade box, and handed it to Jiang Dayu. Jiang Dayu glanced at it, and his face turned ashen. He muttered, There really is a 300-year-old mother-child spirit fruit. Sigh, it really opened my eyes." Immediately, he cupped his hands and said, "I won't open it. This law embodiment of heaven and earth is yours." With that, he put the jade box into his storage bag and walked down the high platform. Good. And Chungma didn't miss the opportunity to shout, "The last cultivation method of this auction has also been successfully bid. The owner of the cultivation method, please come up and remove the restriction on the cultivation method." Wait. At this moment, the dizzy Xiaohua raised his hand and shouted, "This old man also has a mother-child spirit fruit here." This fellow cultivator also has a mother-child spirit fruit. Then how old is it? Could it be even older than 300 years? And Chungma didn't quite believe it. But looking at Xiaohua, who had bid a few times before, he muttered in his heart, "This was sent by the city lord? How old is it? This old man also doesn't know. If you know, take it out and compare it with this fellow cultivator. Then you will know." Xiaohua smiled, got up from the chair, and quickly walked up the high platform. At this moment, a cultivator in camouflage also walked up the high platform from another place. When Xiaohua saw this, his heart thumped, and he secretly said, "Oh no, could it be that this guy also has a mother-child spirit fruit?" Fortunately, he heard Chungma laugh. Just in time, the owner of the cultivation method is here. Which of these two mother-child spirit fruit is older? Or which fellow cultivator's mother-child spirit fruit catches this fellow cultivator's eye, will depend on this fellow cultivator's choice. Xiaohua and the other two were all wearing camouflage clothing. No one could clearly see each other, and no one knew who the other was. The cultivator holding the jade box in his hand pushed the jade box in front of the owner of the cultivation method and said, "Fellow Taoist, please take a look." That cultivator swept a glance inside the jade box, nodded and said, "Correct, this pay. Mother-child spirit fruit has the effect of 300 years. Then he looked at Xiaohua and asked, "Where is this fellow Taoist's mother-child spirit fruit?" Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the mother-child spirit fruit that had just been moved into the storage bag from the space, and didn't have time to find a jade box to put it in. Even though that cultivator was already prepared, when he saw the golden runes all over the mother-child spirit fruit, he still lost control and cried out. Just as that cultivator cried out, that cultivator waved his hand, and the mother-child spirit fruit disappeared from Xiaohua's hand. Then, a jade box appeared in the cultivator's left hand, and the cultivator very nimbly put Xiaohua's mother-child spirit fruit into the jade box, and then put it into his own storage bag. Fellow cultivator, when Xiaohua saw that the mother-child spirit fruit was suddenly taken away by that cultivator, he was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. His mother-child spirit fruit was gone, and the other party gave him the cultivation method of heavenly law embodiment technique. Chapter 1439. Sure enough, the cultivator slapped his hand again and took out something that looked like a talisman from his storage bag. He handed it to Xiaohua with a smile and said, "This is a talisman that can break the restriction of a cultivation method. You'll know once you use it." And Chungma also handed over the booklet and said with a smile, "Please, this cultivation method is yours now." Then he looked at the cultivator who was standing there in a daze and said with a smile, "Fellow cultivator, please go back. Fellow cultivator's mother-child spirit fruit is very good, but it's still not old enough. Please." At this moment, the cultivator came to his senses. He turned his head and muttered, How is this possible? How can there be such an old mother-child spirit fruit?" Xiaohua suppressed the excitement in his heart and took the thick booklet. He activated his spiritual power, and the runes on the talisman gradually flowed. Then he slapped his hand and pressed it on the booklet. A burst of bright light flashed, and the words, "Heavenly Laws Embodiment Technique," appeared on the booklet. Xiaohua pretended to be very casual and flipped through it a few times. He nodded and said, "Yes, this is the complete cultivation method. Those juniors of this old man are really blessed." Then he slapped his hand and put the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique into his storage bag. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, fellow cultivator." "You're welcome, you're welcome." The cultivator also returned the greeting and said, "If you want to say thanks, I still have to thank fellow cultivator." After the two finished speaking, they both came down from the high platform. Who is this cultivator? Why is he sitting down? How can he have a mother-child spirit fruit that's older than 300 years? Jiang Daoyu of the Shanghua sect had a gloomy expression. He stared at Xiaohua's back as he skipped back and racked his brains. At least 800 years. The old man from the Xuanyan sect also muttered. Xiaohua took out the mother-child spirit fruit very quickly, but the speed at which the cultivator put away the mother-child spirit fruit was even faster. He also didn't see clearly, but the thick golden runes on the mother-child spirit fruit were deeply imprinted in his mind. Who is this cultivator in camouflage? Why would he be willing to take out a complete cultivation technique for the sake of the mother-child spirit fruit? Even shopkeeper Liu of the Imperial Alchemy sect, who only had supreme-grade spirit stones and no mother-child spirit fruit, looked at the disappearing figure of the Liu cultivator with a pensive look on his face. At this moment, and Chengma's voice sounded, "Thank you all for your support. This auction has come to a successful conclusion. The next auction will be held in 1 month as usual." Before Cheng Mo could finish his words, Xiaohua saw a few people standing up from their seats and quickly walking towards the outside of the hall. Xiaohua thought for a moment and understood that these people were the cultivators who had won the pills and magic tools during the auction. So he immediately stood up and walked towards the direction where those people had disappeared. At this moment, on the high platform where Chengma was standing, a brilliant light shone again, illuminating the entire hall on the second floor. The number of disciples in the treasure auction pavilion had decreased significantly. Only a few disciples were standing beside the stairs leading to the first floor. "Senior, this way please." Seeing Xiaohua rush over, a disciple greeted him from afar. Xiaohua vaguely replied. "Senior, don't worry, there are no more disciples on the first floor. Senior can just leave from where you came from. Also, Senior doesn't need to worry, the restriction on the first floor has a spatial spell, so Senior won't be with others. Once Senior takes off the camouflage and leaves with others, no one will recognize you." The disciple saw that Xiaohua was in a hurry and was not as calm as the previous people, so he kindly reminded him. "Oh, is that so?" When Xiaohua heard this, he understood that he was a bit obsessed, so he paused for a moment and slowly walked down the stairs. Sure enough, as the disciple said, not a single disciple on the first floor could see him. Xiaohua calmly walked into the darkness of the restriction. In the darkness, Xiaohua kept the cultivation technique and other things into his space, then took off the camouflage. After waiting for a moment, he thought that it was about time. Then he calmly walked out. Outside the treasure auction pavilion, it was already past noon, and the bright sun was already slightly to the west. Hundreds of cultivators rushed out of the treasure auction pavilion and entered the plaza in the middle of the city. It looked a bit crowded, but when they really scattered in the plaza, they were all blocked by the huge pillars, and in a moment, they seemed scattered. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." A voice sounded from the side of a huge pillar. Xiaohua looked over and saw that it was Shui. "Ayo, fellow Taoist Shui." Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. He quickly walked forward, cupped his hands, looked left and right, and said in a low voice, "Congratulations, you made a small profit." Isn't this all thanks to fellow Taoist Xiao?" Shui had bright eyes and white teeth, and the smile on her face was very bright. She cupped her hands and said, "I also didn't expect that this clear fragrance pill would actually be so popular. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten more marrow cleansing pills from Imperial Pill School. But, fellow Taoist Xiao, you took so many clear fragrance pills and clean lotus pills. Why didn't you bid?" Fellow Taoist Shui and Imperial Pill School have both put up their pills this time. How much can I bid for with these pills?" Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he said in a low voice, "This time, the treasure auction pavilion has put up so many pills. There will definitely be a lot of cultivators who will come after hearing the news in the next auction. By that time, will fellow Taoist Shui and Imperial Pill School still have so many pills?" Io fellow Taoist Xiao, when Shui heard this, her face was filled with astonishment. She raised her hand and gave him a thumbs up. She repeatedly said, Hi 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 hi. This poor Taoist truly admires you. I'm ashamed. Xiaohua secretly wiped his cold sweat. Then he heard Xue Xue say with some regret, unfortunately, I will be going out in a few days, and I'm afraid I won't be able to return for a few months otherwise. I would like to see how many spirit stones fellow Taoist Xiao can earn. There will be a chance, Xiaohua said with a smile. But right at this moment, a faint divine sense was suddenly sent out from afar, and it swept over Xiaohua's body. Oh no! Xiaohua's heart thumped. Although his face was calm, he had long been muttering in his heart. When I came out, it seemed like there were a lot of cultivators in the surroundings. It's not very likely that someone would know. Moreover, this divine sense seems to belong to an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. There's no reason for it to pay attention to a small character like me, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao? Your complexion doesn't look too good. Xue Xue saw that Xiaohua was in a daze, so she quickly asked, Yes, what's wrong? Xiaohua came back to his senses and waved his hand repeatedly. No, it's nothing. Then he sighed and said, Sigh, thinking about that auction, there were so many good things, but I couldn't bid for a single one. It's really regretful, especially that cultivation technique. Of course, Xue Xue also echoed. I also didn't expect that a complete cultivation technique would appear. How about, at this time, the divine sense that swept over Xiaohua's body gradually withdrew, and Xue Xue stuck out her tongue at the same time. There's no need. That last cultivator actually took out a mother-child spirit fruit that's even older than 300 years old. I'm afraid I can't take it out. If fellow Taoist can't take it out, I can't take it out even more. So, it's just a pity. It's useless. Xiaohua also spread his hands. Oh right, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't you have other fellow Taoists? Why did you come out alone? Xue Xue slapped her forehead, thought of something, and looked left and right. Xiaohua was also puzzled. At this time, there were already a lot of cultivators coming out of the treasure auction pavilion. Why hadn't Kai Zhuxia appeared yet? Could it be N? There's no need to think about any other possibilities. Just as Xiaohua turned his head, Kai Zhuxia's figure appeared at the entrance of the treasure auction pavilion. Fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua saw Kai Zhuxia looking left and right, and immediately shouted. Seeing Xiaohua wave his hand, Kai Zhuxia slightly nodded, but when she saw Xue Xue next to Xiaohua, Kai Zhuxia slightly frowned. When she got closer, she cupped her hands and smiled. This is fellow Taoist Xue, right? I'm Liu Yang's Kai family's Kai Zhuxia. I heard fellow Taoist Xiao mention you the day before yesterday. I still have to thank fellow Taoist Xue for your invitation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to participate in this auction. Hee, no need to thank. I and fellow Taoist Xiao each did what we needed. No need to thank me. Xue Xue casually waved her hand, and then casually asked, I wonder what fellow Taoist Kai obtained in the auction. I wanted spirit stones, but I didn't have spirit stones. I wanted mother-child spirit fruit, but I didn't have mother-child spirit fruit. What could I have obtained? I was just casually looking around. Kai Zhuxia said with a smile. Xue Xue still wanted to say something, but a crimson-red message talisman flew over from afar and stopped in front of her. Xue Xue clapped her hands and took the message talisman in her hand. She looked into the distance, then cupped her hands and said, I will bid farewell to these two beauties. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Beauties? Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Xue, you're mistaken. Who would have thought that although Kai Zhuxia's face was red, she still cupped her hands and said, Fellow Taoist Xue, we'll meet again someday. We'll meet again someday. Xue Xue said and quickly walked away. That. Xiaohua opened his mouth, wanting to ask why, but when Kai Zhuxia turned her head and asked him, What's wrong, fellow Taoist Xiao? He felt that he didn't know where to start, so he could only smile and say, No, nothing. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't have anything to do in Yenyuan City, let's quickly go to Shihuang Town. There's still quite a distance from Shihuang Town to Yanlin Marsh. Kai Zhuxia's tone was somewhat indifferent. I'm still waiting to return to Luyang. Okay, I'll listen to fellow Taoist Kai's instructions. Xiaohua didn't know why Kai Zhuxia's tone suddenly changed, but he still nodded. Yenyuan City's teleportation array was on the west side of the plaza. It was a courtyard that looked like a garden. The door of the courtyard was wide open. for armored Yenyuan city guards stood on both sides of the door. They looked straight ahead, giving off a very imposing feeling. Fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua followed Kai Zhuoxia to the courtyard. As they walked towards the door, he asked in a low voice, "This is the teleportation array of Yenyuan City? Why aren't there any cultivators going in and out?" Fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you think it should be like? People coming and going? Endless flow? Kai Zhuoxia's face was a little strange as she asked in a low voice. Chapter 1440. That's right. Although it doesn't have to be an endless stream, it shouldn't be so deserted. Xiaohua looked at the deserted hall and said strangely, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me in. You'll know when the time comes." Kai Zhuoxia replied indifferently. When Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia walked in front of them, a city guard stepped forward and said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, do you want to use the transportation formation of my Yenyuan city?" "Yes, we want to go to Shihuang town. We came here to register a few days ago. I wonder if we can go today." Kai Zhuoxia cupped her hands and said, "Shihuang town? Please wait a moment." As he spoke, the city guard took out a disc-shaped magic tool from his waist and struck it with a yellow talisman in his left hand. A cluster of misty light was emitted from the disc. The city guard looked at it and said with a smile, "So it's fellow Taoist Kai Zhuoxia. What a coincidence. There are 3 other fellow Taoists who are also going to Shihuang town. The appointment is also today. Please follow me in." Kai Zhuoxia frowned. "The other 3 fellow Taoists are all male cultivators?" "Yes." The city guard waved his hand and the light on the disc disappeared. He raised his hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, please follow me." As he spoke, he took the lead and walked into the courtyard. Xiaohua looked at them with a puzzled expression. When he saw Kai Zhuoxia walk in, he also followed and didn't ask a single question. Inside the courtyard, there were some strange flowers and plants, as well as some fake mountains and huge rocks. It looked very pleasing to the eye. After walking through a few corridors, they arrived in front of a room. The city guard smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, please wait inside. The other 3 fellow Taoists should be here soon." "And thank you." Kai Zhuoxia cupped her hands and walked into the room. Xiaohua nodded at the city guard and followed her in. This was a room that was neither big nor small. There weren't many decorations inside. Only 5 chairs and 5 tables were neatly placed inside. Kai Zhuoxia seemed to be used to it. She directly picked up a chair and sat down, closing her eyes without saying a word. Why is she so strange? When Xiaohua saw Kai Zhuoxia's abnormal reaction, he was somewhat puzzled. However, he didn't know where to start, so he just casually sat beside her. After waiting for a while, Xiaohua still didn't see anyone enter. He simply immersed his mind into the space, comprehending the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. Just as he had gained some insight, he was awakened by a commotion. When he opened his eyes, the sky was already a little dark. It seemed that a long time had passed. He looked at Kai Zhuoxia beside him. Her face was still cold. At this moment, she also opened her eyes and raised her head to look at the door. At the entrance, another city guard led 3 cultivators in a single file. "Fellow Taoists, are you heading to Shihuang town as well?" The city guard asked expressionlessly. "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. "All right, this is the teleportation formation talisman. Take it." The city guard didn't beat around the bush. He took out 5 2-finger-wide yellow talismans from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua, Kai Zhuoxia, and the 3 cultivators who came in later. Only now did Xiaohua carefully size up these 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators were of average height. 2 of them were tanned and strong with a fierce face. The last one was fair and clean, looking somewhat weak. However, the 3 of them were in the 7th layer of qi refinement, so Xiaohua didn't dare to underestimate them. The city guard gave the 5 talismans to the 5 cultivators and said, "Fellow Taoists, please pay me the spirit stones used for the teleportation. Each teleportation costs 5 high-grade spirit stones. Fellow Taoists, it's exactly 1 high-grade spirit stone for each of you." After listening to the words of the city guard, Xiaohua finally understood what Kai Zhuoxia was talking about at the entrance. Every teleportation requires a piece of high-grade spirit stone, so expensive, no wonder. Not many cultivators are willing to use this teleportation array. Fortunately, Xiaohua was no longer as distressed as he was in Jingbo City. He patted his storage pouch, took out 2 high-grade spirit stones, and handed them over. Kai Zhuoxia originally wanted to take it, but when she saw Xiaohua take it, she also put down her hand. However, the expression on her face seemed to be somewhat relaxed. The city guard kept the spirit stones and walked straight to the corner of the room. He took out another round plate from his chest. This round plate was different from the previous one. The city guard activated his Fa Li and pointed his finger. A pale yellow light beam shot out from the round plate and shone on the wall in the corner of the room. Not long after, the corner of the wall began to gradually melt and a round moon door appeared in front of everyone. Fellow Taoists, please follow me. The city guard put away the disc, waved his hand, and took the lead to walk through the moon gate. Fellow Taoists, please. The slightly weak cultivator of the three raised his hand and said with a smile, "Please." Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia both nodded and followed the city guard in. Just now, when they were in the room, they couldn't see the situation inside the moon gate. Only after Xiaohua stepped through the moon gate did he see the situation inside clearly. This was a rather large space, and the first thing Xiaohua saw was a not-so-large spirit design. This array was in the shape of an oval, and it was located in the center of the space. The array emitted a gray color, and one could vaguely see black and white alternating rapidly. Xiaohua looked at it a few times, but he couldn't tell what this array was made of. He also couldn't tell if the array was on the ground or embedded in the ground. Soon after, Xiaohua looked around and saw that there were walls flickering with a faint white light everywhere in this space. Above his head was a tall roof. Looking at the distance, he was afraid that it was more than 10 feet high. The strange runes on the roof weren't blurred because of the distance. Instead, they were very clear, as if they were right in front of him. Around the walls, there were dozens of armored city guards evenly surrounding the entire space, which also happened to surround the formation in the middle. Fellow Taoists, please stick the teleportation formation on your body. Enter the teleportation formation. The city guard said, "This one will go and ask the elder to come over." When the city guard turned around and left, Xiaohua and the other 4 people entered the formation. The formation wasn't big, so it was just right for the 5 of them to stand inside. Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the gray light under his feet. He had a very familiar feeling, so he lowered his voice and asked, "Fellow Taoist Kai, what's the use of this formation talisman? Isn't there a teleportation formation?" Kai Zhuoxia knew that Xiaohua was asking about the difference between this formation talisman and the one from Huanhua sect. She glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Although the teleportation formation talisman is a low-grade talisman, it can only move people for a short distance. Although it's called teleportation, it's actually thousands of miles away. For places like Shihuang Town that are far away, they can only rely on teleportation formations. And the pressure produced by teleportation formations is enormous. If you're not a nascent soul cultivator, you won't be able to withstand it. I'm afraid that chi condensation cultivators like us will be crushed into meat paste." This formation talisman is used in conjunction with the teleportation formation. It distributes the pressure of teleportation to the formation and reduces the damage caused by teleportation. "Oh, so it's like that?" Xiaohua nodded. "However, with our cultivation levels in the middle stage of chi condensation, it's still difficult. Every time we teleport, we'll be dizzy for a long time." Kai Zhuoxia said with some lingering fear. "Is that so?" Xiaohua's heart stirred. He thought about how he felt when he used Huanhua sect's teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman is already like that. Since this teleportation formation is so far away, it must be even more unbearable. Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia whispered to each other on the side. The other 3 cultivators stood on the side, looking down and not saying anything. Not long after, 2 old men with white hair and beards walked out from the wall. Judging from their cultivation levels, they were both in the late stage of foundation establishment. The 2 old men each held a pagoda-shaped magic tool in their hands. They walked to the 2 sides of the teleportation formation and stood steadily. Then they formed seals in their hands and sent the seals into the magic tools in their hands. The pagoda-shaped magic tools gradually lit up layer by layer. When a round bead at the top of the pagoda became completely transparent, the 2 old men shouted in a low voice, "Go." The magic tools in their hands faintly pointed forward. 2 beams of black and white light shot out from the 2 beads, shooting straight into the teleportation formation. With a burst of crackling sounds, the black and white lights in the teleportation formation flickered at the same time. A gray light cover rose, enveloping Xiao Hua and the other 4 people. The gray light cover flickered several times, and Xiao Hua and the other 4 people disappeared. At the same time that Xiao Hua and the others disappeared, a burst of enormous pressure pressed down from all directions. With a muffled pop, the formation talismans that were stuck on the 5 people's bodies a moment ago suddenly emitted a burst of faint gray light, enveloping the 5 people within. A burst of enormous pressure followed by a burst of confusion in his mind. Xiao Hua's vision darkened, and then it lit up again, followed by a burst of dizziness. Xiao Hua's figure slightly swayed, seemingly about to go limp, but he stood upright and steady. This feeling, why is it so familiar? Xiao Hua's eyes were somewhat blurred. He stood there blankly, not moving in the slightest. Oh, this little guy is quite fierce. He actually didn't collapse on the ground. An astonished voice startled Xiao Hua awake. When he raised his head to look, he saw a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator around 50 years old, dressed in a gray Taoist robe. The middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was standing not too far away from him, looking at him with wide eyes. Next to him, there were 2 qi condensation cultivators who were also looking at him in amazement. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up. When he looked to the side, he saw Kai Zhuoxia and the other 3 7th-level qi condensation cultivators all sitting on the ground with pale faces. They were also staring at him. These people all had such strange gazes. Xiao Hua himself felt embarrassed, but at this time, it was too late to pretend to be dizzy. Xiao Hua could only rub his nose and laugh bitterly in his heart. What are you staring blankly for? Hurry up and help these fellow Taoists out. That Foundation establishment cultivator turned his head and instructed the 2 cultivators next to him. Maybe there will be more people coming over in a while. Yes, disciples will go over right now. The 2 disciples came to their senses and hurriedly stepped forward. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please help I up. Seeing the 2 cultivators coming over, Kai Zhuoxia promptly said to Xiao Hua. Okay. Xiao Hua responded, helping Kai Zhuoxia up and helping her to a praying mat not far away. Seeing Kai Zhuoxia close her eyes and adjust her breathing, Xiao Hua could only stand to the side. The other 3 cultivators were also helped out and sat separately on the praying mats. Chapter 1441. Xiao Hua was in a small room. In the middle of the room, there was a transportation array that was much smaller than the one in Yenyuan City. There were a dozen or so praying mats scattered in the corners of the room. Inside the room, aside from the Foundation establishment old man and 2 qi refining disciples, there were also 8 armored cultivators standing in the 4 corners of the room. Their armors were slightly different from those in Yenyuan City, but there were also many similarities. Little guy, do you have a Qian Kuan teleportation token on you? Xiao Hua was looking around when a voice sounded in his ear. N. Xiao Hua frowned and looked around. He saw the Foundation establishment old man looking at him with a smile. This old man will transmit a message to you. Don't be afraid, others can't hear it. The old man's lips seemed to be moving. Xiao Hua looked directly at him and didn't know if these words were spoken by the old man. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and didn't know how to answer. Hee, little guy, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. The old man's voice sounded again. If you don't have a Qian Kuan teleportation token, how can you stand in the transportation array with your qi refining stage for cultivation? Xiao Hua really didn't know what a Qian Kuan teleportation token was and didn't understand why he only felt dizzy for a short period of time. Therefore, he couldn't answer. Just as Xiao Hua was feeling awkward, the transportation array behind the Foundation establishment old man faintly glowed with gray light. Why is it so lively today? Waves after waves of people just arrived. Many cultivators have come in the past few days. The Foundation establishment old man said with an unknown expression. He turned around and looked. The teleportation array flashed and then stopped. For cultivators, 3 men and 1 woman were teleported over. The one in front was an early Foundation establishment stage cultivator, about 30 years old. His face showed signs of pain, but he was still standing steadily. The 3 people beside him, like Kai Zhuoxia, were also paralyzed on the ground. Fellow Taoist, please. The Foundation establishment cultivator saw the Foundation establishment old man outside the transportation array and smiled. Is this Shihuang village? This is Shihuang village. I am Mo Guang from Yenyuan City. Welcome, fellow Taoist. The Foundation establishment old man returned the greeting. So it's Yen Abyss City's fellow Taoist MO. It's an honor to meet you. The Foundation establishment cultivator cupped his fists and said, I'm Pu Genuan from Flying Phoenix Ridge. Io, so it's Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu clan. You must be the current head of the Pu clan, right? I was truly disrespectful. Mo Guang's face was filled with astonishment as he once again cupped his hands. I wouldn't dare. The Pu clan is nothing compared to Yen Abyss City, and I's cultivation is like the light of a firefly compared to you. I don't deserve your respect. Although Pu Jinyuan's words were humble, there was a trace of pride on his face. Little ones, hurry up and help the Pu clan's disciple out of the teleportation array. Mo Guang shouted. The two beside him scrambled to help the female cultivator. We don't dare to trouble you two Dao friends. Pu Genuan waved his hand, and the female cultivator and the other two disciples floated into the air and followed him out of the teleportation array. Fellow Taoist Xiao Hua watched from the side with interest. Kai Zhuoxia had already opened her eyes and slowly stood up. Oh, fellow Taoist Kai can move now? Xiao Hua turned his head and asked curiously. Of course, it wasn't only Kai Zhuoxia who stood up. The three cultivators who were teleported together with Xiao Hua had also stood up and were currently walking towards a door in the room that was emitting a faint light. And I's already fine. We can go now. Kai Zhuoxia nodded. Xiao Hua smiled and said, We'll listen to fellow Taoist Kai's instructions. At this moment, the three cultivators had already walked to the door. Among them, the slightly frail cultivator intentionally turned his head to look at Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua noticed and looked again, the three people had already walked out of the room. When Xiao Hua and Kai Zhuoxia walked out of the room, they discovered that they were on top of a towering cliff. Below the cliff, there was a large area of houses and pavilions, terraced fields, and even a river ferry. It was a not small town. As for the three cultivators just now, their figures had already flown into the air and gradually disappeared. Those three cultivators. Why are they also going in the direction of Flame Forest Marsh? Kai Zhuoxia didn't lower her head to look at Shihuang Town, but rather looked in the direction that the three cultivators disappeared in. It can't be that something happened in Flame Forest Marsh, right? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Just now, in the teleportation formation, did the Pu clan of Flying Phoenix Ridge come again? Moreover, their clan master also came. I don't have ears, can't I hear it myself? Kai Zhuoxia rolled her eyes at him and said indifferently. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and secretly said in his heart, Did I provoke you? Let's go. Kai Zhuoxia waved her hand and flew into the air. She didn't go in the same direction as the three cultivators. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and followed closely behind. After flying for a while, Kai Zhuoxia and Osher turned around and went back the way they came. Fellow Taoist Kai, what are you doing? Xiao Hua followed behind and couldn't help but ask. But just as he opened his mouth on the distant cliff, Pu Genuan came out of the small house with the teleportation formation with three disciples. Seeing Kai Zhuoxia and Xiao Hua fly back to the small house, he only faintly scanned them with his divine sense and flew in the direction of Flame Forest Marsh. When Kai Zhuoxia saw Pu Genuan come out, she immediately stood respectfully in the air and quietly waited for Pu Genuan to fly away. Then she slowly flew for a while and stopped in the air. At this time, Xiao Hua also understood Kai Zhuoxia's meaning. He flew to Kai Zhuoxia's side and said in a low voice, So, the Pu clan of Flying Phoenix Ridge is also going to Flame Forest Marsh. Yes, of course, what do you think? Kai Zhuoxia rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Pu Genuan is a Foundation establishment cultivator. We don't have divine sense, so if we hide on the side, we will definitely be discovered by him. Then, she raised her head and looked in the direction of Flame Forest Marsh. After thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, They are only going in the direction of Flame Forest Marsh. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to Flame Forest Marsh. Besides, Flame Forest Marsh is so big, we may not necessarily meet them. Let's go. Finished speaking, Kai Zhuoxia took the lead and flew away. However, her direction was still a bit off, not exactly the same as the direction of the people in front of her. Just as Xiao Hua flew after him, far away in Yenyuan City, outside the courtyard where the transportation formation was located, Xue followed a fat Foundation establishment cultivator into the room where the transportation formation was located. Beside him were several cultivators around the 8th layer of qi condensation. They were all entering the room where the transportation formation was located. Next to the Fat Foundation establishment cultivator, a guard of Yenyuan City asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Ling, why are you in such a hurry? I remember that fellow Taoist is scheduled to go to Shihuang Town tomorrow. Why do you want to go there today? It is already late, and fellow Taoist wants to go with 8 people at once. It is really difficult for me to explain." The fat on the fat cultivator's face trembled. He clapped his hands and secretly stuffed a few high-grade spirit stones into the guard's hands. He smiled and said, "I have no choice. It is all because of the rush. If I can go a day earlier, then I will go a day earlier." The guard waved his hand and received the spirit stones. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Ling is a frequent visitor of my Yenyuan City. Even the city lord has seen fellow Taoist Ling more than once. How can we dare to neglect you? It is just that we need to talk to the elder a bit more. These days, there are really too many cultivators going to Shihuang Town." These days which cultivators went there? Are there any that I know? The fat cultivator's eyes turned, and he asked with a smile. They are all unknown cultivators. Even if I can't remember their names, I am sure that fellow Taoist Ling wouldn't know them either. The guard smiled and didn't say the names of the people who were going to be transported. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the place where Xiao Hua and the others were transported. "Fellow Taoist Ling, please wait a moment. I will ask the elder to come over." The guard cupped his hands and left. Shui whispered, "Uncle, I'm afraid there are some problems. Why did so many people go to Shihuang Town? Could it be Shui?" The fat cultivator glared at Shui and said in a low voice, "The more people there are, the more it proves that the matter is true. Otherwise, Uncle wouldn't have arrived today in advance. The earlier we go, the earlier we have a sliver of opportunity." Ling Jingyi, if you don't know your Misty Mountain, why are you going to Shihuang Town?" A voice rang out. It was precisely the 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators who were controlling the transportation formation. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Bai and fellow Taoist Liao." Ling Jingyi cupped his hands and said, "I went to Shihuang Town to visit an old friend. Because I was afraid that he would go wandering, I was in a hurry to go this time." One cultivator looked at the other and laughed. "Do you believe Fatty Ling's words?" That cultivator glanced at Ling Jingyi and laughed. "You can't believe even 1 out of 10 of his words. I don't think you can believe even half a word." Even if you don't believe it, how can we not let him go to Shihuang Town?" That cultivator laughed loudly and raised his hand. "Fellow Taoist Ling, please." Ling Jingyi cupped his hands towards the 2 people and led Shui and 3 others into the transportation formation. Following the flicker of gray light within the transportation formation, the 4 people's figures disappeared. Outside Shihuang Town, in the already dark sky, Xiaohua flew with Kai Zhuoxia for a while and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Kai, I have something to ask." "What is it?" In the darkness, Kai Zhuoxia said with a smile at the corner of her mouth, "What's a universe-shifting token?" Universe-shifting token? Kai Zhuoxia stared blankly. Obviously, this question wasn't what she thought. "Doesn't fellow Taoist Xiao have this thing on him? Why are you still asking about I thought fellow Taoist was going to ask why we didn't directly go to Blazing Forest Marsh." Even if fellow Taoist Kai didn't lead me, I definitely wouldn't directly go to Blazing Forest Marsh. What's there to ask about this? Xiaohua said with a smile, "It's just that. I don't quite understand. Why did fellow Taoist and that Foundation establishment senior from before all say that I have a universe-shifting token on me? Fellow Taoist Xiao really doesn't have one?" At this time, astonishment appeared in Kai Zhuoxia's eyes. "I thought fellow Taoist was hiding it. However, since fellow Taoist doesn't have a universe-shifting token, why didn't you feel dizzy like I? Why didn't you collapse on the ground?" Fellow Taoist Kai, after talking for so long, what exactly is a universe-shifting token? Xiaohua asked with a bitter smile. Kai Zhuoxia lowered her head and looked, then pointed with her finger. "Today we'll rest here. After we land, I'll tell you." Chapter 1442. Previously, didn't fellow Taoist Xiao ask about the formation talisman used for transportation? It's used in conjunction with transportation formations. Every transportation formation has its own special formation talisman, and they can't be replaced. Outside of this formation talisman, there's another special item. This item is the Universe Transference Token. The Universe Transference Token is a formation talisman? No, the Universe Transference Token isn't a formation talisman, nor is it a spirit talisman. It might be a magic tool, or it might be a magic treasure. However, as for what it is, only a few people know. Kai Zhuoxia sat cross-legged on a blue stone under the moonlight and said very mysteriously, because this Universe Transference Token came from the distant past, and the refining method has long been lost. Even the Universe Transference Token's material is unknown now. How is it so powerful? Xiaohua also sat cross-legged across from Kai Zhuoxia, and he cried out involuntarily. Powerful? Fellow Taoist Zhao's understanding is somewhat wrong. Kai Zhuoxia covered her mouth and laughed. That Universe Transference Token admittedly came from the distant past. But this item can only be used for transportation, especially long-distance transportation. When used in conjunction with a formation talisman, it can reduce the discomfort of the person being transported. Or in some transportation formations, it can also be used alone to reduce the pressure during transportation. Presumably that Foundation Establishment Senior saw that you, a 4th-level Qi condensation cultivator, could actually stand steadily in the transportation formation. So he asked you this. That's right, fellow Taoist Xiao, you still haven't told I. Forget it, I'll just pretend I didn't ask anything. Halfway through her words, Kai Zhuoxia changed the topic and said self-mockingly, I hurriedly went to reserve a transportation formation when I was free, but a certain person actually minded his own business, and even knew some female cultivators. Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he finally understood the subtlety of Kai Zhuoxia's attitude today. But, fellow Taoist Kai and Li Zongbao, the more Xiaohua thought, the more afraid he became. Because Li Zongbao was a Foundation Establishment Senior. When Li Zongbao left, he gave him 2 message talismans. That thought, as an outsider, how could Xiaohua not see it? And Kai Zhuoxia was actually angry because he knew Shui. What should he do? Thinking of Li Zongbao's flying sword, Xiaohua shuddered. That, fellow Taoist Kai, I only met Shui by chance. Is she a loose cultivator, or a cultivator's family, or perhaps a cultivator's sect? I don't know anything. The more Xiaohua spoke, the more he stuttered. In the end, he didn't even know what he was saying. Fellow Taoist Kai, this poor Taoist is going to cultivate. Since we want to avoid them, we should hide here for a while. After saying this, Xiaohua's body flashed, and he flew into the cave behind him. Why is this fellow speaking incoherently today? Kai Zhuoxia looked at Xiao Huafei's back in a very strange manner, as she thought to herself. Then he raised his head to look at the gradually rising full moon and muttered, Alas, I hope that we will be able to stay together for 1,000 miles. I wonder, how is he doing now? Presumably, for him to enter the Foundation Establishment stage at such a young age, any sect would pay attention to him. He will definitely be nurtured by his sect, and on the road of cultivation. His future will be limitless, and the great Tao will be within reach. As for me, compared to him, I am only a village woman. Why should I delay him? Kai Zhuoxia's eyes were somewhat blurred as she looked up at the bright moon in the sky. If there is true love in one's heart, even if endless years pass, one won't necessarily be lonely. But without me by his side, will he remember me? For a moment, Kai Zhuoxia's emotions were jumbled up, and it was difficult to sort them out. Under the hazy moonlight, she looked around in self-pity, and didn't have the slightest thought of cultivating. Inside the cave, Xiaohua calmed his heart and took out the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique from the space, and carefully looked through it. Xiaohua hadn't seen cultivation techniques after the 5th layer of Qi refining, so he could only pick up the 1st to 4th layer to carefully look through them. After carefully looking through them, Xiaohua couldn't help but be overjoyed. From the cultivation techniques records and cultivation, this Heavenly Laws embodiment technique seemed to be comparable to Shang Huaming's cultivation technique. But in some aspects, it was more extensive, and he felt that it was more suitable for male cultivators. And comparing it with raising fire to the heavens, he could almost be sure that this Heavenly Laws embodiment technique was definitely of a higher level than raising fire to the heavens. No matter whether it was the details of the cultivation technique or the method of refining the meridians, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. What made Xiaohua the most happy was the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique. At the end of every layer, there would be an appendix of basic cultivation techniques that could be practiced and used at that layer of cultivation. What heaven's eye technique, what object controlling technique, they were all included. Strange. After Xiaohua's joy, he felt a little strange again. If it was a coarse cultivation technique like raising fire to the heavens that was exchanged for some 100-year-old child-mother spirit fruit, I could still believe it. But this is actually comparable to Shang Huaming's complete cultivation technique. How could he be willing to take it out? It's really inconceivable. What's the value of this cultivation technique? And what's the value of a 100-year-old child-mother spirit fruit? If it weren't for the fact that this young master's child-mother spirit fruit was old enough, I'm afraid that cultivator would have suffered a huge loss. And then should I change my cultivation technique now? Or should I continue cultivating raising fire to the heavens? Xiaohua was a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he opened Heavenly Law's embodiment technique again and slowly read through the rest of the cultivation technique bit by bit. Soon after, he closed his eyes and carefully pondered. The 12 layers of qi refining are divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. But from the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, it seems that the 4 layers in the middle of each level are very closely related. And between each level, there seems to be a bottleneck or a comprehension of the realm. If I want to change my cultivation technique, it's best to finish cultivating the 4 low-level layers and properly consolidate the low-level realm before cultivating a new cultivation technique. And I haven't seen the other cultivation techniques before. It seems this Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, when it's at the foundation establishment stage, it seems to be somewhat unfinished. Could it be this cultivation technique still has a part for the foundation establishment stage? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly heated up, and he inwardly said, if I can get the other part of this Heavenly Law's embodiment technique into my hands, how great would that be? Soon after, Xiaohua covered his mouth and laughed. This person, he's always unsatisfied. Before today, he was still thinking about how to find a cultivation technique for the 6th layer of qi refining. Now that he's gotten a cultivation technique for before the foundation establishment stage, he's thinking about the foundation establishment stage. I'd better save it and finish cultivating this 12th layer of qi refining first. I'm not Li Zongbao. Maybe I won't be able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Li Zongbao. Thinking of Li Zongbao, Xiaohua's heart trembled again, and he inwardly said, looking at Kai Zhuoxia's intentions, she can't be thinking of shifting her affections to someone else, right? It seems that after the Flame Forest Mountain Marsh, I'd better have less contact with her. As for that Liang Kai clan, it'd be better if I didn't go there. Soon after, Xiaohua calmed his mind and flipped the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique to the 8th and 11th layers of qi refining. At the end of the 8th layer, the cultivation technique introduced a method of using spirit stones to cultivate. This was something that Xiaohua learned from other cultivators, and he had long been drooling over it. He didn't expect to see it today in the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. And at the end of the 11th layer of qi refining, there was also a mnemonic chant. The book clearly stated that this mnemonic chant could stimulate the growth of divine sense in preparation for the 12th layer of qi refining to produce incomparably powerful divine sense. Xiaohua first looked at the method of using spirit stones to cultivate. This cultivation technique didn't seem to be difficult. It only required one to use the acupoints on both hands to absorb the spiritual energy from spirit stones into one's body. It was essentially the same as when cultivating basic cultivation techniques, drawing spiritual energy into one's body. However, the method was much more ingenious. After reading this, Xiaohua somewhat impatiently flipped to the very end of the book and carefully comprehended the mnemonic chant that could stimulate the growth of divine sense. After reading it, Xiaohua actually felt that it was somewhat familiar. This mnemonic chant was actually similar to the nameless mnemonic chant that he practiced every day. Could it be that nameless mnemonic chant can actually stimulate the growth of divine sense? Xiaohua frowned as he thought, but if it's also stimulating the growth of divine sense, this Heavenly Law's embodiment technique's mnemonic chant seems to have something even more mysterious. Could it be that this thing is the essence of the mnemonic chant? Then, doesn't that mean that the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique's mnemonic chant is of a higher level than the nameless mnemonic chant? The generated divine sense is even more powerful? But immediately after, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. This cultivation technique was easy to talk about. After he finished cultivating the fourth layer of qi refining, he could use the heavenly laws embodiment technique to continue cultivating from the middle layer of qi refining. However, this nameless mnemonic chant was something that he had comprehended long ago and had been cultivating all along. And he didn't know whether or not the perception of divine sense appeared because of this nameless mnemonic chant. If he changed the heavenly laws embodiment technique's mnemonic chant, would this perception disappear? Moreover, the heavenly laws embodiment technique's mnemonic chant can only be comprehended at the 11th layer of qi refining. Could he practice it now? Divine sense is the foundation of a foundation establishment cultivator. If he was careless and cultivated it incorrectly, not to mention whether or not he could produce divine sense, even if he was weaker than others in the future, wouldn't he be letting down the results of his cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated? Forget it, cultivation techniques aren't necessarily good only if they're of a high level. It's best if they're suitable for me. After thinking for a long time, Xiaohua finally came to a decision. Immediately after, Xiaohua took out 2 pieces of top-quality fire attribute spirit stones from his space. He silently recited the cultivation technique that used spirit stones to cultivate in his heart for a while. According to the cultivation technique, he slowly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the spirit stones. A wave of slightly hot spiritual energy quickly followed Xiaohua's circulation and entered his meridians from his hand. This seems somewhat familiar. Xiaohua thought very strangely. After holding the spirit stones in his hand and cultivating for a while, Xiaohua took out a clean lotus pill and put it into his mouth. The cool medicinal power of the clean lotus pill fused with the hot spiritual energy of the spirit stones, causing the meridians of his entire body to feel incomparably comfortable. For 3 days in a row, Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia each went into seclusion and didn't take half a step out of the cave. On the morning of the 4th day, Kai Zhuoxia sent a message and Xiaohua came out of seclusion. In these 3 days, Xiaohua's 2 top-quality fire attribute spirit stones didn't have much of a change. Kai Zhuoxia seemed to have something on her mind. When she saw Xiaohua fly out, she didn't take a closer look and called out to him again, flying in the direction of the Flame Forest Mountains. Chapter 1443. Because he had misgivings in his heart, Xiaohua distanced himself from Kai Zhuoxia and spoke more carefully. Kai Zhuoxia seemed to be thinking about something, so she didn't notice. The 2 of them traveled like this for more than 10 days. On this day, a fiery red streak appeared in the distant horizon. Xiaohua pointed and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Kai, is that Flame Forest Swamp?" Kai Zhuoxia raised her head and looked, somewhat at a loss. "Yes, it is. I came here with my family's elders a few years ago. When I saw it for the first time, I was just as surprised as fellow Taoist." "But how did we arrive so quickly?" Kai Zhuoxia asked curiously. Quickly?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "We've been flying for more than 10 days. According to fellow Taoist Kai, we should have arrived." Oh, Kai Zhuoxia seemed to wake up from a dream. She smiled apologetically and said, "I was a bit strange during this time. I was always absent-minded. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame me." Fellow Taoist cultivation seems to have increased again. "I'm afraid you're about to reach the middle stage of the 4th layer of qi refining." Not at all. Xiaohua was somewhat proud and repeatedly waved his hand. "I just entered the early stage of the 4th layer of qi refining. I'm still far from the middle stage." In fact, Xiaohua was clear that after he obtained the cultivation method of spirit stones, the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed into his body every day was more than twice as much as before. In other words, his cultivation speed was much faster now. Not only did he catch up to the speed of ordinary cultivators, he even surpassed them by a lot. Although these 20 days were extremely short, it allowed his cultivation to take a small step forward. Soon after, Xiaohua looked around and said with a smile, "We've been traveling for more than 10 days and haven't met any other cultivators. Presumably, even if they also come to Flame Forest Swamp, we won't have any disputes, right?" "Perhaps. Flame Forest Swamp is extremely large. I have a vague impression of the place fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned. It should be in the periphery of Flame Forest Swamp. Moreover, it can be considered concealed. That place shouldn't be the place Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu clan went. The other 3 fellow Taoists probably have their own matters to attend to." However, other than those cultivators, there are many other dangerous places in Flame Forest Swamp. It's better for us to be careful. Yes, this poor Taoist knows. Xiaohua replied with a smile. Just as he was about to continue speaking, suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the direction of the Flame Forest Swamp. The entire ground shook up and down. Although Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia were in midair, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was rapidly surging towards the Flame Forest Swamp caused their figures to sway from side to side. Kai Zhuoxia's expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's quickly land on the ground." At this time, a clear voice sounded in Xiaohua's heart. "Mother, where are you, mother?" "Ah?" Xiaohua's heart felt as if it was being hammered. Previously, he had also heard these words, but he only thought that he had misheard. Now that he heard it again, and it was actually somewhat clear, how could he not be extremely astonished? Whoosh, the heaven and earth spiritual qi formed a hurricane that lifted Xiaohua's body high up into the air. He almost lost his balance, and at the same time, the sound disappeared without a trace. Xiaohua's figure swayed left and right along with the hurricane, but this couldn't compare to the shock in his heart. "Mother? Who is it? This voice, who is it?" A few ghost legends inexplicably rushed into Xiaohua's heart. "Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao." Kai Zhuoxia's voice came from below. "Sigh," Xiaohua sighed deeply. His hand formed a seal, and his figure turned rapidly. Like a vertical awl, he rushed through the airflow and plunged into the lush mountain forest below him. In the mountain forest, Kai Zhuoxia's beautiful face turned pale. Seeing Xiaohua descend, she welcomed him and said with concern, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what are you thinking about? This kind of heavenly phenomenon is not something a human can resist. How can you be absent-minded at such a crucial moment?" Absent-minded? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. How could he say that voice that came from his heart? After all, he couldn't explain it clearly. And the one who was truly absent-minded was probably Kai Zhuoxia herself. However, fellow Taoist Zhao's flying technique is indeed exceptional. Just by relying on a flying talisman, you can freely move unhindered in this kind of heavenly phenomenon. This control of magic power and the use of spells is truly not something I can reach. Kai Zhuoxia said with a bit of envy. Xiaohua waved his hand, looked into the distance, and said with a smile, "No matter how powerful I am, I'm only at the 4th level of qi refining. It's impossible for me to be a match for a foundation establishment senior. In front of an old senior, I simply don't have the power to fight back." Kai Zhuoxia's eyes moved, but she looked into the distance and muttered, "This kind of heaven-collapsing and earth-rending earthquake is very rare. I don't know what happened in Flame Forest Marsh. Is there even a need to say it? Naturally, it's something that Flying Phoenix Ridge's Poo clan and the 3 cultivators who teleported here with us want to do." Xiaohua said resolutely. But soon after, he hesitated again. That Poo clan's clan master is a foundation establishment senior. Should we still go forward? Kai Zhuoxia also hesitated for a moment. Soon after, she clenched her teeth and said, "Go, of course we have to go. We're already so close, how can we not go? Besides, even the Poo clan's clan master came. Maybe there's something good inside. If we run into it, we might even be able to fish up some benefits." "Let's go," Kai Zhuoxia waved her hand. Her figure flew up, and she flew towards that line of fiery red in the distance. Why did this girl change her personality? Xiaohua was stunned at first. Previously, Kai Zhuoxia always thought about everything she encountered and had a lot of misgivings. This time, it was obvious that there was a lot of danger ahead, but why did she brace herself and charge forward? It seemed like she was even more of a rogue cultivator than a rogue cultivator like himself. Just as Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia sped up their flight towards the Flame Forest Swamp, in the direction where the loud sound came from, there was a depression in the Flame Forest Swamp. In the depression, there were more than 10 cultivators wearing 2 different kinds of clothing. They held different kinds of talismans and magic tools in their hands. They were currently surrounding a 10-zhong-wide formation in the middle of the depression. Blood was seeping out of their 7 orifices. Their blood-stained eyes were wide open, and they were fiercely staring at each other. They were in a stalemate. Around the formation, there were more than 10 cultivators' corpses. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices and collapsed on the ground. These dozens of cultivators' clothing were also divided into 2 kinds, and their numbers were roughly equal. On both sides of the formation, there were two early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. They each held a magic tool in their hands, and they were coldly looking at each other. Of these two foundation establishment cultivators, one was Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu Jianyuan, and the other was Ling Jingyi, who teleported here with Xue Xue. Xue Xue was bleeding from her 7 orifices. She had a dull expression as she sat next to Ling Jingyi. Pu Jianyuan, you're despicable. Ling Jingyi's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, our two clans made a vow to break this formation together. But why did you go back on your word when the formation was about to break? If you didn't change sides, how could this formation have backfired? How could more than half of our disciples be injured? Hee Ling Jingyi, don't talk to this old man about righteousness. Pu Jianyuan also sneered. Didn't your Ling clan's disciples also have evil intentions? If they didn't use all their strength to mobilize the formation to defend against the enemy, how could they have fallen to such a state? Ha! Ling Jingyi raised his head and laughed. According to what you said, my Ling clan's disciples should have stood there obediently and been destroyed by your Flying Phoenix Ridge? That's really preposterous. Forget it. What's the point of arguing? Let's see who's the real deal. Pu Jianyuan waved his hand, and a palm of lightning struck towards Ling Jingyi. Good. Ling Jingyi snorted and waved his hand, and a blue light spilled out from his hand. It was a net-like magic tool that flew out and blocked the palm of lightning. The palm of lightning crackled, but the lightning was all absorbed by the net-like magic tool, and not a single bit of it came out. Old thief Pu, your cultivation is only SOO. Ling Jingyi roared, and the magic power in his hand surged. A bright light flew out and spun in the air, and smashed towards Pu Jianyuan's head. It's just a replica of the immortal binding ring. What's there to be proud of? Pu Jianyuan also threw out the flat Dharma treasure in his hand. A ray of light that looked like a white cloud appeared above Pu Jianyuan, holding the immortal binding ring in the air. It floated up and down a few times, unable to fall down. How is it? This old man. Before Pu Jianyuan could finish his sentence, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky above the basin. In the blink of an eye, it flew in front of the two of them. From the golden light, a huge spider appeared. The spider stopped in the air, and from its abdomen, 2 thin golden threads suddenly shot out, flying towards the 2 magic tools that were fighting in the air. The golden threads were also strange. They flew to the 2 magic tools and quickly wrapped around them. At the same time, the 2 magic tools immediately lost contact with Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan. Golden cover spider. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan were shocked. They couldn't care less about fighting. They flew away and formed seals in their hands, wanting to attack the golden spider. But just as they flew up, the gold-covered spider had already retracted its spider silk. It followed the golden brilliance and suddenly flew into the sky above the basin. Where do you think you're going? Ling Jingyi patted his hand and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. He channeled his magic power, and the flying sword pierced towards the golden cover spider like lightning. With a kachap sound, the flying sword pierced the back of the golden cover spider. There was a burst of sparks, but the golden cover spider didn't suffer any damage and continued to fly back. Which fellow cultivator is watching the battle from the side? Seeing that Ling Jingyi's flying sword was ineffective, Pu Jianyuan knew that something was wrong. He looked at the equally shocked disciples around him, and he chased after the golden cover spider and flew towards the high mountain above the basin. Haha, I said that there must be something strange going on. The Pu family of Flying Phoenix Ridge and the Ling family of Mist Mountain came one after another. There must be something strange going on. This old man guessed it right. A loud and clear voice came from the sky. Chapter 1444. When the crowd in the basin heard this loud voice, they all raised their heads. A figure flew down from a nearby mountain and landed directly on the back of the gold-covered spider. Before the crowd could see clearly, a powerful pressure came from that person's body, causing all the Qi refinement cultivators to be unable to breathe under the pressure. A foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator? Everyone was shocked, but at the same time they understood. I greet fellow Taoist Mo. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan heard the voice and stopped in midair. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with bitterness, and then bowed. The gold-covered spider was hovering in midair, its golden spider silk still wrapped around the 2 immortal treasures. The 2 immortal treasures were no longer struggling as before. They floated quietly beside the gold-covered spider. The person standing on the back of the gold-covered spider was Mo Guang, the Foundation establishment stage elder who had set up the transportation portal in Shihuang town. Fellow Taoist Ling, fellow Taoist Pu, we haven't seen each other for just over 10 days. Why have you become enemies? Mo Guang retracted his aura and said with a smile. This. Ling Jingyi sighed, looked at Pu Jianyuan, and didn't say anything else. Mo Guang lowered his head and looked at the array below the basin. He smiled and said, I want to see what's under the array. Unfortunately, the two of you aren't of the same mind. Before the array is broken, there's already an internal conflict. This kind of behavior is really unwise. Hearing this, Ling Jingyi glanced coldly at Pu Jianyuan, his eyes filled with hatred. That's right, the formation of the Flame Forest Swamp was only recorded in the ancient records of the Ling family of the dense fog mountains. Ling Jingyi was currently organizing his own disciples, wanting to rely on his own strength to break the formation. However, he didn't expect that there would be other cultivators rushing toward Shihuang town. Left with no choice, Ling Jingyi could only lead the disciples he had gathered at the last minute and rush over. Fortunately, Ling Jingyi had already sent many disciples over beforehand. Even if they encountered the Pu family of the Soaring Phoenix Ridge, their strength was not inferior. Since the Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu family had also discovered this array and seemed to have gathered their strength, Ling Jingyi could only sit down with Pu Jianyuan and discuss how to break the array together. Moreover, with the disciples of the two families working together, the chances of breaking the array would increase. Unfortunately, just when there was hope of breaking the seal, Pu Jianyuan suddenly turned on them. Not only did the array backfire, a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi burst out from the array, killing more than half of the disciples of the two families. What made Ling Jingyi even angrier was that such a huge commotion in Flame Forest Marsh would definitely attract the attention of other cultivators, and the secret of Flame Forest Marsh would be exposed. Let's not talk about other people for now. How could Yenyuan City not know of Mo Guang's arrival? Fellow Taoists, since it's come to this point, you still don't want to tell either reason? Mo Guang wasn't in a hurry and asked with a smile. Please explain, fellow Taoist Ling. Pu Jianyuan cupped his hands and said, Go ahead, fellow Taoist Pu. After all, fellow Taoist Pu came first. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan tried to push each other around. Hee, fellow Taoist Pu should say it. Mo Guang waved his hand and cast a spell on the gold-covered spider's body. The gold-covered spider's body flashed with brilliance, and the spider silk that was wrapped around the two magic tools quickly shrank. Mo Guang took out a spirit storage pouch from his waist and put away the gold-covered spider. When Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan saw this, they were overjoyed. With a sweep of their spiritual will, they retrieved the magic tools and looked at each other. Pu Jianyuan smiled and said, Since that's the case, I will say it first. Fellow Taoist Pu, please. Ling Jingyi raised his hand and said expressionlessly, I'll let fellow Taoist Mo know that 10 days ago, my Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu clan received a message from Xuanyan School, offering a reward of Fire Essence Flame Crystals. As long as we can bring out enough Fire Essence Flame Crystals, Xuanyan School will provide some secret techniques for us to choose from. Fellow Taoist Mo should know that these secret techniques are what our cultivation families desire. Naturally, I would want to find some Fire Essence Flame Crystals. Of course, if the Fire Essence Flame Crystals were easy to find, Xuanyan School wouldn't need to offer a reward to our cultivation families. Just when I was at my wit's end, I occasionally remembered some ancient books that I read when I was young. There seemed to be some records of this. Fellow Taoist Pu went to look through the ancient books and found information about the Fire Essence Flame Crystals? Mo Guang asked with a strange expression. Yes, that's exactly it. Pu Jianyuan smiled apologetically and said, Although my Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu clan has many ancient books, I have only seen a few. After flipping through them, I naturally knew. So, there are Fire Essence Flame Crystals under this magic array? Mo Guang's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but look at the magic array on the ground. He turned his head and asked, Fellow Taoist Ling, is what fellow Taoist Pu said correct? Yes, what fellow Taoist Pu said is the same as what I know. Ling Jingyi's face was a little cold. He nodded and said, The difference is that I have always known about this magic array. It's just that I don't have the ability to use the Fire Essence Flame Crystals. If I can use this fire essence flame crystal to exchange for some secret spells of Xuanyan school, I will naturally be happy. Actually, as long as you all tell the location of this fire essence flame crystal to Xuanyan school, wouldn't you all similarly get the reward? Mo Guang's eyes flashed slightly as he asked again. Fellow Taoist, Mo must be joking. Pu Jianyuan said with a smile. Who knows if there are fire essence flame crystals under this magic array? If there aren't, wouldn't it be a joke? Mo Guang pursed his lips. How could he not know what Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi were thinking? Probably nobody knew how many fire essence flame crystals there were under the magic array, right? However, he didn't ask too much. He only thought for a while and asked again. Then your two clans' array-breaking spells are the same? Yes, that's right. Otherwise, we wouldn't have joined hands. Ling Jingyi nodded and said, Hee, since more than half of your disciples have already been lost, this magic array, I'm afraid there's no hope of breaking it. Mo Guang looked at the disciples on the ground and said with a smile, Why don't I lend you a hand too? Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly. Wasn't Mo Guang waiting here for this opportunity? If not for the fact that the Ling and Pu clans had array-breaking spells, Mo Guang would have left the two clans in the dust. If Yen Abyss City can join in, this magic array will naturally be easy to break. Pu Jianyuan said with a smile. However, how will the fire essence flame crystals be divided? Mo Guang looked at Pu Jianyuan with a smile and said, Fellow Taoist Pu, it's I who helped you, not Yen Abyss City. When Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan heard this, their eyes lit up. Just now, the two of them were depressed because they didn't understand the meaning behind Mo Guang's words. Ling Jingyi's eyes turned, and he smiled apologetically. Since fellow Taoist Mo helped us, I think that fellow Taoist Mo can get 30%. The remaining 70% will be divided equally between our Ling and Pu clans. How about that? When Pu Jianyuan heard this, his face was also filled with joy. This way of dividing was indeed beneficial to them. Then he looked at Mo Guang nervously. Mo Guang seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, he nodded slowly. Both of your clans will provide array-breaking spells. I will only use my hand to break the array. When the time comes, it will be very fair. Great. Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi clapped their hands and smiled. I will instruct the disciples to quickly set up the array. Later, we will need fellow Taoist Mo's help to break this array. I will wait for your orders. Mo Guang nodded and said. Then Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi organized the disciples of their respective clans and stood on both sides of the array. These disciples had survived the backlash of the array and were all very strong cultivators. Just now they had rested and consumed some pills. By now, they had already recovered by more than half. Not long after, everyone was in position. These disciples were holding an old yellow talisman in their hands. Although they were disciples of the two clans, the size and style of the yellow talisman were the same. Looking at these disciples, although they were a little scattered, they were arranged in a picturesque manner. Fellow Taoist Mo, we will begin to break the array again. When I call for you, you just need to pour your spiritual energy into the array. Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi stood on both sides of the array and shouted loudly. I will listen to fellow Taoist Ling's orders. Mo Guang nodded and smiled. At the same time, he began to circulate his spiritual energy, ready to go. Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi looked at each other. Ling Jingyi said, Fellow Taoist Pu, this is not a small matter. It is our last chance. Fellow Taoist, please don't have any other ideas. Fellow Taoist Mo is right above us. Fellow Taoist Mo, do you think I dare to do anything? Pu Jianyuan also smiled bitterly. Just now, he thought that victory was in his grasp, so he burned the bridge after crossing the river. He did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. This time, he naturally did not dare to do anything. Okay, disciples of both clans, get ready. Ling Jingyi did not hesitate and shouted. Listen to family head Ling's orders. Pu Jianyuan immediately echoed. The disciples of both clans obeyed the order and poured their spiritual energy into the yellow talisman in their hands. When the yellow talisman received the spiritual energy, it immediately emitted a faint fiery red brilliance. The brilliance gradually rose up, like a burning flame. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the faces of the disciples of both clans were pale. Their foreheads and temples were dripping with sweat. Activate the yellow talisman. Ling Jingyi saw that the time was right and shouted sternly. When the disciples of both clans heard this, They waved their hands at the same time. The yellow talisman flew into the air. The dozens of fiery red flames first drifted in the air. Then, as if there was a pulling force, they gradually gathered together and gradually formed two huge fireballs on both sides of the array. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan also clapped their hands and took out an almost identical hook from their storage bags. The hook was also fiery red in color. Ling Jingyi channeled his spiritual energy, and the hook made a sizzling sound and bloomed with a fiery red brilliance. Ling Jingyi spat a mouthful of blood on the hook. The hook made a honged sound and actually ignited. Looking at the opposite side, Pu Jianyuan on the other side of the array was doing the same thing. Ling Jingyi flew into the air and raised the hook. Then he waved his hands and a spell was cast on the hook. As the spell was cast, the two hooks above the array gradually changed. Ling Jingyi's hook gradually became round, and Pu Jianyuan's hook gradually became wider. The two hooks were in the shape of a sun and a moon. Chapter 1445. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi's magic treasures had turned into the shape of the sun and moon, Mo Guang frowned slightly. He didn't believe that the two of them wouldn't have any thoughts when they saw their magic treasures echoing the shape of the other's magic treasures. Since the two magic treasures could open the array and even work together, why were the two magic treasures given to the two cultivation families? Today, the two families might even have a grudge because of this. Looking at Ling Jingyi again, he glanced at Pu Jianyuan's magic tool. His heart was no longer as shocked as when he saw it for the first time. After he finished his hand seals, the round hook made a buzzing sound and slowly rotated in the air. Every time it rotated, the tip of the hook would emit a circle of light. The light was like brilliant fireworks, one after another, sprinkling in the air and gradually disappearing. With a puff sound, Ling Jingyi flew up again and spat a mouthful of life essence on the hook. The hook's brilliance suddenly expanded as if it was about to expand. At this moment, Ling Jingyi made the chant in his hand. The hook, driven by the chant and Ling Jingyi's divine sense, smashed into the array in the middle of the basin like a meteor. What surprised Mo Guang was that when the round hook hit the magic array on the ground, it didn't make a loud noise or destroy the magic array as he had expected. Instead, it seemed to be one with the magic array. Half of the magic array emitted a colorful light and swallowed the hook. Immediately afterward, the brilliance of the entire half of the array was like boiling water, surging into the air. As the brilliance boiled, the entire array began to slowly rotate. "Fellow Pu, are you still not going to make a move?" At this time, Ling Jingyi stood with his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Pu Jianyuan. At this time, Pu Jianyuan also finished the incantation. When he heard Ling Jingyi's question, he opened his mouth and also spat out a mouthful of life essence. The moonlight hook also expanded and looked like Ling Jingyi's magic tool. When the hook entered the array, it fell on the other side of the array, so the entire array boiled. As Pu Jianyuan's hook entered the entire array began to rotate without using any magic power, and it rotated faster and faster. Ling Jingyi glanced at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan had suddenly made a move at this moment, which caused the entire array to backfire. That boiling brilliance suddenly exploded, and the two hooks were thrown out. More than half of the disciples of the two families were killed or injured. Pu Jianyuan seemed to feel Ling Jingyi's gaze. He raised his head and glanced at Ling Jingyi without any apology in his eyes. As the brilliance rotated, the array formed an illusory image like the sun and moon, gradually floating above the array. "Disciples, do it." At the same time, Ling Jingyi made a hand seal to send his magic power to the shadow, and at the same time, he shouted again. The disciples of the two families stood still and made the same hand seals, sending their magic power through the hand seals to the shadow that flew up. Pu Jianyuan also shouted, Fellow Mo, please." As he spoke, his hands shouted. He raised. As everyone's magic power was sent out, the illusory image became higher and higher. However, when the illusory image flew to a certain height, it quietly floated there and no longer rose. Mo Guang knew that it was time for him to contribute. He let out a loud shout, and a strange spell appeared in his hand. He sent his foundation establishment middle stage Dharma power into the shadow. Woo! There was a muffled sound, followed by silence. Looking at the array below the illusory image, the rapidly rotating brilliance seemed to have stagnated and suddenly stopped. Just as the brilliance seemed to have stopped, the illusory image in the air suddenly flew up 10 feet into the air. When the illusory figure stopped once more, it suddenly dispersed and turned into the shape of a bird that was about to fly. The bird's wings flapped up and down, as if there was a heavy object beneath it that was preventing it from flying up. However, as the bird flapped its wings, the bird actually flew up a few feet. Looking at the array, the stagnant brilliance also seemed to have been pulled up. Gradually, a trace of hot air seeped out from the bottom of the brilliance. Seeing that they were about to succeed, Mo Guang, Ling Jingyi, and Pu Jinyuan's eyes were filled with joy. The true qi in their meridians flowed rapidly, and all the magic power in their bodies was injected into the illusory image. The illusory image turned into a bird and did not disappoint, flying up a few feet. Wang, waves of hot air rushed out again, causing the disciples of the two families to be unable to stand still. All of you move to the side first. Seeing this, Ling Jingyi knew that these disciples' magic power had been used up and could no longer be of any use. When the remaining disciples of the Ling and Pu families heard this, they immediately flew up and hid behind. The 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators channeled all the magic power in their bodies, causing the illusory image to fly up another foot. However, as the illusory image rose, the light of the array below the illusory image became heavier and heavier. The illusory image was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the magic power of the 3 people. Not good, Mo Guang held on for a while, and his heart thumped. He felt that something was wrong. This array was really too brilliant. 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators and 1 foundation establishment stage cultivator channeled all their magic power, yet they still could not do it. Under this array, was it only fire essence flame crystal? Just as Mo Guang was hesitating, a bong sound rang out, as if the string of a zither had broken. A trace of black and white suddenly appeared in the middle of the condensed light of the array. Immediately, a huge force was transmitted from the array to the illusory image of the bird. Suddenly, Mo Guang and the other 2 people's faces changed greatly. At the same time, they withdrew their hand seals and stopped channeling their magic power. Without the support of their magic power, the bird immediately retracted its wings and turned into an illusory image again, rapidly descending towards the array. As the illusory image descended, the light of the array began to rotate again. However, at this time, the trace of black and white was exceptionally bright. Sigh, what a waste of effort. Ling Jingyi flew forward and whispered, "Fellow Taoist Mo, do you still have any energy left?" Mo Guang stared at the trace of black and white above the array and frowned slightly. He said, "I feel that this is a little strange." "Eh? What do you mean by that?" Pu Jinyuan also flew forward and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoists, don't you think that the place where the fire essence flame crystal is hidden is too heavily guarded?" Pu Jinyuan glanced at Ling Jingyi and smiled. Perhaps fellow Taoist Mo does not know this, but this fire essence flame crystal was a spirit stone used by my cultivator ancestors in ancient times to speed up their cultivation. Especially for cultivators with fire-type constitutions, it is even better than the foundation establishment pill. There is such a saying? Mo Guang was slightly stunned. I know the uniqueness of this fire essence flame crystal. The fire-type spiritual energy contained in it is more abundant than ordinary top-grade spirit stones. However, I have never heard of this fire essence flame crystal being used for cultivation. Let fellow Taoist Mo know. Ling Jingyi smiled and said, "In the records of my Ling family, in ancient times, the cultivator ancestors all had heavenly bodies. The meridians in their bodies were naturally formed and incomparably strong. Although the fire-type spiritual energy in this fire essence flame crystal is fierce, it does not cause much damage to their meridians. Using it to improve cultivation, especially for cultivators with fire-type constitutions, is definitely a gift from the heavens. But today, the meridians of our cultivators are more than 1,000,000 times weaker. Not to mention that the fire essence flame crystal has disappeared for countless years. Even if there is a piece who would dare to directly absorb the fire-type spiritual energy in the fire essence flame crystal into their body, that is purely seeking death. Then why is Xuanyan cult looking for this fire essence flame crystal?" Mo Guang asked curiously. But at this moment, without waiting for Ling Jingyi and Pu Jinyuan to answer, they heard a series of crisp bung 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 sounds from the array above the basin, as if someone was playing a moving pipa. Not good, there is a change in the array. Mo Guang's cultivation was still much higher than the two of them. With a sweep of his spiritual will, he saw that the brilliance of the array was becoming more and more black and white. Quick, both fellow Taoists, quickly retrieve the magic weapon that is used to break the array. Mo Guang hurriedly shouted. Yes, fellow Taoist Mo, please wait a moment. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan responded at the same time and simultaneously formed hand seals to hit the array. Unfortunately, the hand seals were like clay oxen entering the sea and did not have any effect. Ling Jingyi's face turned pale, and he shouted, Not good, fellow Taoist Mo. I's magic weapon is not listening to my orders. I's is the same. Pu Jianyuan also shouted. Could it be that the array has been broken? Pu Jianyuan anxiously said with joy. With a loud bang, a protrusion suddenly rushed out from the array. That protrusion seemed to be something flying out from under the array, and it stretched the restriction of the array extremely long. The array was very tenacious, and the protrusion immediately fell down. But in a hurry, with another bang, the protrusion continued to appear. What is going on? Fellow Taoists, what can you tell me? Mo Guang's heart trembled, and he asked nervously. I don't know either. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan both shook their heads, but they looked at each other with inexplicable joy in their eyes. With a tearing sound, like silk being torn by a strong force, the protrusion rushed out again, and it hit the intersection of the black and white. Immediately, a thin crack appeared on the array, and from that crack, not only a fiery red brilliance and a hot aura, but also a beast arm that was as thick as a tree and several feet long with fur on it. Quick, this array! Seeing this, Mo Guang turned pale with fright, and his body immediately straightened up, wanting to escape into the distance. But at this moment, as the beast arm stretched out from the formation, a huge fire ape covered in long, fiery red fur, with flames several feet long, jumped out from the torn formation. The fire ape had already jumped out, and under its body, endless magma flowed out along the crack of the array. The fire ape stepped on the magma and looked up at the sky. In mid-air, Mo Guang's body had already flown up, and in the blink of an eye, he was already several feet away. Chapter 1446. The fire ape stepped on the rolling magma and tore apart the array that even the Foundation establishment stage cultivators couldn't break with its bare hands. Once the fire ape appeared, an unparalleled pressure was emitted from its body. In an instant, it covered the entire basin. The disciples from the two clans who had flown up in a panic earlier had already flown to the edge of the basin. Under this pressure, they were unable to resist. Without exception, they all fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Fortunately, these disciples had already exhausted their magic power. They barely managed to activate the flight talisman and flew very low. This was actually a blessing in disguise. Except for a few unlucky ones who landed on sharp mountain rocks and suffered some serious injuries, the rest were mostly fine. Along with the pressure of the fire ape, a violent, merciless, and furious divine sense swept across the area, directly skipping over the Qi refinement disciples, covering the sky and covering the earth as it swept towards Mo Guang, Pu Jianyuan, and Ling Jingyi. Good heavens, golden core stage strength. Mo Guang, who was flying up, couldn't help but groan in his heart. This flying Phoenix Ridge and Fog Mountain records. What kind of things are recorded? This array actually has a 5th grade spirit beast. This is rare even in the Dawn Rain continent. But immediately, Mo Guang's heart trembled again. He had a very bad feeling. When he turned his head slightly to take a look, sure enough, Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan, who still had some fear on their faces, now had a trace of surprise on their faces. The most chilling thing to Mo Guang was that the two of them didn't flee like he did. Instead, they flew a little further away, clapped their hands, and each of them took out a gray rectangular celestial artifact from their storage bags. At first glance, it looked like a big seal. Following the big seal, the 2 hooks on the ground also flew up and rushed into the 2 big seals. 2 damned ignorant men. Seeing this, how could Mo Guang not know that there was something fishy about this? But at this moment, he couldn't care less. He only wanted to quickly escape from the hands of the 5th grade fire ape. However, things did not go according to one's wishes. The fire ape, which was dozens of feet tall, scanned the area with its divine thought. Its bright red eyes, which were hidden under its long hair, revealed a joyous expression. The flames that lingered around its body swelled slightly as its body suddenly rose. Like a fireball, it flew towards Ling Jingyi and the rest. Before they could even get close, Ling Jingyi took out the magical artifacts. Roar! The fire ape lifted its head and roared towards the sky. The long fur and flames around its body danced. However, there was a trace of fear in its eyes. Seeing that Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan were about to activate their magical tools, the fire ape swung its arms, and two huge fireballs comparable to top-grade fireball talismans flew towards the two of them. Although Ling Jingyi was not afraid of the fireball talisman, they did not dare to be careless. Their hands formed a seal, and an ice seal technique shot towards the fireball. A human-like expression of ridicule actually appeared in the fire ape's eyes. Sure enough, when the icebound art struck the fireball, it only extinguished the flames on the fireball, and the fireball still whistled as it charged towards the two of them. Rumble! The two loud sounds combined into one. That power was several times higher than Xiaohua's fireball talisman. It directly blasted the two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators away. How could they still have the chance to activate their magical tools? The fire ape took advantage of this opportunity and flew through the exploding flames, chasing after Mo Guang. Although Mo Guang had already flown away, his divine sense had always been paying attention to his back. When he saw that the fire ape had actually blasted Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan away instead of directly killing them, his heart turned cold. When the fire ape used its divine sense to lock onto him and saw that the fire ape was much faster than him, Mo Guang sighed lightly and stopped flying. He patted his hand and took out a small flying sword from his storage bag. He turned around and stood still in midair. The fire ape flew extremely fast. In a dozen breaths, it arrived in front of Mo Guang. Looking at the extremely long trail of flames behind the fire ape, Mo Guang's pupils shrank slightly. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life essence onto the flying sword in his hand. That flying sword suddenly swelled, as if it had gained intelligence. The sword light shrunk and contracted a few times, then flew out of Mo Guang's hand and very nimbly stabbed towards the fire ape. However, the fire ape's flying speed did not slow down in the slightest. When it saw the flying sword stabbing towards it, it did not dodge at all. It only raised its hand slightly and grabbed with its furry claws. The flying sword actually flew towards its hand. Mo Guang was shocked when he saw this and immediately controlled the flying sword to dodge. However, the fire ape's hand seemed to have an endless suction force. The flying sword light shrunk and contracted rapidly, but it was unable to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword fell into the fire ape's hand. Before Mo Guang could take a closer look, a ball of true samadhi fire appeared from the fire ape's hand and directly melted the entire flying sword. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Mo Guang's mouth. His face turned pale gold. But that was not all. Everything happened while the fire ape was flying. Just as Mo Guang's flying sword was destroyed and his mind was damaged, the fire ape had already flown in front of Mo Guang. Mo Guang did not have the time to take out any Dharma artifacts. All he saw was the fire ape reaching out its hand and grabbing the top of Mo Guang's head. The defensive true qi on Mo Guang's body flashed slightly before it was broken. It did not seem to be able to resist. With a pu-chiv sound, the fire ape's claws directly penetrated Mo Guang's skull. The intense pain caused Mo Guang to cry out involuntarily. However, under the fire ape's suppression that was comparable to a golden core, and under the divine will that was several times stronger than Mo Guang's, Mo Guang did not have the slightest ability to resist. He was like a little chick that had lost all its feathers. With a slight force from the fire ape's hand, Mo Guang's skull was ripped open, revealing the white brain matter inside. When the fire ape saw the brain matter, saliva flowed out from its mouth. It stuck out its tongue and actually ate Mo Guang's brain matter raw, evil creature. After Mo Guang's brain matter was eaten by the fire ape, Mo Guang's corpse, which had died with his eyes wide open, was casually burned by the fire ape with the true samadhi fire. A trembling but excited voice sounded from behind the fire ape. When the fire ape turned its head impatiently, it saw Pu Jianyuan holding a Dharma artifact that had turned into a ball of light. There was an inexplicable excitement on his face as he chased after it with extreme speed. Behind him, Ling Jingyi was also trying his best to catch up. However, looking at Ling Jingyi's slightly pale face, it seemed that he was slightly injured. His flying technique was a little forced, and he was about a few feet behind Pu Jianyuan. A trace of disgust flashed across the fire ape's eyes. However, when the Dharma artifact landed in its eyes, there was a lot of fear and dread. At this moment, it heard Pu Jianyuan's loud shout. The Dharma artifact in his hand flew into the air like the rising sun. From the Dharma artifact, red and white light shot out and enveloped the fire ape. The red and white light was extremely fast. Before the fire ape could react, it had already hit the fire ape. Wherever the red and white light went, the flames on the fire ape's body would be extinguished. Roar! The fire ape raised its head and roared, as if it was in extreme pain. It did not dare to meet the attack head-on. With a somersault in the air, its body flew far away. Seeing this, Pu Jianyuan was overjoyed. He urged his divine will, and the Dharma artifact in his hand also released a Dharma artifact. The Dharma artifact shone brightly and chased after the fire ape. Following Pu Jianyuan's chase was naturally Ling Jingyi. However, Ling Jingyi's face was far from Pu Jianyuan's excitement. His eyes were filled with doubt. When he saw that the fire ape was not flying as fast as before, a trace of understanding appeared on his face. Hence, his flying speed became even slower. However, even though Ling Jingyi's speed was slower, he still continued to follow and did not give up. After all, this fire ape was the main reason why Misty Mountain came to the Flame Forest Swamp this time. However, no matter how much Ling Jingyi thought about it, he did not expect that the fire ape would be imprisoned under this Dharma artifact. Furthermore, it was a 5th-grade spirit beast that was comparable to a golden core cultivator. A 5th-grade spirit beast, a golden core cultivator that could tear apart a Foundation Establishment middle-stage cultivator. How could he give up on this? With the Dharma artifact that was passed down in his family, which was specially used to subdue spirit beasts in Dharma arrays, even if there was only a trace of hope, he was willing to give it a try. Fortunately, Ling Jingyi still did not get carried away by the records in the ancient books and only followed from a distance. At the same time, Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia had already flown to the edge of the Flame Forest Swamp. Looking at the crimson sand under their feet, as well as the brown-red earth and rocks, as well as the similarly fiery red Zhuotong Mountain, Xiaohua stared blankly and asked in a low voice, "Is this the Flame Forest Swamp? How come there isn't even a single blade of grass? What kind of forest is this? What kind of swamp is this?" Hee. Kai Zhuoxia covered her mouth and laughed. Who said that only 2 trees can form a forest? Fellow Taoist, take a look, there are countless stone pillars over there. Aren't they also able to form a stone forest? This can be said like that? Then what about the swamp? It can't be a swamp, right? Xiaohua asked in amazement. Fellow Taoist Xiao is too dogmatic. This place is so hot, even an egg placed on the ground would be cooked. How can there be a swamp? As for the swamp, I believe that fellow Taoist Xiao will be able to see it after a while, right? Kai Zhuoxia blinked her eyes and just didn't tell Xiaohua the answer. Xiaohua looked around. In this flame forest swamp, other than stone, there was only stone and gravel. Everywhere was a fiery red color. Where could he see even half a drop of water? But I know that the place is indeed a crimson red mountain range, but I didn't say that every place is crimson red. Xiaohua scratched his head and said, according to the crimson red mountain range can only be found in Flame Forest Swamp. I really haven't heard of it in other places. So when fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned it, I's first thought was Flame Forest Swamp. As for the name of the place, perhaps we can also find it if we search a bit more. Kai Zhuoxia said with a smile. I also know a bit about it. I'm afraid that it won't be easy to find it. Why don't we go to the place where there was an explosion just now? Maybe we can find something. Xiaohua suggested. I also have the same idea. Kai Zhuoxia nodded, but we still need to be careful. Don't make any mistakes. After the two finished talking, they flew up again. After the time it took to eat a meal, a huge basin appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. It was precisely the basin where Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan broke the formation earlier. At this time, the fiery red magma had already stopped gushing out, and the basin was covered with a thick layer of magma. At first glance, it really looked like a fiery red lake. And the two disciples from Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1447. This is the so-called pond. Seeing the magma, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Fellow Taoist Xiao is brilliant. This is the fire pond. Kai Zhuixia said with a smile. Sigh. It's really better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. Xiaohua looked at the magma on the ground and said with emotion, It's not that I didn't know about magma before, but I never thought that magma could actually form a fire pond. There are really all kinds of strange things in the world. Fellow Taoist Xiao, it's not just that, right? Kai Zhuixia glanced at the basin and pointed at the place where the formation was just now. At this time, the formation was already torn apart by the fire ape, revealing a large hole with a radius of 10 feet. From that large hole, there was some white gas that came out from time to time. This is. Xiaohua and Kai Zhuixia cautiously flew above the hole on the ground and carefully looked inside. The inside of the hole was very dark, and only in the very depths there was a faint red color. Inside this hole is magma also? How can this magma come out from such a deep place? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Kai Zhuixia's face showed a trace of excitement and said softly, There must be a treasure in this hole. Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pooh family must have come for the treasure in this hole. If it's not a treasure, how can this magma come out from the ground? But I don't see anyone from the Pooh family here. Then wouldn't the treasure have already been taken away by them? Xiaohua was also a little disappointed when he heard that. He looked carefully again and said, This place is not consistent with what the ancient books said. There might not be any fire essence flame crystal. Why don't we go somewhere else to look? Fellow Taoist Xiao, fire essence flame crystal. As the name suggests, it's using fire as the flesh to form the marrow, using fire as the essence to form the flame. This hole is so deep, and there's a treasure accompanying it. The possibility of there being a fire essence flame crystal is very high. If we don't go down and take a look, wouldn't it be a waste of a trip? Xiaohua looked at the hole, and a faint wild aura came out. He unconsciously felt a little unhappy and said with a smile, What fellow Taoist Kai said is reasonable. But I keep feeling that it's not appropriate. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this flame forest swamp, was chosen by fellow Taoist. If we can find the place fellow Taoist pointed to, then I can only shamelessly ask for 30% of the fire essence flame crystals. This cave, I discovered it at the same time. If there is a fire essence flame crystal, we can split it equally. Fellow Taoist Xiao is drooling over the martial arts taught by Xuanyan. Wouldn't I also desire it? Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Kai Zhuixia interrupted him. Xiaohua hesitated and wanted to persuade him again. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this time just follow I. Kai Zhuixia looked at Xiaohua very pitifully. I took back the initiative with great difficulty. Xiaohua immediately thought of Li Zongbao's flying sword and hurriedly nodded. No problem, fellow Taoist Kai. We'll do as fellow Taoist said. However, how about I go down first? I was thinking that if I went down first, I would get an extra 10%. Kai Zhuixia covered her mouth and laughed. Forget it, fellow Taoist Kai. I's flying talisman is easy to use. If there is anything wrong, I can also escape quickly. Fellow Taoist should follow behind I. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. We'll do as fellow Taoist Xiao said. Kai Zhuixia jumped in the air and laughed while clapping her hands. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed and shook his head. He took out the devil's spear and held it in his hand. He slowly flew down into the cave. Kai Zhuixia also slowly followed. She took out a stack of yellow talismans and was carefully on guard. Just after Xiaohua and Kai Zhuixia flew down into the cave, on a crimson mountain peak in the basin, a cultivator with a pale face and a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth slowly climbed up from the ground. He straightened his body and looked at the direction the fire ape flew towards and the lava in the basin. He said to himself weakly, Uncle, don't be greedy. Don't go for wool and come home shorn. This cultivator was Xue. The cave was extremely deep. Xiaohua and Kai Zhuixia were carefully on guard and flew slowly. They actually flew for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before they gradually reached the bottom of the cave. At this time, it was already extremely hot. Although the two of them had already used the weak water talisman, the brilliance of the weak water talisman could only ensure that their bodies and robes were not burned. However, the extreme heat still made the two of them feel very uncomfortable. Wow! When Xiaohua flew down to a certain height, the stone wall gradually disappeared. What Xiaohua saw was actually a crimson sea of fire. The lava in the sea of fire was like water ripples. On top of the lava, there were several feet of flames moving up and down. This is the real lake. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Top-grade crystal stones? Xiaohua was lost in thought when he heard Kai Zhuoxia shouting behind him. Where? Xiaohua was also overjoyed. Seeing Kai Zhuoxia quickly fly towards the distant stone wall, his eyes also lit up. Sure enough, at the place where the stone wall and the lava came in contact, there were some fist-sized, bright red, fiery crystals. They reflected the fiery red folds of the lava and shone brightly. Weren't they the top-grade fire-type spirit stones? Kai Zhuoxia's movements were fast, and Xiaohua was not slow either. The two of them pounced towards different parts of the same stone wall. However, when they were still several feet away from the stone wall, a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua suddenly felt that the flight talisman and the weak water talisman suddenly lost their effect. His body could no longer fly, and he fell straight into the lava and flames. Damn it! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his magic power and poured it into the flight talisman. However, the flight talisman did not seem to have any reaction. What should I do? Xiaohua's face was ashen. He was at a loss. And at this moment, Xiaohua had already fallen into the flames. The heat of the lava had already ignited Xiaohua's robes. My life is over. Xiaohua looked at the crimson lava that was close at hand and wailed in his heart. He was in despair. Seeing that he was about to fall into the magma and lose his life, the true qi in the meridians of Xiaohua's entire body suddenly flowed rapidly. His spiritual power involuntarily rushed to Xiaohua's hands, and his hands also naturally formed hand seals at a rapid speed. A series of strange yet extremely familiar hand seals were cast. With a plop sound, Xiaohua's body fell into the crimson lava. It was also at this moment that the hand seals in his hands were finally completed. A dark red light shield was formed around Xiaohua's body, blocking the hot lava outside of Xiaohua's body. Huh! Xiaohua looked around in amazement. His two hands moved again, and his figure was actually able to swim in the magma. With another plop sound, Kai Zhuoxia also fell into the lava. It was also the top of Xiaohua's head. This is bad. Xiaohua suddenly woke up and immediately flew over to support Kai Zhuoxia's body. However, when he supported Kai Zhuoxia's body, it was already too late. Kai Zhuoxia fell into the lava lying flat. At this time, half of her body had already been swallowed by the lava. Her flesh was badly mutilated and scorched black. Fellow Kai. Xiaohua stepped on the magma and supported Kai Zhuoxia with one hand. Seeing this situation, he turned pale with fright and shouted. His other hand quickly took out a best-quality parasol pill from the space and stuffed it into Kai Zhuoxia's mouth. Kai Zhuoxia's eyes were closed tightly and she was unconscious, but as the parasol pill liquid entered her throat, her eyelashes trembled slightly. Hey, fellow Kai, how did you change? Seeing Kai Zhuoxia's movement, Xiaohua noticed that the current Kai Zhuoxia was different from what he usually saw. The black color on her face gradually faded, her thick black eyebrows gradually curved, and her somewhat thick lips gradually thinned. When Kai Zhuoxia opened her eyes, she had already become a woman who was even more beautiful than Xue Xue and Kai Yuxia. This what's going on? Xiaohua was extremely puzzled. Fellow Xiao. Kai Zhuoxia woke up and saw Xiaohua's face full of surprise. She forced a smile and said, I hid it from fellow Taoist for a long time. I hope you can forgive me. Fellow Kai, I don't blame you. You bear with it. I found a way out. Let's see how to get out. At this time, how could Xiaohua still care about this? He comforted Kai Zhuoxia and then looked around to see where to fly to the surface. Fellow Taoist Xiao. I'm afraid. I can't. Qi is completely gone. My meridians are completely broken, damaged. I'm afraid. I don't have much time left in this world. Kai Zhuoxia slowly said. Gradually, her tone also became smooth, but looking at the red blush on her face, she was afraid that this was the final radiance of the setting sun. I have a few things to tell fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist Xiao will promise I on account of the fact that we went through fire and water together. Fellow Taoist Kai, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will definitely promise. Xiaohua said with tears in his eyes. There are things in the storage bag that fellow Taoist gave to I. These. I hope fellow Taoist can bring them to the Kai family of Lu Yang and personally hand them to my younger sister, Fairy Hong Xia. My Kai family is really poor. The rise of the Kai family is completely dependent on these things. And I promise. Xiaohua nodded. There is a token in the storage bag with a bamboo pattern on it. It was also given to I by fellow Taoist Xiao. That is the last good fate token of the rinsing flower sect. I hope fellow Taoist can give it to Hong Xia and let her enter the rinsing flower sect. In the future, the Kai family will be handed over to her. That is the good fate token. Xiaohua was stunned, but he still nodded and said, I know. The good fate token will definitely be given to your younger sister. I know that this good fate token is also useful to fellow Taoist Xiao. However, fellow Taoist Zhao's words carry enormous weight. Since you have promised, my younger sister will definitely receive it. I can also rest assured. As for this matter, I have let fellow Taoist Xiao down. I hope fellow Taoist can forgive I. Kai Zhuixia smiled faintly. At this moment, her smile was abnormally desolate. However, when paired with Kai Zhuixia's flower-like appearance, it was indescribably beautiful. Fellow Taoist Xiao has given I and the Kai family so many benefits. I have nothing to repay you with. My Kai family has a very profound transformation technique. I have been practicing this technique since I was young. This technique will definitely be useful to fellow Taoist. When you arrive at the Kai family of Lu Yang, you can ask my younger sister for it. Just say that I said so. Actually, fellow Taoist Xiao has unlimited potential. I have repeatedly invited fellow Taoists to my Kai family because I want to introduce my younger sister Hong Xia to fellow Taoist. It's 100 times better than some shue cough cough. Kai Zhuixia's voice began to stutter, and her gaze also collapsed. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.